DraftKings can be the most difficult platform to draft on in best ball. So what better way to get our entries in than 8 straight hours of drafts on DraftKings? Of course, $1 million to first place in the DraftKings Best Ball Millionare Maker. I am already in a room. I am terrified of strapping in here for 8 hours. Had a terrible night's sleep, but we are going to regroup. We're going to bring that big energy. I've got a Hawaiian shirt. I've got 2 fans going in this hot studio. It is a rainy, dreary day outside. The mother-in-law's coming over to watch Luca for the day. So nothing is going to stop me today from getting it in and getting it in good. We can see the draft room starting in 25 seconds. So this will be the first one here. Over-unders already floating around out there. I did see in the chat, green checkmark speculating that perhaps we can hit 12.5 drafts in these 8 hours. We'll find out. DraftKings drafts do tend to go a little bit longer because of the 20 rounds format here that you have to go through as opposed to 18 rounds on an underdog, or I guess 20 rounds on drafters too. So that's a positive. Either way, though, we are in pick 6 for this first one. As you can see, my face is blocking it, but there we go. There's a splash play avatar. Not sure if we have any regulars in the room, but of course you guys will get chances to draft with me over and over and over again here, guys, because this is going to be going all fucking day. I talked about it. These are the literal DraftKings coal mines. I know right now, like, I'm not doing 9 to 5 work. Football Outsiders hasn't paid me in 4 months, 4.5 months almost. So this is my 9 to 5 job, drafting on DraftKings. What a treat. What a treat. Of course, if you missed the last few streams we've done for DraftKings here on Splash Play, DraftKings has driven me insane at various points. I have thrown my hat getting sniped on players that don't go in the 11th round, the 12th round. Those guys go in those rounds all the time on DraftKings because players draft with no compass, either be it moral or ADP-wise. So that's going to be a thing that we'll have to overcome throughout. But no coffee. Yeah, should we send coffee, sandwiches, blanket, and cot? No coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. I am here with just a bottle of water. And I do have a graphic for whenever I have to go pee or top off water, if I have to shove food in my face, which I probably won't do. But we do get Tyreek Hill slipping 1 pick here. So let's scoop that up. Maybe we can get ourselves some Miami doubles. Probably not, but at least the Miami single would be pretty nice. So let's go to the draft board and get this production going. Let's get this whole shebang going. Ooh, shouts to the chat as well. As I always talk about, I consider the Splash Play chat to be like a co-host, to be my co-pilot in these journeys. So going to need you guys more than ever today. So bring some heat if you can. Try to keep me sane as we go. And again, the unraveling is what we are here for. Have no fear. By the end of this draft, I don't know how I'm going to talk for 8 hours. As you guys know, I can talk. I could talk fast. I could talk at length. I could talk about a variety of things, have many stories, many topics I could hit, many things I'm passionate about. But 8 hours is a lot. So this is going to be a real test of wills. I'm going to have to like slow it down, I think. Going to slow roll my energy instead of my usual here, which is just frenetic, seemingly caffeinated energy. But nope, no caffeine at all. Even forgot to take my creatine this morning. Fuck. How am I going to get swole in the middle of this? We'll never know. Seeming like a normal draft so far. Nick Chubb going at the turn. That's a pretty new normal. Bijan Robinson going at 10. Sometimes Bijan does fall in these DraftKings rooms, so that would be one that I would have minded getting a little bit of, but not going to fall to my spot. Hopefully the Q tag on Jalen Waddle scares somebody away, and maybe I could scoop him up here. That would be a nice one to me, but you never know on DraftKings. Sometimes these guys avoid injuries like the plague, and sometimes they do just take a guy normally. So it just depends on the room. GM Bubba, put pants on just for you because I'm so swole. Thank you. Thank you for putting pants on. I'm not wearing pants. I'm wearing basketball shorts. That is my streaming attire. You guys can't see my lower half, so it doesn't matter. You can only see my colorful Hawaiian shirt that I am wearing solely for breathability reasons today. The studio gets hot. Studio gets muggy. All the electronics in here. I've got a laptop, a monitor, camera, ring light here. So all this stuff gets pretty hot in here. So that's why you're seeing me dressed like Andy Reid. Andy Reid on a casual day. Jalen Waddle goes, of course. Why would we be able to get one nice thing for ourselves? Do have a slightly sliding Jalen Hurts. It is possible perhaps to get Devontae Smith on the way back. Do I want to start building dumb shit teams, though, that risk that right away? No, let's go Chris Olave. Chris Olave it is. The team so far, Tyreek and Chris Olave. We are live for an Extreme Zero RB build that on DraftKings can be a little bit more tenuous than it is on Underdog, just because DraftKings is a little bit of an RB piggy site overall. So that's something where perhaps you can get bled out of the room a little bit earlier. Some of the rising ADPs as well for the running backs make it tough sometimes. Jalen Warren now on DraftKings, I've not seen go past 120, but we will try to figure it out here. It subs up to the Squirt Squad. Of course, shout out to all the guys, the regulars here, the Splash Play community. Everybody hits that join button down below. You are known as the Squirt Squad officially. That is a self-branded thing by our guys. So I'm embracing it. I haven't even told Pete yet that the Splash Play fans are now known as the Squirt Squad, but I'm sure he'll be delighted to know the second he does. We see Hogue strong here in the one hole. Justin Jefferson, Derrick Henry, Jahmyr Gibbs. The steam continues. I do think the steam for Jahmyr Gibbs makes a little bit more sense on DraftKings, where he's obviously a guy that's going to get some PPR points this year. Seemingly a chance to maybe get 7 targets a game, if not 7 to 9 in some situations. So definitely a guy that I think a little bit overvalued on both sides, to be honest. But on DraftKings, I can make the buy-in a little bit more. We're not going to be able to do that here, though, of course, because Hogue strong. He needed 2 running backs. He needed 2 running backs as Justin Jefferson, which is how it goes. I did a DK yesterday and got a Kelsey, MVS, Mahomes, and DK, JSN, Geno in the same lineup. Don't know if that was smart, but there you go. No, it's definitely a fine way to do that. Game stacking 2 different teams. And obviously, you want to have some bringbacks for week 17 as well. But if you get 9 guys game stacked together for week 17, that's going to look pretty good. That is the point of no return, I guess, for the Best Ball Manifesto data that Mike Leone put together. But let's check this pick out here. So we get Mark Andrews coming back. That is nice. So we are getting a week 17 correlation. Mark Andrews, a guy that I have no issue taking on either side either. Do expect him to have a chance to be the tight end 1 this year. Obviously, that's not a big reach given that he's already the tight end 2. But love everything that I've heard from Baltimore overall. Love the Todd Monken experience. I think it's just really going to bode well for Mark Andrews this year to get the volume he needs, the opportunity he needs. And I think Pat Kerrane mentioned that he was in on him as well for the potential for him to be a legendary tight end because of his participation in play action plays. But definitely overall, just a nice offense this year, I think. Andrews and J.K. Dobbins, 2 guys that to me probably undervalued just with what they're going to bring to this Baltimore offense this year. And I think, too, honestly, you could probably stack Baltimore without going Rashad Bateman. Zay Flowers, has looked pretty good, but I think you can probably get away without going him because I really think that there's going to be a concentration amidst Mark Andrews and J.K. Dobbins. Maybe still some chance for Gus Edwards to get there if things get weird or if they just use him as a power back a little bit more. But definitely should be some more touches and some more efficiency, just given this Georgia offense Todd Monken's bringing. Spags Rate shirt. Thank you. I've seen you draft more Olave than anybody. If he wins you $1 million, you have to buy his jersey. I don't think I have that much Olave. I take him as like a guy that I think makes sense if you're trying to maybe dabble in a 0 RB build. But I think I'm only on Underdog. I don't think I'm that crazy. And on DraftKings, maybe I'm a little bit crazier. 12.5% Olave. Yeah, I feel like that's a reasonable amount, but selection bias for Nante here. But I like Olave, though. No issue with him. I think my concern for Olave is that I worry his skills are a little bit duplicative of Rashid Shaheed. And if Michael Thomas is somehow healthy and stays healthy, then that's the kind of thing where perhaps he's unable to reach the full apex of what he can do because Michael Thomas should be a target earner to some extent. But I think it's still a situation for Olave that he should get better in year 2. He was apparently a great route runner, according to Matt Harmon and the reception perception guys last year. So I probably am underscoring him a little bit by saying that he's like kind of a deep ball guy. But, we'll see. This offense for New Orleans, I think, can be very explosive, and being in a dome, all that probably bodes well. It's a pretty small window where you could take Olave, and I think that's the issue is I end up in that window a lot. As I mentioned, I don't get a lot of 2 picks overall. 2 and 3 really have been pretty evasive to me this entire draft season. So I think that might be why I get a little bit more Olave. But again, not that much. Not that much. Funny how Dobbins fell and isn't rising back up. That's been the thing for a few guys lately that I've found kind of perplexing. Same thing for Kendre Miller. Kendre Miller falls a little bit because he has the knee injury reoccurring. Then he's back out there looking great in the preseason, and then he doesn't come back up. So I think just people maybe not paying enough attention to the movements. Obviously, there's been a little bit of a rise for Dobbins on Underdog, but on DraftKings, your mileage is going to vary. All right, so you do have Justin Fields here, but I believe DJ Moore is gone. Christian Watson is gone as well, so we cannot scoop one of our favorites there. This wide receiver room, not looking the prettiest from what I would like to target. I think I'm just going to grab Fields here. I do think that Fields is a pick that makes more sense with DJ Moore. If Fields improves as a quarterback, it is going to benefit DJ Moore. I've said this hypothesis quite a lot on the stream, so I apologize for whatever things I'm repeating for the regulars. But I do think for Fields, it's just, the bet on him is that, he's going to be a great rusher regardless. Like teams are probably going to figure that out a little bit more this year with a year of tape of him breaking off these runs, especially the scramble plays. For this year, though, the hope is that he becomes just a league average passer. I've mentioned some of the numbers for Fields before, but last year he was a negative 35% DVOA passer, a negative 0.35 EPA per pass. So really bad numbers there, but the hope would be that in year 3, traditionally a time, there was a PFF article a couple weeks ago talking about the biggest jump for quarterbacks in terms of EPA per throw comes in that 3rd year. So you'd expect Fields where even if he gets to like below average, he could be not quite as bad as he was last year, and that can create enough value for the pass game. So that's why I believe like that concentrates for DJ Moore, and I don't like taking Fields without Moore, but we're going to do it here just because got to get different with some of these picks, right? I think that's the way to do it. TJ Hawkinson goes. TJ Hawkinson apparently on the cusp of the biggest tight end extension ever. He's also dealing with an ear infection that has kept him limited in practice. I think he had pads on for the first time in weeks yesterday, so kind of a weird one there. But two news items with TJ Hawkinson that I have not seen covered a lot by people who cover everything news-wise, and that is something to keep in mind. All right, so we are on the clock here. Christian Kirk, Drake London. Drake London makes sense. We got Justin Fields. So if we're not going to get DJ Moore, let's at least get the other side of it. As I've mentioned, I am not a big Christian Kirk guy. I do think that he's the one that suffers the most because of the addition of Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley and Zay Jones should be the guys on the outside in those 2 wide receiver sets. Still should be a lot of 3 wide receiver sets for Christian Kirk to get out there. But I think that Christian Kirk has been mispriced this entire offseason, especially with the addition of Ridley. And now with that being confirmed in the preseason as well as throughout training camp, I think that, to me, Christian Kirk should probably be on both sides, closer to 60 range. And on Underdog, it's just a little bit. DraftKings, it is not. I just came in and didn't hear what the Hawkinson news was. I'm so heavy on Hawkinson. He's fine. He actually just got back to practice. But basically, there were some Minnesota beat writers who were concerned because he hasn't been practicing at all because he had an ear infection that I guess affected his balance and like really fucked him up. I don't know how you get that bad of an ear infection. Like kidney infections, I know. I mean, well, let's start that chatter early. Note, like a UTI for a woman, then that turns into a kidney infection. I've dated one girl who had to go to the ER for that. My wife at some point had a really bad one too. So those infections like get serious. For the ear, though, I guess could throw off your entire balance, your cerebellum, and all that stuff. So that's what he was experiencing. But he also apparently might get paid better than any tight end in football. That's what they're allegedly working on now. Is that he's going to get the biggest contract. We'll see. We'll see if he actually gets the biggest contract, but. That's one that I would not be surprised by. I think we saw the wide receiver contracts come up. Would not be shocking at all to see the tight end contracts come up meaningfully. See George Pickens going at the end of the 5th round. That brings some joy to my heart. Heavy George Pickens bags for me on all the sites. And nice to see people finally catching up, I guess. I guess he made just enough plays that are highlights on social media. And now people are like, that George Pickens, he's going to go get him. Even though he's the same great player he always was. I've mentioned Pickens' numbers before, but God damn it, we got to fill 8 hours. So I'm going to mention these numbers multiple times. 0.38 EPA per target, 16% receiving DVOA. That is in year 1 for him. Obviously, he's going to be better in those metrics as like a downfield target guy. But he's already showing some signs of expanding that route tree. So should bode well for him. Dobbins goes early to Julian, so not a snipe, of course. I can't claim every Ravens player just by taking Mark Andrews and Jalen Waddle, but would have liked to have gotten Dobbins at 6'7". We're not going to get him here. All right, we got Deontay Johnson. We got Gabe Davis. We got Chris Godwin. So a bunch of dudes I don't like that much. Running back. Not going to reach for Javonte here. Ugh. All right. Boy, you don't get Pickens. What do you get? The silver medal, Deontay Johnson, come on down. Oh, how I hate Deontay Johnson. I'm ending up with so much more of him in the 50s and 60s than I had in the 80s earlier in the draft process, which drives me nuts, but there we go. Fucking Alpha loves Watson and Pickens, 2 favorite receivers this year. Same for me, fucking Alpha. Those are, in fact, my 2 highest exposed alongside Michael Pittman. And Michael Pittman is more because of the AR thing, trying to get stacked up with AR, trying to decrease the ownership of what that AR position is going to look like for me. So that's one today, which looks pretty good. Johnson, easy, the better DK pick. That's fair. I don't know that he's still the better pick. I think that there's a world where George Pickens rises to, if not Jefferson Chase land, to Diggs, CeeDee Lamb land this year. I think it's more likely he gets more in this this Ridley area for next season. But I do think there is a world where Pickens can do that. So that's why I still think Pickens is the better pick, no matter what the format. But on DraftKings, you're right. 7-8 targets a game for Deontay. Hard to argue that for him, even if we do see Pickens make a rise. Heard that the Indianapolis secondary is ranked last in the NFL. Could bode well for the Colts offense, chasing from behind and AR going nuts. I think everything that's happening with the Colts this offseason, I still find it hard to believe that Jonathan Taylor is going to actually get traded for anything meaningful, or that the Colts would be willing to give him up for anything, just because of the fact that Jonathan Taylor is going to want a lot of money. If you are going to trade for a player in the NFL, usually it's a trade and extend thing. Same thing as in the NBA. That's the whole point of trades. And I think there's a lot of people on social media that don't really get how the league works, and they love to talk about it a lot, but they don't actually get how to read news articles and stuff like that. There were apparently 2 trade offers that came through, 6 teams interested in Jonathan Taylor. But point being with that, I think that bodes well for AR if Taylor isn't there, or if Taylor's limited in some way because the team just hasn't grown comfortable with him. It's a new head coach for him, and he hasn't been there the entire offseason, so that's not a great sign for Jonathan Taylor's usage. But honestly, I think Jonathan Taylor going where he did, the 4-2 spot here, that's appropriately valued. He is a guy that has a lot of risk to him right now, both the health stuff with the ankle, as well as just he can go somewhere bad. Like Philly's rumored to be in the mix for him. The Dolphins have been rumored to be in the mix for him. I don't see how those teams are going to give up big draft capital for him because they've shown this entire offseason they both want to do more with less. So I think that's something where the people that think there's a big frothy Taylor market, I think are very, very misinformed is what I'll say. All right, so JSN sliding a little here because of the wrist stuff. I don't care, especially because he's going to be my wide receiver 5 here. So let's get him. And now we will probably try to target some running backs more aggressively because we have gone 7 rounds without a running back here. Welcome to Splash Play. Welcome to Splash Play. If you're confused, terrified, then strap in because there's going to be a lot of that today. A lot of 0 RB builds coming up here. Bills are a big rumor for JT. I don't buy that either. They didn't want to trade for anybody in the offseason earlier either. Like they were briefly in the hunt for Dalvin, supposedly. Again, it's just like if you're a smart NFL team, you don't make a trade for Jonathan Taylor right now. There's nothing the market supports. The market supports paying your wide receivers heavy, your stud receivers in particular. The market supports paying your stud tight ends heavy. We saw, again, what drove the 2 Super Bowl teams last year, at least to some amount. It was Travis Kelce. It was Dallas Goedert. Even some of the lesser teams. Evan Ingram drove the Jaguars to significant ports of the season. So that's something to me that I think you got to be a little bit aware of, like what the macro of how teams are spending their money is. And I will be shocked if Jonathan Taylor goes for a first rounder, let alone 2 seconds and a third or something. Like I just don't think that's going to happen. And then if he does go, like I think he has to go and not be accepting a new contract. Or if he does, it's going to be one of those bullshit ones where he gets like $2 million extra tacked onto this year, and then maybe the franchise tag equivalent for next year. But if you're Jonathan Taylor and you're forcing a trade for a $17 million guarantee, I think that's kind of sad too. So I don't know. Spending draft capital and paying him seems like a tall order to me. Would bet he stays put. Yeah, Neil knows his stuff. Neil knows ball. I'll declare that Neil knows ball. But yes, I think that's the macro of how NFL team building is going on. So, again, I think that there's that info out there. And then people who love running backs just like to go, la, 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 Jonathan Taylor's Christian McCaffrey. They're going to trade for him and give him $60 million and use him a lot. It's like, nope, it's not how that goes. Not how that goes. Let's scroll it down. Try and keep this board functional because DraftKings, as always, remains stupid. But let's line this up a little better. Why is it moving to the right? Classic DraftKings. Who's my favorite unstacked QB to draft? Nobody. You should not draft unstacked QBs for the most part. Justin Fields, obviously, you can get away with, and Anthony Richardson, you're going to get away with. The issue is if either of those guys hit their apex and you go into week 17 with them, then you are going to be in there with going against teams that have those guys stacked. So I don't think it's a great move to do that for the most part. And speaking of that, I am going to get a guy that I have pretty low bags on an underdog. I'm not sure about my DraftKings ones, but I'm going to take Khalil Herbert here as my first running back off the board. So we will get a little micro correlation with Justin Fields. Of course, there is the news that Khalil Herbert will be leading this running back by committee approach for Chicago. That's something where I don't necessarily think that he holds that role the entire year. I am still team Roschon Johnson as it relates to actually getting there when things matter, but definitely a situation for Khalil Herbert where he's going to get that start of the year. If he is great, he can probably hold off those guys for the most part. But I also, again, another thing I saw on social media where it's like, oh, the coach said Roschon Johnson's name's last. That must mean he's last in the depth chart. It's like, do you even read the practice reports of him practicing with the first team? Like, have you seen him? Do you know ball? Do you know that he's a large man that could do things that very few running backs in the NFL can do? Either way, despite my Roschon love, I have so much Roschon that I will get Khalil Herbert here. Yeah, love Herbert for first running back here. Thank you, Purple Yoshi. As always, my favorite color of Yoshi. What do you think of the Corey Davis news? Think the Jets made a big trade now? I don't think so. I think they're happy. It felt like they've had so many receivers this entire offseason, especially adding Lazard, especially adding in Randall Cobb as well, who's always going to be Aaron Rodgers' safety blankie for as long as he is functional and active. So that's one for me where I think they're just go with their guys, and it just kind of decreases the target tree a little bit, which is a positive. But Corey Davis was a guy that I wasn't in on very much this offseason. I just felt like he was going to get squeezed out. I didn't think he was going to retire, but I think that's a tough one for the bags out there for certain folks. Let's see. Started my work shift same time you started the stream. I will also be doing 8 hours of work. There we go. This is a job, right? We're all doing jobs here. Mine is just going to be public and involving me trying to fill the air for the entire time period, and hopefully we'll survive. I feel my mouth already getting dry, so that bodes well. All right, we're on the clock here. Let's see. We've got Fields, Herbert, Tyreek, Olave. Tua, I think, went at some point here, so that's not great for my build. But I think we just need to get some running backs in, so let's go. But Anthony Richardson. let's go with running backs here. We'll have plenty of time to draft Anthony Richardson today. We'll not do it with this one. So my team so far, I'll read it on the roster page. We got Justin Fields, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Drake London, Mark Andrews, Deontay Johnson, and JSN. So a couple micro week 17 correlations. We've got the Chicago guys with Atlanta. We've got Pittsburgh with Seattle. We've got Miami with Baltimore. And then Washington, we'll see. Maybe we got a Niner later on, but there we go. We're building. I'm going to build solid teams. I can tell you that. I do my best to, at least, with all the sniping and nonsense that goes on. Definitely joining one of your drafts or a few of my drafts today. I have 8 bullets left. Yeah, please join in here. You guys will see me do it live, so you can come in as you want it to, as you please here. But my goal, again, will be try to cram as many into this 8-hour shift. We are in hour 1, so you can see on the banner below, and we're going to get more. Going to get more hours. More hours here than you ever thought possible. Will this be a no bathroom stream? No, in fact, there will be a point where I'm going to take a break to pee. I don't know when. I'm not like a many time a day peer. I actually usually pee just to hit the old stand goal on the Apple Watch. So I can hold it for a minute, but at some point I'm going to get up, and I do have a little graphic here to put on the screen so you know that I've stepped away, which I think you'll get a laugh out of. I'm not going to share it now. It's always hard for me to not share things when I create graphics and do production in advance. But I do have a fun graphic for you guys. All right, so we see Geno and Daniel Jones going to the 11 hole. Wouldn't have minded Geno with my build, but that's okay. Tua at least went to the Waddle drafter. So we got sniped on Tua, but it went to a guy with Waddle, so at least that's a little bit more logical. Astronaut diaper. No, I'm just going to piss on the couch that we have here. The fractional amount of a couch that looks like it's a real couch here, but this is in fact a former part of my wife's old couch where she had a sectional, and then I was like, oh, this will work for this pseudo studio setup. So this is my thing. All right, picks, players, let's draft them as one does. Samaje Perine here, I think this makes sense. Again, full point PPR site. Samaje Perine should be a little bit more benefited by that. Definitely a guy that's got a role in Denver, a guy that I think can rack up some targets, certainly going to have a little bit more going Javonte Williams way you'd expect. But if there is an injury to Javonte that reoccurs, Perine probably is one that benefits. I'm certainly not drafting like that's the case. Happy to take Javonte Williams. But Perine, I think on DraftKings, like, he's going to get you 5 targets a game. There's a chance he gets you 10 targets a game in some sort of, New Orleans doesn't like passing deep. The previous New Orleans, rather. Joe Lombardi, the offensive coordinator. You saw it last year when he moved to the Chargers. Basically, the Chargers became a team that loves throwing to running backs, loves throwing under 5 yards or less. That's something he's probably going to be bringing to Denver this year. So Samaje Perine makes sense. Though I do wonder at this point, Jaylen Warren goes the pick after Samaje Perine. I think I like Jaylen Warren more than Perine. But the ADPs are what they are, and I'm still going to draft based on ADPs. But got to adjust to Jaylen Warren being this high now, because I've loved the guy the entire offseason. He is my most drafted player, or one of them on both DraftKings and Underdog, over 25% on DraftKings, and I think over 30 on Underdog. So I want Jaylen Warren to be good, but man, the price is steep now. The price is very steep. How do you feel about Javonte? The injury scares me. I wouldn't be afraid of it. I think you're going to benefit more by playing into it. The most likely outcome is he's like playing in the beginning. He's not super effective. Maybe they realize that, sit him a game. Like the worst case scenario, I think, or not the worst case scenario, a bad scenario / a likely scenario is that he's J.K. Dobbins last year, where he starts a little bit slow. And then the hope would be that he's also like J.K. Dobbins last year and really gets good towards the end of the year as he starts to recover fully. But that's something where I would, again, buy the dip when it was there. I was drafting Javonte every time he was available at 90 and 100. And now that he's going, in the 70s and the 60s, I don't need to be there quite as much unless he makes sense of the build. But I think he's worth it. Like, I still think he's absolutely worth a pick. And I think he's the kind of guy that the general public is afraid of because of the knee stuff. So you, as like a sharp drafter, need to be more willing to kind of absorb some risk to those guys, whether it be, 8%, even if that's just being with the field, or if it's 12%, but taking it strategically when he falls in rooms. Like, I think that's how you try to handle a guy like Javonte Williams. All right, so we're on the clock here. We don't have anything coming up right now that looks too good. We've got A-Chain and Mostert right next to each other in ADPs. One of them is going to be my pick here. I still think it's A-Chain for me. I know that people are a little bit scared off by him not getting a week 1 guaranteed role, as though rookies all have to have that, of course, because God, they're never going to play unless they have a guaranteed week 1 role. But Devin A-Chain, a guy that handled a ton of volume at A&M last year, also an incredible burner, probably one of the best prospects in terms of that pure speed profile. So A-Chain to me is one of those guys that I'm willing to buy every single time, and that's not going to change, I think. I could take Jeff Wilson. I could take Mostert. I think you should take all these guys if they align with ADP. But the highest probability outcome, I think, is A-Chain being there in week 17. So I'm going to go there. Too many people get consumed in early season production. Yeah, that is something Pete beat into my head last year, where I think we were talking about DeAndre Hopkins a lot with his suspension. And it's like, yeah, the ADP shouldn't move that much because of the fact that, like, if he's good in week 17, he's going to be good in week 17. Obviously, his play didn't matter because he was basically off the team at that point. But DeAndre Hopkins, I think, is that example where you just like if the ADP still makes sense, if it's still at a palatable number, then I think you can take these guys and you're trying to build to win at the end. And then hopefully you buttress your team in other spots. Boy, not a lot of draft streams out there, I think, are going to say the word buttress. So let's get it going. Tyler heard butt, I'm sure, in the chat, and ears went up right away. Shout out to the Squirt Squad. But yeah, I think that you buttress those positions that are going to be a little bit weaker. I had to have some guys not ready to go in the beginning part of the year. But I think a team like this, where you have Ryan Robinson, where you have Herbert, where you have Pirine, that's the kind of team that can handle having an A-Chain on it because you'll have that production from the beginning. And definitely agree with that take from Dante. Like, it's just people just want safety. And it's like, I just don't think that's how you win. And the Eliminator on Underdog, like, that's absolutely how you win. You want teams that are like just median projection teams, basically, to get you through that. For winning a DraftKings Millionare Maker, winning a BBM, you want some floor, but you really want the upside that's going to be there when you need it the most, and you just want to survive the first 16 weeks. We're already clearing my throat. Things are going to go well. All right, we'll see what we're going to get on this pick. Nobody at QB, that makes sense. I see one more running back on the screen that makes sense. Where's Derek Carr go on DraftKings right now? Derek Carr already went? Fucking DraftKings, man. All right. I got to see who Carr went to because I might have gotten sniped here and not even realize. All right. We got Jordan Love. Doesn't work for us here. I am going to take Tyler Algier. So we're going to keep building out this bet on Chicago, Atlanta, add another running back in the room, which is what we need. So we have a 1-5-5-1 right now, which feels pretty good. Definitely going to avoid getting bled out too much at running backs. We've got Justin Fields, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Drake London, Mark Andrews, Deontay Johnson, JSN, Samaje Perine, Devin A-Chain, Tyler Algier. I like this team. Definitely a solid team to look at, I think. You may feel differently, and you are entitled to do so. Rip Kellen Mond. Did he get cut? I have not seen the news this morning yet. I woke up, I'm rolling right into this one. But I think the Vikings should trade for Trey Lance. They are a team. I think there's also a decent chance that the Niners don't trade Trey Lance and just hold on to him because of what happened to them last year. I think there was an Athletic article I read yesterday where they're talking about the Niners and like their fear of ending up in a situation like they had last year where they were down to no QBs. Obviously, a team that has Super Bowl winning ambitions, you kind of want to be safe. I think they certainly want to play it closer to the vest with how good that defense was last year as well. So I think that's something where would not surprise me for Lance to stay. But if I were a team like the Vikings, if I were a team, I guess like the Falcons too, I would consider kicking the tires. So if you do trade for Trey Lance and you're the Falcons, you're basically burying Desmond Ridder unless he's great. I think that's not a great move either. So the Bucks, I would trade for him. I like anybody that doesn't have any hope, I would trade for him. And I think those would be teams that really don't have much in the way of hope. Cardinals, I wouldn't, because I think you roll with your backups this year, you tank a little bit, then you have the optionality of either can keep Kyler next year or you can trade him and draft Caleb Williams, draft Drake May. But we'll see. We'll see. I love all the different conversation points. Rest in peace, Terry Funk. Terry Funk, great wrestler, great actor, great personality, really compelling guy. So there goes another potential QB for us. Kenny Pickett goes, just not going to get QBs today. Welcome to DraftKings. Why do I ever think that I'll be able to get QBs? Okay, so Derek Carr went to the 12-hole guy. Who else does he have? He has nobody. He has nobody, and Derek Carr is his QB2. Okay, good. So He took Derek Carr unstacked in the 11th because we are on DraftKings. Fucking kill me. Okay. We do have a falling Jameson Williams here. I'm going to scoop that up. No reason why not to. Jameson Williams, not a guy I'm in love with. Really didn't show anything last year, which is such a small sample size thing. I can't kill him. One thing I do remember from him coming out of Bama is that he did have really good numbers against press coverage. That certainly bodes well in the NFL because that's something he's going to see a lot of. But for a guy like Jameson Williams, I would have liked to have seen more last year. But I think if he's going to go at 150, Detroit's offense is so good. And also, by the time that we do see Jameson Williams get on the field, it's going to be pretty known that this team wants to go to Amon-Ra St. Brown, wants to go to Jahmyr Gibbs, wants to go to Sam Laporta. And then if they're not doing that, they want to go to David Montgomery. That really opens up a big opportunity for Jameson Williams, where they're going to be game planning for those other guys so heavily. If those guys are successful, like I think they will be, that I think Jameson Williams comes in and gets a really good shot to have some big deep balls, have some big opportunity, assuming he can stay healthy and assuming he can give the coaches what they want to hear, because he apparently has been really bad in training camp and so far in the preseason, where Dan Campbell is like, yeah, he hasn't made the strides that he's needed to make. And Dan Campbell does not mince words. He also buried Denzel Mims right before they cut him. So I don't think they're going to cut Jameson Williams or anything, obviously, but definitely needs to make some strides and make some improvements to get the team comfortable with him. So just a bunch of QBs going off the board. Some of them stacked, some of them not. Oh, boy. What a day. Zach saying, what a day, 8 hours of Spags blessed. Yeah, I'll start the pandering early now since Zach is saying it and reminding me. Guys, please subscribe to the channel. I don't think it's possible to hit 3K subs before the season starts, but I'm willing to be surprised. So help a brother out. Hit the subscribe button down below. Hit the like button as well. Helps us get seen by more people. And again, I'm strapping until 5 p.m. today. So this is the best chance I'll have to make some strides and all those things. So please hit the subscribe. Become part of the family. Join Splash Play. We have fun. We have a good time here. It's not all just me torturing myself for content. And even still, even if it were, like, that's fun too, right? It's a different kind of fun. Tyjae Spears goes in the 14th. Alec Pierce, who has been a sneaky value on DraftKings for a while, he goes, I really would have thought the Richardson drafter would take him, but all right. I love this guy going Lamar Jackson and AR, though. Two mobile QBs, that kind of archetype. I think that's a lot of fun for a build. Of course, he didn't stack them up or anything, but you can't win them all, I guess. Can't win them all. On the clock, we got Mims, we got Stafford, we got the injured DJ Chark. Obviously, Roshan makes no sense for us at this point. Really, should I just like reach at QB? No, you know what? We have enough room still. Ugh, do not like this pocket. I'm going to take Mingo here. Mingo, not one of my favorite receivers in the world, but I do think Chark being hurt already probably bodes well for him. I think this would really, it sucks that Terrace Marshall has his back issue right now, because I do think if Terrace Marshall were ready to go, he immediately would leap DJ Chark because he's such a better player than DJ Chark. But instead, he is not going to be out there for a few more weeks. So still an opportunity for Marshall. I think we are seeing the flaws in DJ Chark right away. And one thing that's interesting, which I don't think has been talked about a lot on at least the content that I watch, some interesting signs for Adam Thielen playing out of the slot. Both he and Allen Robinson are two guys that could have sort of a late career boost because this is something that teams have done in the past. I think the best examples were Larry Fitzgerald, and there was somebody else that I'm escaping right now, but basically moving these guys who are a little bit washed, who can't play outside anymore, moving them to the slot has sort of extended their careers more. And you're seeing Carolina try to do that with Thielen. You're seeing the Pittsburgh team try and do that with Allen Robinson. So maybe a little bit of a reason to like Adam Thielen. CJ Stroud in the 14th round? Okay, I just need to grab a QB coming up because this is getting stupid. This is DraftKings, though. I don't know why. Every time I do a DraftKings draft, it's like maybe this will be the one where everybody behaves logically and we can get players in normal pockets and not have to jump around like dumb shits. But then you see Sam Howell, CJ Stroud going in the 14th. So we are getting boxed out pretty fast. And it's enraging. I'm trying to control my rage. I don't want to throw the hat immediately here on the stream, but every time I do get sniped at QB, the instinct is just to fucking throw this hat and put on the bread hat. We're not going to do it yet. What we are going to do is take Mighty Mouse at QB here. We are going to take Bryce Young. Don't love the guy overall. I think he's fine. Probably my least favorite of the rookie QBs, just because I think he's going to be more of a keep the trains running on time kind of QB. But we have Mingo, and we need a second QB. So we're going to do him, and then Yeah, we're going to do him. And then maybe we'll try to get Ritter on the way back. But we'll see what these fucking buffoons do. DK Room's behaving logically. LOL. Oof. Thielen in the slot, LaVisca out of the backfield. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of LaVisca out of the backfield. You're going to see them, I think, feed some touches in the pass game to Miles Sanders, which a lot of people out there think is bad. A lot of people think that Miles Sanders can never be a functional receiver. Just a matter of volume, just a matter of success, setting him up for success. I think that Miles Sanders will be fine there. But and Chuba, same thing as well. Chuba probably not going to get a real role to start the year. Maybe a little bit of work, but I think he's got some good contingent value if Sanders does go down. What? Bryce Young, low-key Italian fascist. I don't. Mussolini, Bryce Young? I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of. Hal's got up exponentially in ADP on DK, which is stupid. Like Pickett going up, I get. Hal had one good preseason game. I think he should still be basically where he was. Honestly, Pickett shouldn't be taking this huge leap either. Like Pickett should have been there the entire time, or he should stay where he was. But people love the preseason. Yeah. You see anything on the field, their imagination starts to churn, starts to go wild. And that's something for them where they saw enough from Pickett. Obviously, Pickett's been lights out in the preseason. And then Hal had a pretty big game on Monday Night Football. So that probably also helps. Oh, there we go. Oh, I didn't realize I forgot that was an expression that was fascist. But it's more, that's on top of my mind because I was reading more about the expected points added metric to try to make sure that, like, not to make sure because I know it's a metric that I believe in for fantasy football, but was looking at it in terms of like how to explain it better on stream was what I was actually reading about. And basically one of the things was like a running back with a 0 EPA keeps the train running on time. And I did forget that was a Mussolini quote. So my apologies. As a proud Italian, you would think I have all the Mussolini stored in the back of my head, but here we are. All right, let's see what we can do here. We got Bryce, obviously. I think I'm just going to reach for Ritter, assuming that this dipshit, everybody who's in a room with me who doesn't do the things that I want to do, they're just dipshits. This dipshit here, hopefully he doesn't take my guy. We do need a second tight end, too. I'm going to push it. I think at this point, Michael Mayer makes sense for this build. I would like to get him in. Taysom also makes sense, but I don't want him as my tight end 2. I think if he comes back as tight end 3, I can go there. I also have to be mindful of these auto drafters because auto drafters are forced to select 4 QBs. There we go. He takes a QB. So I need to watch out for that because if I have a QB who is top of the queue, that guy might get sniped for me pretty fast because of the auto drafters. But I think if Taysom comes back to me, I'm taking him. If Taysom doesn't come back, I'm going to go Ritter. So now we sweat it out. Now we wait. Now we see. Now we let the dipshits do their work and see where it goes. Oh, it's okay, Ben. I didn't think I was intentionally doing that, or I didn't think that you thought that. But I should know my quotes. I do value, hopefully you guys gather it from listening to me talk a lot. I tried fucking cocksucker. All right. Couldn't help that one, guys. I try not to say the CS word anymore. Ooh. I wanted Ritter. Why would he? That guy did not. I got to look at that guy's team in a moment here. That guy did not need Ritter. I'm pretty confident. That was not an auto drafter either. All right. Taysom Hill will be my tight end 3. And I guess my QB 3 as well. All right. What did that fucking guy do? Ritter went here as the 3rd QB to a guy with no Falcons. Bread hat. Where's my bread hat? Give me the safety. That is my underdog hat. I can't put that one on. All right. Oh, that makes me so angry. Okay. We're going to go back to the DraftKings hat. Wait, I should keep it nearby. We'll go back to the DraftKings hat next round. But motherfuckers. You don't need Desmond Ritter when you have Herbert and Russell Wilson, and you've built out stacks for those guys. Ritter does nothing for this team. Absolutely nothing for this guy's team. And yet he still took Ritter. It's fine. He doesn't owe me anything. Nobody in life owes you anything. That said, Draft like a gentleman. That's going to be my bit for 2024 when we're doing this again. Draft like a fucking gentleman. Ugh. Anyway, I apologize to all the cocksuckers out there for saying cocksucker so angrily. Should say it more positively. Like, hey, cocksucker, pretty cool. Love that for you. Ooh, gosh. Purple Yosh reminded me, classic. This is all us non-underdog people have. That's true. I think that's something too where our draft, like the drafting streams I've been doing, get discovered by a lot of new people. And I think sometimes they come in and they're like, why is this guy so mean to DraftKings? Because like, this is the only thing I've got. Like, I want to draft best ball teams. So I should keep that in mind. That said, you want the gentleman's game, you go to underdog. You want people just putting their fucking dicks in your ears, then you go to DraftKings and you just deal with dicks in your ears all day. Some of my best friends are cocksuckers. Thank you. The mullet Messiah, it's not long in the back. That's the thing. It's long on top. So that's not actually, it's not a mullet. It's not a mullet. It's just a man bun that is, when down, just looks different. But I don't usually wear my hair down. All right. We've got Chuba Hubbard here. So we could build out our Carolina bet. And we are going to do that with Chuba Hubbard. So the team so far through 18 rounds: Justin Fields, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Drake London, Mark Andrews, Deontay Johnson, JSN, Samaje Perine, Devin Achane, Tyler Algier, Jameson Williams, Jonathan Mingo, Bryce Young, Michael Mayer, Taysom Hill, and Chuba Hubbard. This is my second day in a row where I've got Tyreek and Taysom on the same team. 2 T Hills. That's got to bode well, right? It's got to bode well. Deadwood was a great show, man. The movie I thought was a little disappointing, but Ian McShane, Al Swearingen in that show, one of my favorite actors. That guy's got the gravitas that I could only fucking dream of. But boy, oh boy. Let's see. Off to a great start. Thank you, Beachhead. Shout out Beachhead. Of course, shout out everybody here. Appreciate all the regulars coming in. Of course, I'll be here all day. If you guys go leave to watch other content at some point, just come back. Just come back. Put old Spags on in the background. Show the brothers some love, because I'm doing this, man. I'm doing this. I'm not backing out now. I don't even care if we've got 7 hours and 18 minutes left. I don't care. Why would I? All right, we got a pick coming up. Cade Otton would have made sense in this room. Of course, I would have taken him as a luxury fourth tight end, I think, but now that's gone. Honestly, might be a Sean Tucker build for a little bit of weird New Orleans Week 17 correlation. Sean Tucker may be live for Week 17. I think Rachaad White holds the job down all year, but Sean Tucker, I did see, made Sean Siegel's list, his countdown of 0 RB candidates on RotoViz. So check that article out. Pay for RotoViz. Those guys are the OGs of this space, and guys like me are just coasting off of what they built as a foundation. So obviously, Sean, I'm sure everybody watches that stream with Pete every Wednesday, of course, on the Pete Overs at channel, but got to give the shout out to RotoViz, because I think they're one of the sites, honestly, that deserve a lot more flowers than they probably get. All right. What fucking dumb shit do I have to do now? We have a 2-6-7-3. I do think one more running back would make sense here, but nobody on the screen really seems like my guy. Chase Brown, I still don't mind, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go Mac Hollins. A little more correlation with my lack of Desmond Ridder. Another bring back for Justin Fields, more so. And yeah, that's basically the logic here. You really can't believe that motherfucker took Ridder. I really. It's so dumb. It's like players that overall over the course of an entire season, like I care so little about, like Desmond Ridder, whatever. He can hit, he can not. Doesn't really matter to me. But in this one isolated incident, I really wanted Desmond Ridder. I really wanted him at a logical spot. And no, just don't get him. Just don't get him. Got you on headphones. I clean my house. I live for the DK tilt. Shouts to Nolan cleaning the house. Shouts to all the fellas who are changing the gender roles around. Every morning, I usually clean up everything that the baby and the wife leave behind in the morning. That's one of my responsibilities to help things out. And that's the thing you got to do. The thing you got to do to keep a functional life that I think as a bachelor, I never thought about at all. But now as a person living the life, and you got to keep everything functional. The fellas got to do more. So, yeah. I don't know how to follow that up. Let me some RotoViz and ETR. Yeah, ETR doing a great job as well. I like those guys a lot. I wish they would invite me onto things. Like, I like the ETR guys. Leone likes me, I think. So I don't know why they don't ever go. Herzig, I don't know personally. So that's the issue. But I think they should go, hey, Spags, why don't we do something? Because I love ETR. Corey Main over there doing a great job. Won a preseason tournament the other day. So, of course, former Splash Play guest. So part of the Squirt Squad, technically. Just tuned in. You're doing 8 hours straight. Wow. Yep. This is just me spreading my wings. Splash Play is my baby. It's Pete and I, of course, we're both half and half on it, but as Pete's had to focus more on his channel as well as the fantasy life stuff, Splash Play, the onus falls on me, and I find it fun. Like, I've always wanted to build my own thing again after having a site called Gaiaism many moons ago that we talked about a few days ago. That's now technically just Bro Bible. All my former staff is basically the ones running it. But yeah, I like this. I have fun doing this. Might not seem like it as I yell at random people for taking Desmond Ridder, but I enjoy this process. All right, so let's see what we can do with our final pick. Got a 2, 6, 8, 3. Don't think we need another receiver at this point. You know what? Savon Ahmed, did he go? Okay, Savon Ahmed. No, you know what? Because we have A-Chain. That doesn't make sense. Contingent value, Eric Gray. Eric Gray, they're really trying to find a way to keep him on the roster because he is a guy that could be a Saquon replacement if he shows anything this year, if they don't go Saquon's way next year. Eric Gray coming out of OU was one of the better graded backs according to the data that I look at. So he's going to be my final pick. So this team, Justin Fields, Khalil Herbert, Brian Robinson, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Drake London, Mark Andrews, Deontay Johnson, JSN, Samaje Perine, Devin A-Chain, Tyler Algier, Jamison Williams, Jonathan Mingo, Bryce Young, Michael Mayer, Taysom Hill, Chuba Hubbard, and Mac Hollins, along with Eric Gray. Eric Gray, probably not the pure handcuff for Saquon, I will say, but he's likely the guy that can seize a role moving forward. And again, they really seemed like they want him to return kicks so he could be on the roster. So something to keep in mind. But we'll waste no time here, guys. Let's hit another draft. Draft. Oh, boy, you're going to hear a lot of stupid voices from me as I get more delirious. The good news is the fan situation is really helping in here. I am not sweaty yet, so that's good. All right, entering the room here, $10 to win $1 million on DraftKings. You can see that I am in it now. We will wait for it. Oh, there we go. Snap fill. So I guess while we have the 2-minute wait time, I'm going to do this a lot, guys. So strap in. Please subscribe down below. Hit the like button. Leave a comment here. We're going to be going 8 hours today because that's how much I care about getting my entries in. That's how much I care about you guys as well. Hanging out here, building up Splash Play. So help a brother out. We are independently operated. If you also want to help a brother out, we just announced yesterday, deal with Drafters. Go check out Drafters. Similar full point PPR format. If you deposit $100, they will match that. And also, if you already have a Drafters account, if you use their promo code SPLASH100, they will give you 20% deposit match up to $500. So that was a special deal they gave because they knew we have some regulars here. Heard from folks in the chat yesterday who thought that we should ask for that one as well. So Splash, if you're a new customer on there, they'll double your deposit up to $100. Splash 100, 20% deposit bonus up to $500. So support the show if you can and do that. And of course, Underdog as well. Same thing. $100 deposit match for Underdog. There's my plugs for now. And fuck it, while I'm here, here's the graphic that I'm going to put up when I have to eventually pee or get water. I think it's great. And here's some other gifts to entertain us in the meantime. It's a chunky. And then all the drafters on DraftKings, they're just here for the zip line. They're just here to snipe me and make my day miserable. And of course, we have other gifts that we can roll out later on. Shout out Aaron, deposit on Drafters with Splash yesterday. Thank you, Spags. Shout out the Squirt Squad. Shout out Aaron. Aaron, one of the newer names I've seen in chat. So I appreciate you being a member here and helping a brother out. Thank you. Aaron, positive vibes. Honestly, it's really nice that we have built a little YouTube channel here where people come in and are supportive and we're having fun and we don't have to agree on everything. I know you guys don't agree with all my takes sometimes, but I think this is the kind of ideal fantasy football community I've always wanted to build. So thank you guys for making that possible for sure. There, I'm on delay. Yeah, maybe just refresh the stream. I don't know. Make sure to hit that live button to make sure you're live. But yeah, you'll get in. We'll have plenty of opportunities to get in. I think over 12.5 drafts might be a pretty good line by Green Checkmark to start the one. So we'll see. I got to update the banner too a little bit later. Drafters format is actually the best. Yeah, I would agree. That's I wouldn't agree. I think it's an interesting format. I think it's honestly a really nice counterbalance to DraftKings and Underdog, where it's all about advance rate. It's all about getting those finals advance rates up in particular. But for drafters, it's just 17 weeks, which I think is nice, that it's like, hey, you can have a slow start and you're not going to be penalized for it as bad as long as you got the nuts by the end. So that's what I like about drafters. And again, the overlay on there, if that tournament overlay is overlay is the best thing you can do, because it just means there's less rake for you, or it means the site's actually putting money in and you're not getting rake taken out of every entry. So that's why in particular, I thought it was a good deal for us for you guys to make sure to get drafters on. You need to X out Zipline and add AR to that meme. I mean, that would be me then saying it, but yeah, I'm just here for AR every draft. Positive and horny bonk vibes. That's true. If we join the channel, do we get access to the Splash Play logo? Yes, you get the Splash Play Squirt helmet or Splash helmet if you want to go with that. But yes, you would get that on your account here on the channel. So $4.99 a month. And of course, I'll review as many teams as you want here down the home stretch for Best Ball. We say 10 a month, but I've been reviewing a bunch here. I do owe my guy Brandon a follow-up though, because he's been sending me a bunch, which I appreciate, but I do fall behind sometimes if you send too many. But I try. Hey, my pal, Eric Lindquist. Love you, miss you, all the things, Eric. Of course, I will be back with you on the Stochastic channel. I know with Eric, but I'll be doing some stuff for Stochastic, and did a stream with Neil Orfield the other day. But go check out Eric's streams. Eric's doing a great job with the betting stuff in particular. Always love seeing my boy grow up right before our eyes. So we do have a falling Travis Kelce here. Tough to build around the tight end, because then you kind of have to take Mahomes. But I'm going to take Kelce, and I'm going to try to punt Mahomes, and it's not going to work, but we're going to try it. Wow, Eckler and McCaffrey. I missed that. Eckler went in the 4-hole. Yikes. Oh my God, Eric's here. Yes, all the celebrities, the luminaries come out. Was DMing with our mutual pal, Greg Ehrenberg, this week, who's on vacation. I'm excited to do some stuff with Stochastic again for football season. Am I doing main event weekend with the ship chasing crew? No, I am not, unfortunately. I don't do stuff. I really don't do stuff because of the baby thing. And also, I don't know. I always feel like there's a subtle pressure because I'm not doing enough that I feel like I can't travel. But also because Football Outsiders owes me so much fucking money that I have not been even thinking about trips. So that's part of it too. But 1 year I will do it. I don't know when. 1 year. I'm just focused on this stuff. I can only do one thing at a time. I can draft. I can do 5 days a week of streams, or I can have a life and be happy. Just kidding. JK. God, that was an impression I shouldn't break back out. Let's see, anything else? Okay. No chats to reply to. Currently, let's make a pick. All right, so we're going to try to push Mahomes. It's not going to work because, again, it's DraftKings. But, boy, getting a Mon-Ra here is pretty nice, too. So this is a unique build. There's not that equivalent of a Bobby Stats tool that we talked about where guy Bobby Stats, again, made a tool where basically uses the Chad Mashke accumulated Best Ball Mania 4 ownership data, which Chad, again, full credit to Chad because he's basically scraping entire boards and then putting it together into exportable data. And you can look at the combined ownership of any player combo. So if you want to look up, hey, how much is CeeDee Lamb and Amon-Ra St. Brown owned? I think we saw that was 30%. And then if you get another player on top of that, the ownership comes down. Very fun. On DraftKings, you can't see that. That said, I doubt there are a lot of Kelce Amon-Ra St. Brown teams out there because Kelsey's got a 5 ADP. Amon-Ra's got a 12 ADP. This is a unique start. It's going to be a tough one, but it's a unique start. We already got our rest in peace, Terry Funk. Have no fear. Have no fear. Of course, he was in Roadhouse, right? I think was one of the movies he did. Movie star, consummate pro wrestler, great in ECW, great wielding a chainsaw in WWE. All right, D. Luca, who is not my Luca, unfortunately, takes Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, that cut Mahomes team is really going to do it for you, D. Luca. Dipshit Luca. Also, Lucas, we spell it with a K here, D. Luca. 8 hours of DraftKings prayers. Thank you, Giants Gaming. I appreciate it. I need all the prayers I can get. Prayers and live viewers. Those two things in equal parts. But I see the numbers growing. So shout out everybody coming into the mix here. Again, if you guys want to go browse around, if you need to go leave, if you need a break from me, I'm not going to be mad about it. Just come back. Just come back and hang. Put me on in the background. Give a brother a shot. Nice 0 RB build starting on the 1 hole for Austin Vander. Curious to see how he lands the plane on that one. There's not a lot of extreme 0 RB builds on DraftKings, and it can be a tough thing to thread the needle of, but I'm curious to see if we see a few more because of both you guys being in the room and also just in general. But yeah, and I'm curious too, what draft is this for me? Let me pull up another window to see what number. This is draft number, let's see, I have 108. I think this is draft 108 for me on DraftKings. So fuck, I still got 42 left. Oh boy. I'm maxing it out. There's no way I'm not going to max out this tournament that might have overlay and is filled with buffoons. But good God, what a haul. What a haul. Yeah, Luka with a C. What a weirdo. We don't like those guys. K's are where it's at. The K's for strikeout. That's what I say. I was looking back at some of my old drafts for super zero RB. JSN is like wide receiver 5 or 6. Those are the nice builds. As long as you cut it off then and you start then really slamming running back, or you take, a couple running backs and a QB. I think that's it. That with a late tight end build, especially on underdog, looks pretty good. On DraftKings, though, it is a little bit tougher to thread the needle of. So I get it, but I'm happy to keep trying it for sure. But we'll see. I'm a 127 on DK feels like a chore. I've said it. I call it the DraftKings coal mines. It feels like labor, whereas underdog feels like you're playing an immersive game with your pals. Playing on DraftKings just feels like you're in the mud and you're like, how are these guys going to make my life more difficult today? You're like asking for stress, which is part of why this appealed to me so much to do it for 8 hours. Like I'm a crazy person. I love the art of content, even when it is drafting best ball teams. But we are on the clock here. I think nobody falling that would look good. I think we keep building receiver out. These guys might be available for us in a little bit, but Josh Jacobs falls in rooms. Jonathan Taylor, we just saw go in the 4th round in the last draft. Ramondre falls in rooms. ATN falls in rooms. I'm not reaching for one of these guys when I don't give a shit about running backs anyway. So we have Travis Kelce, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jerry Jeudy. And good God, I am never going to get Jahmyr Gibbs on DraftKings again. It really feels like that one. As a fellow masochist DK drafter, Godspeed in this 8-hour journey of hell. Boy, hope that energy comes back later, Jimmy, when we are in hour 6, hour 7. Though I think around hour 7 is when I'm going to be cracking open a few high ABV beers here. Honestly, depending how it goes, maybe some Maker's Mark. We'll find out when we get there. So something to stay tuned for. All right. Amon-Ra, Jeudy, Kelce, because we started late at receiver. I do think we need to make it up. Mike Williams makes sense here. Week 17 correlation. I could probably use some more Big Mike. Still want some bets on the Chargers overall. No chance I'm going to get Justin Herbert because these assholes are going to take him before I get a shot to do so. But I think that this build makes sense for me. So Kelce, Amon-Ra, Jeudy, Mike Williams. We'll try to get a Cincinnati guy at some point. We'll try to get some Dallas guys at some point. But there we go. Full work day of best ball. Let's see it. Shout out my new friend, Kyle. Kyle and I followed each other on Twitter, but linked up in the drafters room yesterday, and appreciate the fellow grinders out there, especially the guys out there, Kyle's doing content and shit every day and still trying to max out drafters and all these other sites. So shout out to everybody, but I'm always a fan of fellow content boys. Twitter doctor says he thinks JSN can miss the first 5 weeks. Where do you think he should be drafted at if that's the case? He probably should fall a little bit. I wouldn't think he should fall to 80 even, but I think late 70s would feel about right. Maybe behind Quentin Johnston range, I guess would be the best way to look at that. But yeah, there's a chance they put him on the IR for it. I talked about my wrist issue. Like I broke my wrist a couple years ago, back in my freshman year of college. So many years ago at this point, and shattered it really badly. And I was in a cast up to here for from September through January, through November. And then it was a smaller cast, and then it was like a soft cast. So that was me breaking the worst bone you could break in your wrist. But I know that could be the worst side of it. That said, they said it was a minor wrist injury. So I still think 4 to 6 weeks. There's a risk they put him on the IR to start the year. That would keep him out, I think, for 6 weeks. So there's a chance. But the Twitter doctors, I find annoying. I find that they're inaccurate more than not. So I wouldn't read too much into that. I think they're better with leg issues too, at diagnosing that, with just like how that recovery goes. So I would still be inclined to take him around ADP, but let him drop. Like take him when your pick is up, but let him drop to where you are. Morning, everyone. I see all the new names here. Shout out to another creator here. My guy, Fantasy Football Garage. Maker's Mark is nice. I really like Woodford. I've not had Woodford, but one of my friends, my friend Cass, who's the guy who I mentioned, who's the editor-in-chief of Bro Bible now, he loves Woodford, like always drinking Woodford. So, and he's the biggest whiskey connoisseur that I know. So it's a nice cosign. I've always liked Bullet too. I know it's not quite the same as Maker's Mark, but these are when I'm trying to feel like a real man. Those are the drinks that I drink, but I prefer like IPAs if I can. And we have a lot of red wine around the house generally, so I'm happy to do some red wine, embrace my inner LeBron, get some oxidation in my bloodstream, all that. Just wanted you to know we're all counting on you. Thank you, Steve. Speaking of that, I haven't promoted this too much because it's such a fucking far-flung thing right now, but I am running it back again. I've said it before on stream, but I'll say it for everybody because we have a good amount of viewers. And if I win DraftKings or if I win Best Ball Mania 4, I will be giving away 5 fully bankrolled entries to BBM 5. So keep that in mind. For you want to root for anybody in the industry. Spags wants to give back. Spags wants people to live the dream that I'm lucky enough to have lived. Drafting for 8 hours like a dancing monkey. No, like gambling's been good to me. Fantasy's been good to me. Like we were able to buy this house because of my winnings in DFS. So like I'm definitely the kind that like wants to grow a community, and because this community's been so great to me and like it's been so much fun doing this, like that's the thing that I was gonna give back if I had won BBM 3, but same offer extends for BBM 5 as well. On the clock here, Justin Herbert. Oh shit, we're gonna get a share of Justin Herbert. What after ADP? What site am I on? Am I what? Oh, put the hat back on. We're on DraftKings, baby. We got Justin Herbert at 58. What a great site. You're gonna get this tourney maxed out? Yes, I am. At all costs, no matter what. Spags, a man of the people, for the people. I try to be like a former employer of mine at certain site that sucked itself off for a pay-per-view award show yesterday. I actually care about the people who are in my audience. So, but either way, for the common man, right? Let's see what we can do. I can't believe that I got Justin Herbert at 58. Like, you guys have no idea. If you don't draft on DraftKings, that shit never happens. Justin Herbert goes unstacked to anybody at any time. So that feels really good. All right. Woo. Feels so good. I might even draft a running back. No. Do I really want to do that? James Cook, really on the rise. Madison on the way down a little. Nothing else here screaming out. I am going to get Madison. Madison, I still think undervalued. There's a chance that he is one of the few true bell cows this year. The usage for the running backs for Minnesota in the preseason looks good. Ty Chandler is not good enough, I think, to earn a real role. Not Dwayne McBride, not ready enough to earn a real role. So Madison, to me, undervalued. Would prefer him in a build where I have some Green Bay, especially a Christian Watson. But Madison looks good to me there. How many running backs do you shoot for when you go extreme 0 RB? Definitely made some structural mistakes early, but I think those teams could survive. 6 to 7. I think 6 would be a sweet spot for me, especially if you're starting that run at running back in the 7th round. I think you can then peel off 6 and your running back room will look great. If you are going a little bit later, then I would try to go 7, but it's all like trying to be mindful of the draft capital buckets. Like if you draft an early running back, you're probably more willing to go to 5 or, taking 6, but with more running backs coming later in the draft. But for extreme 0 RB in particular, like if you're going first 6 rounds of receiver, then I would go like basically 5 to 6 rounds of running back right after that. And you should be good to go. Shouts all the chats, man. Jesus. You guys are really pulling your weight on your half of the equation, and I appreciate it. Spags had an orgasm. Yeah, that's as close as we're getting, man. That was exciting. It's just like, it's funny, like DraftKings has browbeaten me so much that I just don't expect nice things to happen for me on DraftKings. Like you get nice values at other positions, but for the QB part, whew, nothing good happens at QB. You guys saw, like I couldn't even get Desmond Ridder because that guy's like, gotta get my 3rd QB with no correlation. So that's just how DraftKings goes. Definitely delighted. Yeah, unstacked Herbert going at 35 for 45. That is absolutely the norm. Absolutely the norm. I've been doing any of the King of the Desert qualifiers. No, I've only been doing the main tournaments for the most part. I like the idea of the eliminator, but so I might do some eliminators. I might do some weekly winners down the home stretch because I'm trying to save all my BBM drafts for streams at this point because I only have 15 left. And like, I don't know, we have the stream with Pete every week for 2 more weeks. We have the Spag Stacks, still have 5 more of those to do. Spag Stacks comes back tomorrow, by the way. So we'll spin the wheel, draft a BBM based on trying to build around a team based on what the wheel gives me. But yeah, for DraftKings though, I just have so many left to do that like I gotta just focus on the Millionare Maker. That's part of why I did this too, is like this was one way to make sure that I'm drafting for 8 straight hours, was that if I lock myself in a room and do it, then I can actually get, 8 hours of drafts in. GM, shout out Katie. Shout out to the ladies. It's ladies' night here on Splash Play. But no, I appreciate everybody tuning in here. Of course, FF Doom joining as well. FF Doom made me laugh a lot with his common approach to Pete's giveaway, of course, where Pete was giving away, or I think we'll be giving away tomorrow on his channel, $1,500 to 3 different people for leaving comments on his streams after he hit 15,000 subs. FF Doom was just rewatching things and posting quotes from us in each episode. And it was like, honestly, a little nostalgic, but also funny to see like, oh, this must be a Pete quote. Oh, this must be a me quote. And then like, oh, what's this one? So I appreciate that, FF Doom. All the GMs. Shout out my boy Mark here, a.k.a. Tony Mark, a.k.a. Io, a.k.a. the guy with the Strange Planet avatar. Confusing show to watch on Apple TV, though. I'll tell you what. All right, we got Chargers, Minnesota, Detroit, Denver, Chargers, Kansas City. Let's get a Dallas Spring back here. This is a pretty big value for Cam Akers, actually. Me and Cam Akers on DraftKings, we just cannot avoid each other. Cam Akers, 16 picks after ADP. I guess, is that the people worried about Jonathan Taylor getting traded there? I don't think that happens. Though I guess the Rams are a team that maybe could do it. Maybe dumb enough to do it. Oh, you've yet to check out the show. It's I watched it because the wife does social strategy for it as part of her job as like at a marketing agency. So basically, like she came up with all the marketing concepts for it. I guess that they're rolling out through Apple TV. I shouldn't say that because I think Apple TV is like, shh, don't tell anyone. But the show, we watched the first episode, and it's hard to keep up with it because the aliens say things where it's like they would call football like leg orb or whatever. And you have to keep thinking of like, what the fuck are they talking about? Because they're using these weird words. Works a lot better in text, I think, than it does in animation. But I enjoyed it for what it was. The Strange Planet show on Apple TV, if you're curious. The Cam Akers FUD is overblown. I agree. They ran him into the ground at the end of last year, which I think bodes pretty well. But I don't know, man. We'll see. I see 2 players on the board that I would like to take, so that's a good thing for me. Fall for DeAndre Swift, too. I'm surprised by that. People love DeAndre Swift. All right. So we have the Detroit, but I need a receiver more than a running back at this point. So I am going to take Brandon Cooks here. David Montgomery would have made sense for this build. I think especially, too, because you're not getting Gibbs at a reasonable price anymore. I think David Montgomery is so undervalued because, like, he's the real running back. Like, he's the one that's going to get that Jamal Williams work. He's still going to get some routes, too, because David Montgomery is actually a plus pass catcher. So I think that Montgomery is really undervalued. That said, I need a receiver more than I do need another running back at this point. So that's why I went Brandon Cooks. And again, another little week 17 correlation with the Detroit that we've built so far. If Tim Cook demonetized the stream, we will know our answer. It's more that I think that she could get into trouble if they know that her agency is working with Apple. Like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, they're not watching my streams to figure out if my wife is doing something incorrectly. They can't even call Apple in the documents because of like Apple's concern about hacks. They have to call Apple the network, which I think is like fucking insane and very creepy. But yes, that is a fun anecdote you only get on an 8-hour stream. Just so we thought the RB rooms were finally settled. JT and Irsay going to throw a wrench in everything last second. Man, I still think JT's appropriately priced right now with what you're dealing with the ankle risk, with the trade risk, with like if he goes to Philly or something. I just don't think that's likely. I'll reiterate the takes that I had earlier where Philly, Miami, those guys don't want to give up big money or draft capital for a running back. We have seen that with their approach. So like if they were going to trade for him, it's going to be like, yeah, we'll give you a 3rd and a 4th next year, and then we'll maybe pay Jonathan Taylor. But I just don't even think that would happen. I don't think the Colts would take a 3rd and a 4th for him. But I do think the Colts, I mean, if Jim Irsay wants to rep the owners and really strike fear into running backs, what he does is just runs out there with Evan Hull and Deion Jackson and Kenyon Drake and maybe signs fucking Kareem Hunt or Leonard Fournette and just goes like, here's our running back room. We're just going to give them all 10 touches and you're going to get the same production. I think that's really how you call running back bluffs right now. And it sucks because I don't think Jonathan Taylor is worth trading for personally. Like I wouldn't do it. It's just not the way the league's going. It's not. And it's also like, if these guys' touches come down, if every back is a committee back, like you're paying more money for less touches. Like, I think that's something that doesn't make sense either. So they're in a tough spot. You need to be like Jahmyr Gibbs type, Christian McCaffrey types where you can do everything, I think is it. And if you're just a straight running the line kind of guy. Like Jonathan Taylor's not catching shit. He's not pass protecting shit. So like, where is his value really? It's him being a blunt force trauma kind of running back. And there's a lot of those. Like there's a lot of them you could put out there. They just have to know the offense. So I don't know. Who holds more trade value between Lance and JT? It's JT. Trey Lance is like a conditional 5th rounder at this point. I think they have I've said it all offseason. Like they have fucking killed that guy's trade value where I think he actually had some. And now it's like, I think they're lucky if they get a 5th, which is why they might just keep him because like teams aren't going to give him anything. But Kyle Shanahan has been so negative about Trey Lance to the media too, that I think he might just be like, let's just get rid of this guy. Like, I don't need him here. It's like, they might be happy to take Brandon Allen and it's their 3rd QB. And I think that would be logical. Wouldn't have minded getting Kadarius Toney in. He will not be in for us. No obvious correlations here. Could use another receiver. Man, just nothing. This is not lining up for me great pocket-wise. So let's just do this. Anthony Richardson, Justin Herbert. What a duo. Who needs receivers when you've got these two? Who needs receivers, guys? I don't care how hot it is in the studio. I don't care if I'm going for 8 hours. For this draft, I have earned my AR jersey treat. Shocked. For the brand. Big Tony, welcome to the family. Hey, Tony Richardson, he's the guy with the cannon for an arm. He just throws bullets at the boys when you got to keep them in line. That's Anthony Richardson. Big Tone, put on the jersey. I love that you guys enjoy this bit as much as I do. The Spags has put the jersey on 4 times today. He's failed his mission. Historical anomalies always keeps me the most honest about my jersey process. And I do appreciate that. Just all tight ends. What is going on in this room? Oh, God. All right. Got Bateman here. Bateman, a slight faller. I do need a 5th receiver at this point. Just such an unsexy situation. Just nothing here making me go, ooh, All right, fuck it. So there we go. We take another pick. So the team so far, I haven't been reading it out loud. My apologies. Justin Herbert, Alex Madison, Cam Akers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Anthony Richardson, Rashad Bateman. So we are going to run away from receiver for a little bit here, try to get some running backs. Then we'll hopefully get Alec Pierce at some point to be my wide receiver 6. But that's the approach I'm going to try to go with here. And of course, it being DraftKings, they will find a way to ruin it for me. But I think that works. Giants Gaming feels that Bateman is sexy. Meatwad saying the Bateman line keeps on falling and falling. It's hard because I do think sometimes you just got to get out there and be good. And like, that's the issue with Trey Lance more than anything, was that he just never had a chance to get out there and show that he could do anything well. And I think with Bateman, we're getting close to that point where he's had a couple moments, but now you have Zay Flowers there. Now you have big money for Odell and you're competing for all of that. I think those are all pretty tough things to navigate. So that's what I worry about for Bateman. And I also think that Andrews and Dobbins are such smash plays that I think are going to concentrate a portion of that offense. And to a lesser extent, Isaiah Likely, I think, will be involved too. I don't know how much Bateman has to eat there, but if the offense is good, like these guys can all rise, but I'm willing to buy the dip on Bateman in this kind of situation as well. You're crazy. All right. So, I mean, FF Doom saying he's a wide receiver 1. I think Flowers can come for that job pretty fast, but I get it. He's, Bateman's got a bigger build. Bateman certainly was better in college too. Zay Flowers, was okay in the ACC. Bateman looked pretty good at Minnesota and actually looked like a credible outside receiver worth the draft capital. So I don't know. So cheap though, and that offense will funk. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is for a wide receiver 5, I think Bateman works. If he's your 3, and you're running a little bit thin there, obviously. Bait him with Bateman, man. The master Bateman. Oh, good. Have I dabbled in Rainmakers? No, I have not. I know our pal Eric Lindquist, who was in here and giving me money, like the kind gentleman he is. He does a Rainmaker show that I know has done pretty well for the people over at Stochastic. But for me, again, I like playing the things that I enjoy for the most part, and I don't really get outside that. It's like I enjoy best ball teams. I enjoy the process of DFS, those slates on Sundays, and also for showdowns. So those are the things I stick to. But I think anything that's like lesser traversed and not quite as popular, like that's where you can make your money. I mentioned that as part of the sales pitch for drafters. Like I'll say it again. I'm sorry for everybody has to hear me keep telling the same anecdote, but my pal Renpack over at Stochastic is legitimately one of the top DFS players in the world who has made hundreds of thousands on like DraftKings and FanDuel, if not millions. I'm sure he's actually probably made millions. But he would play on Super Draft and play on No House Advantage all the time because like those sites are softer and there's more overlay and more money to go to. And it's like, if you could play in something where less sharp people are, you're going to do better, especially if you are sharp. So I think playing Rainmakers makes sense through that lens. This is not a 3 QB build, but we do have Goff there. Boy, I shouldn't have taken AR, huh? I'm going to get my tight end too, though, and I'm going to get Sam Laporta. And I think this might just be a real thin running back team because running backs are going off the board and I'm not dying for any of these guys. Like A-Chain I could do again. I could do A-Chain every draft if I really needed to. But we have Madison and Akers at running back. We have Amon-Ra and we have Sam Laporta representing Detroit with the Cooks bring back. I might go 3 QB and take Goff. But we'll see what Real Gamer and Anikra does here. Risking getting a little thin at running back if I don't take A-Chain. But like, does A-Chain put this team over the top? I don't think so. Yeah, I know. I took AR. God damn it. I'm gonna try to kick Goff down, and I am going to take A-Chain. All right, so we got A-Chain. There we go. And maybe Goff will come back. It's DraftKings, so probably not. Though this room has been responsible with unstacked QBs, so maybe... Nope. I'm glad he didn't even give me a chance to, like, put that thought out there fully. Shout out my boy Tim. Tim always leaves nice comments after the fact. Glad to see him in the live chat. You are a sick man for doing the Spags. We love it. Thank you. I'm glad. This is one of the more live viewers we've had recently. So I appreciate you guys joining in here. And again, if you are new around here, please do subscribe to Splash Play. I have to update the fucking banner. We're in hour 2. Got it. Okay. I got to remember to do that. Guys, remind me in the chat to update the banner because I want this to be factually accurate. Hour 2 of 8. Whew. Yeah, you can't misrepresent things on here. If you're new around here, please subscribe down below. Of course, Splash Play on the march to 3,000 subs. I don't think we can hit it before the season starts, but prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong. And of course, the Drunk Show with Pete does come the second that Splash Play gets a 3K sub. So please do that. I'm honestly curious how long I can just sit here without like having to pee or like get water or anything. Because I think I could go like 3-4 hours without doing that, but I might be overrating myself. I don't know. All right. So the team so far, let's read through it. Let me think through it. Justin Herbert, Alexander Madison, Cam Akers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Anthony Richardson, Rashad Bateman, Sam Laporta, Devin A-Chain. So we have a micro correlation with Bateman and Devin A-Chain. We have Laporta stacked with not Goff, but stacked with Amon-Ra with the Cooks bring back. We have Kelce unstacked, but I think Kelce unstacked makes sense here because we're likely going to be competing against Herbert teams with Gerald Everett. So Travis Kelce versus Gerald Everett in week 17, I would like that for us. And then Madison and Akers, I think they're not anchor backs. Like they're definitely 0 RB backs, but I think they're anchorish for me. So we'll have to get some more running backs in, but I think we're okay. They're bringing in guests. Liam always available. No, I don't like booking guests for 2 reasons. One, I think the best value I get from this channel is just me putting myself out there and hopefully building the connection with people that come in. And then like, if you're relying on the guest bump, it's like, then people aren't coming for you. The second part of it is I hate booking guests. Pete's always been the one that books guests for us. So I don't enjoy that process. And I hate asking people to do things for free. So that's where we shake out with that. So we're at a 2-3-5-2. Need some running backs. Oh boy. Zeke? I'm not taking Zeke. I refuse. Roshan, come on down. I will buy the Roshan dip. because of fucking the coordinator says, oh, the coordinator listed out a bunch of running backs. Roshan's the last running back's name that he said. That's not a depth chart. That's not a thing. And if it is a depth chart, it's at best a Bijan Robinson at third running back depth chart. But no, I did not bring a bucket for a marathon stream. No, the bathroom is right here, so it'd be pretty fast if I have to go pee. Meatwad knows. Roshan, you're too good. You know me too well. Give me the young boys who have some upside. It's always what we're going to do. And then we still have Elliott there, but I'm not going to do it. Or am I? Boy, do I go get Tyjae Spears or Zeke? I think at this point, I'm just going to scoop up Zeke. Yeah, why not? So he'll be our fifth running back. He helps gird me a little bit from A-Chain and Roshan if they start slow. So the team so far, Herbert, Alexander Madison, Cam Akers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Anthony Richardson, Rashad Bateman, Sam Laporta, Devin A-Chain, Roshan Johnson, Ezekiel Elliott. And then did Alec Pierce already go? Or is he going to go normally today? Okay, no. Yeah, Pierce still has a 173.5 ADP, and that guy took him so early last draft. No. At some point, I have to get Zeke. At some point, I have to do it. I may get demonetized. What if I'm not going to pee on stream, to be clear. I don't know what I'm going to get demonetized for. There goes Tyjae Spears. So that person instead said, yeah, I don't want the dusty Ezekiel Elliott. I will take the guy with no ACLs who looks pretty good in the preseason, which I get. Zeke over Tyjae that Evan Silva hijacked the stream. He has a 140 ADP, and I got Zeke at, 150, whatever. So I feel okay about taking Zeke here. That's the one time I'll take Zeke where I have a not great running back room. You know, I think it would make more sense if I had some Buffalo. Then it's like I'm just dying for a New England correlation. But this is you've seen here. This is what it takes to get me to take Zeke is feeling really thin at running back and nobody on the screen besides reaching for Spears. Ross is here. Nice to see you right. Yes, Ross, the inventor of the phrase period boys on DraftKings, because sometimes, like the piss boys on Underdog who love streaming wide receivers, sometimes people just take a bunch of red, take a bunch of QBs. And that's the case in this room as well. Although this guy's got 3 QBs already. Is this Jeremy? Jeremy's the icon on Underdog. I don't know if he's the icon on DraftKings. But Jeremy taking 3 QBs early would be on brand for Jeremy for sure. Oh, if I bring Tyler on as a guest. Yeah, well, maybe. Tyler would have to literally be nude, I think, to get us demonetized. I don't think he would do that. He's too responsible. Though he does love showing off his sexy bod, so maybe our boy Tyler would do that. Hard to say. Gesicki, Juju, Zeke. It's so sad being a Pats fan now. You say that, but wait till you see Juju Smith-Schuster going 8 for 80 with the occasional TD. And then also Zeke vulturing touchdowns from Ramondre. It's going to be a lot of fun, I think. The thing is that defense is so good that just having a basically competent offensive coordinator might be enough for them to be in the hunt for a playoff spot. It's a tough division, though, obviously. Man, there's like so many tough divisions this year. Like the AFC East, like all those teams should be able to make the playoffs. AFC North, all those teams should be able to make the playoffs. The South, AFC West, most of those teams should be able to make the playoffs. Fucking Alec Pierce. Who did that? If that's Jeremy who took Alec Pierce, I'm going to be very annoyed with you. Better not be. Fuck the icon. Fuck the icon. All right, we need some receivers. Fucking getting sniped on Pierce is not my fave. But running back is also going to dry out completely. So let's say Kendre Miller here. So a lot of young guy to balance out the Zeke. So we have in our running back room, Madison Akers, Devin A-Chain, Roshan Johnson, Zeke, and Kendre Miller. So a balance of the guys who have roles and some rookies who will hopefully earn a role throughout the course of a year. That makes sense. And then a receiver, we need more receivers, but not getting Alec Pierce just fucked up my plan. It is Jeremy. Jeremy, you're fucking killing me, man. Okay, Jeremy has enough goodwill that he can snipe me on Alec Pierce once. But boy, oh boy, you watch it, buddy. You watch it. Very hyped on the Pats. I don't know I'd be hyped on them, but I think they're going to be competent. It's just that defense, like every year, they find a way to do it. Like they start shittily and then Belichick configures things around and they get good enough. And Like, you can't underrate the upgrade from Matt Patricia to Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien is not a fucking genius or anything, but he's better than anything they had last year. All right, so we need receivers real bad here. Let's get a bring back for AR. We'll get Hunter Renfrow. Hunter Renfrow still could possibly get traded at some point, but apparently, why is this all highlighted? But apparently he's been pretty good in the offseason so far with Devontae Adams limited, so been a better red zone target than expected. So I think Hunter Renfrow makes sense in this build, even though, you know, not the most exciting player in the world, but we just needed a receiver. See, Jelani Woods was a guy I was drafting earlier on, WJ, and he hasn't played. He hasn't practiced. Like, he hasn't been out there unless that's changed, and it hasn't been in the reports. It's been Kylan Granson running with the first team because Mo Alley Cox has been hurt. Jelani Woods has been hurt. Will Mallory was hurt. Then he was going, and he's okay now. But, like, Jelani Woods hasn't won the job. So, like, that's the part that worries me about Jelani. I've basically stopped taking Jelani in all my AR drafts. I do take a lot more Michael Mayer with him, who's got a much more secure role to start the year and should be involved. It's possible Jelani Woods emerges, but I just, like, you got to play. Like, you got to play at some point if you're a guy that needs to win the role, and he just has not played to win the role. You had 9% Jelani, which is a lot given that he goes undrafted now. I still have a good amount left. I think I have like 10% on underdog. Oh, let's see. No, fuck, 15% still? No, 10% in BBM, 15% overall Jelani. Okay, that makes more sense. So, yeah, I haven't taken Jelani in a while, and I still have 10%. So that tells you how much Jelani I was taking early on, but you just, like, you got to play. I know it sounds like very basic, but guys like that, where it's like you're waiting for the breakout, it could still happen, but I think the probability gets narrow enough that, like, I wouldn't tack him onto every AR stack. And I say that as somebody who has AR stacks everywhere and was loving tacking anybody on. Would much rather tack on a Woods late, I think, than, or not a Woods, excuse me, a what's his face, Downs late than Woods at this point. And I would take some Kylan Granson too. It's honestly GA because of the puppy. I had a lot of him in the puppy when I was going to the first puppy with AR because it was earlier on. I thought he would win the role, but it doesn't matter. It's like it's a tight end 3. So I don't sweat exposures on tight end 3 kind of players as long as the configuration makes sense. It Downs with the sickness. I agree. 22% down. So that's a lot too. With guys who go undrafted, I do think you want to limit yourself unless you really think they're going to make a big jump. Like a Musgrave, I guess, would be the equivalent. But even then, it's just like the risk profile of taking an undrafted guy is pretty high because then you could be missing out on another undrafted guy, and then you're just like really locked in, player taked on this one guy. So I think that's something for me where for an undrafted guy or a usually undrafted guy, 15% max, 16% max. I don't know. That's where I am with Terrace Marshall. So at least that's how I'm lodging at it. All right. I don't think there's any good correlations left at this point. I think we just need talent at receiver. Mechie, Slayton. I'm going to go Slayton here. Again, I do have a little bit of a bet on Cam Akers, so we will have a bring back with Darius Slayton for week 17. So the team so far, Justin Herbert, the one good thing that happened in this draft, Alexander Madison, Cam Akers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Anthony Richardson, Rashad Bateman, Sam Laporta, Devin Achane, Roshan Johnson, Ezekiel Elliott. I think, honestly, this might be my only share of Zeke across everything so far. Kendre Miller, Hunter Renfrow, Darius Slayton. And let me look up that Zeke thing, actually. I have one share of Zeke in BBM, it looks like. So this is my second Zeke share overall. Slayton will be the usable week king. I agree. Slayton was great last year. Like, I know it wasn't tremendous volume or anything, but in terms of the numbers that I look at, 0.37 EPA per target, 13.4% receiving DVOA for a guy that was basically undrafted and still undrafted sometimes. I think he's very strong, and he's an outside receiver in a team full of slots. Like, that's something where there's a little bit of route guarantee to him just because of that. And I'm on the clock. Fuck. Gus Edwards is a player. So we had Gus as our 7th running back here. We do have Miami, Baltimore. I didn't realize I was on the clock, but it's okay. We got it. We got a pick in. So we got 2 more rounds left. God. Oh, we still have 2 rounds left. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to finish the team. So I would like to add one more receiver. I'm going to put Downs in the queue. I don't think he's gone yet, right? All right. Let's put Downs in the queue. Any late Green Bay bringbacks for Minnesota? No. Oh, I know who else I could put in. Yeah. You know what? Let's dig deep. Let's dig real deep for a KC bringback. Josephus. Target monster in the preseason. Pretty big athlete from Princeton, which doesn't go hand in hand usually. But those are going to be the guys I try to get as my last 2 picks. And Jeremy, who is watching the stream or at least listening to it, don't look at my queue, Jeremy, and take these guys. Isaiah Simmons traded to the Giants. Okay. For all the people that care about players that are not fantasy players, that's a move. That's a move. Who's nicknamed Yoshi? Is Darius Slayton nicknamed Yoshi? Darius Slayton, by the way, this is not anything that really matters. Very close to Daniel Jones. Very close friends. So bump him up. But I do think Darius Slayton has been undervalued the entire offseason. Honestly thought he'd get a bigger free agent contract than he did too. But neither here nor there. Cole Turner goes in the 17th, which is kind of interesting. Our guy Ross loves Cole Turner. I tend to think Logan Thomas will emerge at some point until he gets hurt again. But obviously that's the risk of Logan Thomas. But I think Logan Thomas has at least shown a ceiling before. Cole Turner, I think, is just a guy like John Bates is, like on that same roster. So I don't know. Oh, Yoshivas? Okay. Huh. Okay, good to know. I didn't know his nickname was Yoshi, and I didn't know it's pronounced Yoshivas, but I'll get it done. The Spags-a-thon. Yes, the Spags-a-thon goes on. Sometimes people do these for charity. Sometimes people do these for good causes. Sometimes people do this to do a bunch of streams with guests. I do it because I want to try to do it. Some people run a marathon. I create content marathons. I'm going to have to like stretch at some point too. Got to go. Should go take the camera into the workout room and do some lifts. I mean, you have to, Yoshi. You have to. Purple Yoshi has to represent his brand. If there's a Yoshivas, he's gotta be represented. The Nevada Wolfpack Truthers were talking a big game on Cole Turner and Romeo Dobbs. Honestly, pretty crazy that Nevada would have 2 players that are like potentially very fantasy relevant. But I just don't think I think people expect Cole Turner to like come in and be Travis Kelce in this Bieniemy offense. And I just don't think that's going to be the case. All right. So we're going to take Josh Downs here. We got him safely. So we finally got somebody stacked with the AR. So the team through 19 rounds is Justin Herbert, Alex Madison, Cam Akers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jerry Jeudy, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce, Brandon Cooks, Anthony Richardson, Rashad Bateman. Oh God, it's hard to read this many names. Sam Laporta, Devin A-Chain, Roshan Johnson, Ezekiel Elliott, Kendre Miller, Hunter Renfrow, Darius Slayton, Gus Edwards, Josh Downs. It's got correlation. It's got stacks. Probably should have prioritized Everett, I think, though. I do like the idea of Kelce versus Everett in week 17, but I think Everett might have been a good tight end too. But Laporta also makes sense this build too, so never mind. I think we did okay. I honestly want to get to the beer drinking part of the stream already. It's been 90 minutes and I already could use a drink. Well, we're gonna persevere and we're gonna get Yoshivas. Purple Yoshivas will be on the team momentarily. Whew. At some point here, I'm just gonna read athletic articles if I run out of things to say. All right, Yoshivas rounds it out. So there's the final team. I'm not gonna read it again. What I just said, plus Andre Yoshivas. This is our team. Let's load it up. Another draft. If you want to play along with me, follow the screen. Deep breaths. Playing with the balance here. Should I be playing for crowns? Oh, I have to make sure I have to get my prize chest, right? At some point. Oh, jersey off. Thank you. Lucky 7 reminding me. Of course, I have not earned AR this draft yet. So here we go. Jersey off. Back to the Hawaiian shirt. Back to my hair all over. Woo! It's my hair all over the place. Back to the DraftKings hat. Back to the DraftKings board. See, it's some familiar names. Our guy Rob seems like he made it in. Anybody else? CLN made it in. If you're in the chat, let me know. If you're in the draft, let me know and in the chat. And let's see. And let me make sure that I'm getting my crowns for the day. Now that I'm entering all this bullshit. I also have never had a prize chest win above 4,000, and it's very upsetting for me on the DK prize chest. All right. What do we get? Let's see what my prize chest for the week is. 2,000 crowns. We did it, gang. Crushing it. I am saving up my crowns for something good for the NFL season. What that is, I don't know. I've got 84,000 crowns. Rolling in crowns. I'll chunk the deuce in the 3-hole. Deuce him up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Rob in the 2-hole. So we'll have some normal drafters, hopefully. We'll see if these guys just go insane from drafting on DraftKings alongside me. We'll find out. I think I am gold tier, I believe. But honestly, my DFS spend has been down so much this year because I didn't play anywhere near as much NBA as the year before. I basically am only an NFL DFS player now, which makes me kind of sad because I love NBA, but East Coast timing for NBA is so hard if you have a kid and a family. I don't know how people do that every day. Because that's when Luka goes to bed and I have to actually do shit and help out and pull my weight. So NBA had to be the one thing to go. On the West Coast, I will say it time and time again. West Coast, if you love playing DFS, and we'll see how much people love playing DFS in the next few years and how things are changing industry-wise. West Coast timing is great because you get your lineups in at 4 o'clock. Then you can watch the games or you can go do something. You can go out and have a life. I guess if you're late swapping, not so much. But then the games are done by 8:30 and you can go and exist, which I think is a positive. So I don't know. Please say something encouraging for Miami running back bags, given the Taylor situation. They're too smart to give up high draft capital to get them, would be the thing that I would say is smart enough. Unless a trade has happened while I've been on the stream, I still don't think the Eagles or Miami will offer enough to get him unless the Colts asking price goes down exponentially. But even then, I don't think those teams want to pay Jonathan Taylor. So if that's the case, it won't be good. Not going to take Kelsey again. I just think that puts you in a weird build. Cooper Kupp makes sense. PPR monster. I think on DraftKings, always going to look good. So Cooper Kupp to start the team off. Yeah, Taylor won't move from Indianapolis. I think is still the right thing. Kid and wife always come second in DFS lineups. Yeah, I mean, look, I can make the case for it because I've made enough money playing it that the wife has certainly been very supportive of it over the years. But yeah, I don't know. It's always hard. It's hard to balance and feel like you're doing enough. So that's my sacrifice. Kupp going past 4 on DK is egregious. I agree. I think when you take Eckler, it's just a mistake. If you take Eckler here, if you take Eckler at 10 or something and he falls a little bit, that's great. It's just Eckler's role isn't going to be the same this year. It's going to be a completely different team. And if anything, it'll more closely resemble what Tony Pollard had last year because it's going to be the same offense for Kellen Moore. And if that's the case, I don't know. I don't think Tony Pollard should go top 5. You guys might disagree. I know people love Tony Pollard out there. I don't know. Eckler's just you're buying last season. You're not. It's like when teams pay the thing that stopped teams from paying running backs, where it's you're paying for previous production basically as these guys are getting older and having less production. For a guy like Eckler, you're paying last season's price tag. You're paying for him winning Pat $2 million, winning Pat Corain $2 million. That's what you're drafting Eckler at right now. I would rather have Kupp. I'd rather have McCaffrey than Eckler. I'd rather have Bijan than Eckler. I'd rather have Chubb than Eckler, I think. Soft fade on Eckler this year. There we go. Where do you find the prize chest? It is in your promotions on the app. If you go and click your name on the app, fuck it, we got time. If you see my name here up top, Chris Spags, you click that. Then you go here. You'll see view promotions. You go there, and then it'll be amidst this stuff. All right, let's make a pick. Oh, Devontae Adams. Wow, Adams and Kupp. I've seen people get this start. I know my guy Ross has gotten a start before in some teams he sent me. But these are 2 PPR monsters, and I'm getting them in the first and second round. I like that a lot. If these guys could stay healthy, that's going to look pretty good. Shout out my guy Brian. Brian always in the comments. I think not as often in the live chat, so glad to see you here. I'm doing well. We're only an hour and 40 minutes in, and we have 6 hours and 20 minutes more. So Ask me that same question in another hour and 40 minutes. But I'm hanging in. We're keeping the energy up, having fun here. My mouth's getting a little dry, but I've got water, so we're okay. Shirt is rather beautiful. Which I appreciate. Thank you, Meatwad. Don't do it, Spags, unless Adams gets traded. No. Again, we're going to use the phrase, the Mussolini phrase, as Ben pointed out last draft. Guys who keep the train running on time are the guys that I like the most. Jimmy Garoppolo keeps that train running on time. Aiden O'Connell, if he ends up starting at some point, he keeps that train running on time. That's all I care about. Guys who are going to be competent enough to feed Devontae Adams PPR points on DraftKings. The Raiders are not going to be as bad as people think. I don't think. And I think, too, if you could sneak in Adams to week 17, Indianapolis, Las Vegas, as they mentioned earlier, like the Colts might have the worst secondary in the league. That bodes well for AR. Adams going against the worst secondary in the league bodes well for Adams as well. That would be the things that I would look for week 17. But yeah, I do love the start. Oh, everybody's complimenting my shirt. Thank you. I wore the Hawaiian shirt today because I wanted something breathable here because the studio does get hot with all the electronics going, as well as, just my general body heat. So, but it also, an attention getter, I'd say. Got it in, I don't even know where I got this one. Did I get it in Ocean City? I might have. Ocean City, Maryland. Great place for crabs, not for anything else. DK Metcalf falling one pick. Josh Allen falling a lot. Man. I never take the falling Josh Allen. Let's live. Let's just live a life here. Josh Allen, 7 picks after ADP. Okay, we'll do it. Because I think with Kupp and Adams, that just feels like an advantageous base. So we add Allen on top of that. Gonna have to prioritize getting the backdoor stacks because I don't want an unstacked Allen. I don't want to roll into week 17 with an unstacked elite QB because you're just gonna get smoked by the guys who have a stacked elite QB. But if we can get Gabe, if we can get Kincaid, if we can get Cook, I think that's pretty good. Kind of dig the hat too. Yeah, this is my DraftKings hat. This is what I wear until DraftKings annoys me, and then I throw it angrily, and then I put on this hat, which is my free Artisano bread hat that got accidentally sent to the house. The best ironic hat I know. Sorry, CLN. Sorry you couldn't get the value on Josh Allen. It's not a snipe. He's going after ADP. But sorry that actually hurts CLN. I just think you could push Allen on Underdog. You can't push Allen on DraftKings. I wouldn't expect that. Granted, I've now become the thing I hate. We're 3 drafts in, and I've already become the player on DraftKings I hate. But yes, I think you can't. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I don't know. That wasn't racist. That was just it's an apologetic bow, to be clear. You just don't know. Atlantic City is so trashy. I used to go there when I was a little kid because my mom used to like to. This makes me sound really white trash. My mom used to like to play the slots. It still does, in fact. But yeah, we'd go to Atlantic City sometimes, and boardwalk's fun. But boy, if you go off that boardwalk, and even on the boardwalk, it's still pretty shitty. But you go off the boardwalk, and it's just crack. It's crack the town if you go outside the main area of Atlantic City. So no, thank you. Let's get this bread hat. Yes, indeed. Do I like the Eliminator contest? I like the format a lot more than weekly winners. I still think it's one that, for me, just for my bankroll, I'm focused on the big tournaments this year. So that's where my focus goes. But I think that one's a lot more fun. Weekly winners, to me, I think I've said it before, I think would be better as a feature of BBM, where you also have this weekly winning component with your teams, but you're still drafting teams designed to win at the end. That's where I think that should go. But I appreciate them trying new things. You got to give Underdog credit for that, if nothing else. They have tried new things. They've been really, courageous about trying new things. And these other sites, don't at all. Don't try anything new at all. All right, so we have Taylor falling. Still hate him. But you know who I don't hate? Mr. Christian Watson. Mr. Christian Watson with Cooper Kupp and Devontae Adams and Josh Allen. Guys, we are 2 hours in, and we just saw the Millionare Maker winner drafted. Don't even draft a team, to quote the Best Ball Bros video. Don't even try, because I've already won. CLN, I'm going to tilt draft every Bills wide receiver the rest of the draft. CLN, if you need to do that, I respect it. I'm taking my guys anyway. Doesn't matter. Why do you hate DraftKings? You mentioned it will lead you to drink later in the stream. To be clear, I do not hate DraftKings, the platform. Best sportsbook I use the most. Best DFS platform by a wide margin, I think. Unless the Battle Royale's an underdog, you're going to start paying out $100K. Like, you can't beat DraftKings. That said, with best ball drafts, it's a janky platform. On mobile especially, you don't get your notifications on time. That shit sucks. If you're trying to multi-table, it won't even tell you your pick is up in the second draft you're doing. That shit sucks. And then the drafters are absolute maniacs. So that's the frustrating part. But if it's all you got, like, it's all you got. And I'm still maxing it out. So, like, clearly I don't hate it that much. It's just like a frustrating kind of thing. I think it's the best way to put it. So sorry to the DK fans if they think I just hate the platform. I don't. Look at I'm wearing the hat. Well, I don't wear things I hate. You think I'd come on a stream and wear things I hate? No, sirree. Only someone who hasn't drafted on DK would ask that. Well, shout out Charlie anyway. But there are not a lot of streams out there, and I'm going to use Charlie to give myself credit. Not a lot of streams out there where you get a top 3 finisher in BBM just hanging out with the boys, and Charlie deserves his flowers for that very much as well. Tell me you do gambling content for a living without telling me you do gambling content. My mom liked to play the slots when I was a kid. Fair point. I don't know that that's where my love of it started, but I suppose it could be affected. I always used to do like little bets though. Like I mentioned, like I was a Cowboys fan because my dad was a big Giants fan. And I thought it was like a fun competitive thing when I was a 4-year-old, and then ended up crying vociferously because Troy Aikman got stretchered out the first game I watched. I'm going to buy TJ Hawkinson here. See, that's my first memory. I think I've mentioned it before on Splash Play, but if not, my first memory of football was watching a game with my dad, rooting for the Cowboys because I thought it'd be fun to root for the Cowboys. And it was the year the Cowboys went 1-15. Troy Aikman got hit on an outside blitz by Lawrence Taylor and died. And died in the game, had to be stretchered out. And I cried. And that's my first memory of football. And that was my first memory being a Cowboys fan. And then I barely remember the championship years after that. But I remember Tony Romo fucking up. I remember Dez catching it and not catching it. And then now I remember not rooting for the Cowboys at all because I root for money instead. So there goes the story of my Cowboys fandom. Anyway, we got TJ Hawkinson here for a bring back Christian Watson. Love it. Don't even draft any more players. Team is complete. I like to see, man. The man is wearing a DK hat for crying out loud. Total shill. That's true. If you wear a hat, you're just an industry plant, basically. But again, if you send me a free hat, I'm going to wear it. That's just what it is, man. DraftKings sent me a shirt and a hat. Last summer, they gave me $1,000 in my account. I don't know why. Nobody even said anything to me. They just gave it to me. And they gave me the shirt and the hat and the money. And I'm like, all right, I'll wear it. I'll wear it to take your money. We love Charlie. We do love Charlie. Charlie's sharp. Always love having sharp people in the stream. Makes me feel like we're doing something sharp inherently. Let's see. Answered 8 slow weeklies and now 4-hour clock sucks. Can't imagine Davis Matic right now. Yeah, Davis is grinding drafters too, they were telling me. So shout out to all those guys, man. Money over fandom, also true from Lucky 7. I can't imagine rooting for like a team normally anymore. Like Alex, my wife, roots for the Eagles, and like I watch Eagles games, and like I enjoy watching the Eagles because they're a fun team. Loved them last year. It's part of why I love the Colts so much, because of Shane Steichen coming over. But like just the ebbs and flows of it, and Philly in particular, like now the Eagles are good, so it won't be the case. But heading into last year, it was like all the local people going, "Oh, the Eagles are going to suck this year. These Eagles, they should have kept Carson." And it's like, you guys just they don't know ball. Fans of teams often do not know ball. And I know there are probably like guys in the chat here who like you're a fan of whatever team and you're really sharp about it, but you're talking about the Patriots. I get it. But like, especially East Coast fans, and I say this as somebody that grew up in New York, moved to LA, and then now is trapped in Philly because we bought a house and the mortgage rates then jumped exponentially, and now we're stuck forever. But East Coast fans, it's just like they live and die by everything and live and die by it often in such stupid ways that doesn't get the overall picture. And it's like when Jalen Hurts took over, I was like, wow, this is the future of the team. This is tremendous. They're doing it now and pulling the plug on Carson Wentz. But Philly fans were like, he can't throw the ball. What is he, a running back out there? This is my Philly impression. It does not sound like Philly people at all. But yeah, there we go. Fuck Dallas. Fair enough. Tyler, are you a Texans fan? Am I remembering that correctly? Let me know. Choosing to be a Cowboys fan to troll your dad just for the first game you watched be a game. Troy Aikman gets stretchered off is so cursed. It sums it up, honestly. It does sum it up. Though then the opposite of it was when I went to USC. USC was bad for years. I went there as a freshman. That was the year USC went to the Orange Bowl with Carson Palmer and then became world beaters. So I've gotten it on both ends, but I certainly have a lot more joy in my heart for the USC experience. Did Gabe Davis go? Did CLN take Gabe Davis to spite me as he said he would? No, Gabe Davis went to JNR here. Okay. I'm going to get a Dameon Pierce share. I think Dameon Pierce, I've said this before. I still think Singletary can seize a role from Dameon Pierce. I think that Dameon Pierce is not a rock solid play, but I do think there is a 10 to 25% chance that it becomes the bootleg Christian McCaffrey and this Houston offense that's importing a lot of Niners concepts. So for me, that's why I want to make sure to get enough Dameon Pierce on the home stretch. And he's a guy too that he works on underdog, but I think like he might have a little more value if he does become a better pass catcher on DraftKings. He showed nothing as a pass catcher last year. Dameon Pierce, negative 17% receiving DVOA, negative 12% rushing DVOA, a negative 0.26 EPA per target, negative 0.1 EPA per rush. Voided a lot of tackles, so maybe that can get better. But Dameon Pierce is just one of those guys that like everybody filed away was so great last year. But you look at the numbers, like he was not keeping the train running on time. So, but it doesn't matter. New offense, I think. Give him some grace year 2 as a running back. But I'd rather have Singletary, I think, overall. Can I do the next draft by Philly accent? I don't think it's good enough. I honestly, though, at some point, if we're going to go 8 hours, I probably should just do some character-based drafts and maybe do my Italian voice at least. The Philly voice, though, is more like, it just sounds like scummy. I don't know. Let's make a pick, and then I'll insult people I live near more coming up. We got Cooper Kupp. So I'm going to play the GIF, being a fucking running back piggy. But yeah, taking a running back fantasy flock impression. I'm doing one, I think, with the pick that I just made. Here's my fantasy flock impression. You simply can't, ladies and gentlemen, can't leave a draft without 2 running backs at least the first 7 rounds, maybe even 3, 4 running backs. That's the way. I don't know if you heard last year I won the Bulldogs. Sure, it's a high stakes tournament. Sure, it was missing the most important game, but I won that one tournament, and I'm going to remind you of it, ladies and gentlemen. His fucking mouth moves so weird. I don't know if it sounds like him at all. It probably doesn't, but it's more the mouth moving that I try to work on. His mouth moves like he's gargling balls. I'm sorry. Cancel Spags again. That's how. Also, like, you know, he might have veneers. Like, I think veneers make you talk like that too. And again, I would get veneers in a heartbeat. If I were trying to do a TV gig, if I were going to wear a blazer every day, I'd get veneers too. I'm sorry, guys. I'm glad you guys like it. But whatever. I'll just pull the chat. I won't read them all. I feel bad. Like, I shouldn't feel bad because I'm punching up, right? Like, his YouTube channel's a lot bigger. Like, I'm much more qualified and experienced and talented and clever and smart about fantasy football and actually done the work to earn this spot. But he's much bigger, so still punching up. You can always punch up. Can't punch down. How much of a role is Eli Mitchell going to have? A big one. As long as he's healthy, he's going to have a big one. That's the big bet for me, is that you take Eli Mitchell and you're getting fractional Christian McCaffrey, because I've said it time and time again. If you're a team like the Niners and all the things they're doing too, like them not even having Trey Lance as a backup, they want to win this year. They want to win the Super Bowl this year. They have the defense to win the Super Bowl this year. They have the offense to win the Super Bowl this year. So, like, you don't give Christian McCaffrey 30 touches a game if you want to win the Super Bowl. You give him 15 to 18 highly efficient touches, and you let Eli Mitchell do the mop-up duty if you can. If it's not Eli Mitchell, you let Jordan Mason do the mop-up duty if you can. But I think Eli Mitchell is, if best contingent value, committee back, guys, it's him, it's Jaylen Warren. Like, those are the two I think I would really bank on. I guess Charbonnet too, but different kind of situation, I think. All right, so we got so many fucking running backs now. We need some receivers. We got 3 receivers. Jesus Christ. All right. I mean, they're 3 really good receivers, so that's a positive. God, do I just scoop up? No more running backs. No more running backs. More. You're a receiver. Done. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. I didn't know. Yeah, that the one DM he sent me to was like so fucking cringe, where he's like trying to big time me and Pete, and then Pete gave like a very diplomatic response, and I didn't even reply. But yeah, he was just like, that also rubbed me the wrong way too. But you know, like he's got stroke with underdogs, so maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll call in a favor and I'll lose my underdog deal, which I would still draft an underdog. But I doubt it. We've converted well for underdog this year, so fuck him. Just not as well. It honestly is interesting though to think, and not like if we're going to talk about the serious part of it, I think he really appeals to like casual drafters because he drafts like them. Like he like last year was like, yeah, all these running backs are so fantastic. I got to scoop them up. They're such great running backs. Running backs are so important for football. And it's like, you know, that's how people coming in when you're trying to learn best ball. Like, yeah, that's what you want to hear because that's a guy who's kind of thinking like you are. And then you get into the weeds deeper and it's like, oh, I need to get smarter about this or I'm going to keep fucking losing money. And was able to lose the money across the other tournaments because he like was making so much of his underdog conversions, to be completely candid. So like, that's where I think, you know, for me, like I would rather be the punk rock fantasy football show. Even though like, of course it'd be great if we had 10,000 people watching live, but I'd rather give you guys good information and not have to change my process for that. Yeah, that's it. Great for bringing in casuals, which is a skill. Like I wish I were better at that, but I'm not going to be because I'm going to talk about like high level metrics and structure and shit. And you guys are going to come along for that ride. And, you know, that's what I want. I want people who want to be smarter about this, not people that want to fucking be fish. Like, I don't know. I care about that. I appreciate it. Thank you to the league. The DK morning trenches, the harshest trenches of all. Thursday was a good day to do this, though, I think, because there's not a lot of competitive streams right now. I know Pete will have lulls at some point, and I think the lulls might have some more drama with Run Pure to talk about because I believe they fired their entire betting staff. So there'll be some fun content coming up. And again, if you guys hang out with me all 8 hours, fucking kudos, man. I love you. If you got to go and come back, I also don't mind that. I appreciate everybody who spent some time here with me today. All right, so we got, oh boy. All right. We got some interesting options here. I think we're going to go QB. I'm so fucking thin at receiver, but we're going to go QB here. So Daniel Jones will be our bailout to get some late receivers. We also have the correlation, obviously, with the Rams. So I think that works. I'm not a big Matthew Stafford guy. I think there's a world where his back falls apart this year and they go to Stetson Bennett. And Stetson Bennett is a guy that just kind of keeps the team propped up. So that's where I just don't love Stafford. So going Daniel Jones here gives me the week 17 correlation, gives me some late receivers to stack up. That's going to be my logic too. I have over 200,000 followers that are all Muppets donating to the ecosystem. Like that's a tough way to look at it. You know, look, I know we've had people who are like fans of his who come over to Splash Play and they're like, why are you mean to him though? And I'm like, you know, it's just because it's an easy straw man to kind of to knock down. But also I just find him unlikable. I don't know. But that's me. Looking forward to showdown content this season. Need to up my game. Yes, we'll be doing showdown stuff again. I'm not sure if I'm going to do the fully edited video or just going to do like short live streams, trying to keep it tight in the same way. But we'll be doing definitely showdown stuff Monday and Thursdays because I love showdown tournaments. And I will also be getting the stochastic sim stuff. So I actually need to see. I'm going to try to get them to give me a promo code too because I would like to be able to give you guys a deal if I'm going to use their data for stuff. But we'll see what they allow me to do. Is this a bit, Yoshi? the fantasy flock. Fantasy flocks we were talking about. Honestly, I want to win more to elevate this channel and shit on flock. $1 million is secondary. Thank you. I appreciate the support of hating the same people. That's what we look about. I know our guy Carlos Manzo in the chat always talks about the fantasy football show, some guy Smitty, and how that's like the not worst, dumbest show. I don't know it, but I know that's what I've heard from him and a couple of other people in our community. So maybe I should be meaner to them. I don't know. Definitely almost beer time. Definitely, it's almost something time. It's almost heroin time. Not that, again, that's one of those that I would never do. Boy, I'd be terrified. But for an 8-hour stream, you got to fill 8 hours somehow, right? Charbonnet goes, which is fine. Again, we still need receivers more than I think we need running backs at this point. We got 2 solid anchory running backs. Kirk Cousins just plummeting, huh? Oh, well. Can't take him. What do we do here? All right, Kincaid. Whew. We got somebody stacked with Josh Allen. So we have Josh Allen, Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Christian Watson, TJ Hawkinson, Elijah Moore, Daniel Jones, Dalton Kincaid. We've got players. Still a nice build. Feels like thin at the positions, but the wide receiver talent is so high upside that I think we're okay there, even though I don't like having Moore as my 4th receiver for sure. Let's pull up the draft board. Yeah, nothing too crazy. I don't know if it's because we're streaming everything, and as a result, we have a few more guys in the chat in, but these rooms have been not nuts so far. At some point, I'm sure they are going to get nuts. These have not been too nuts. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Historical Anomalies. God, Historical Anomalies always keeps me on track, whether it be the AR jersey, whether it be the ticker. Hour 3. Ooh, just gratifying, too, to hit hour 3. I'll tell you what. Hey, I'm happy to be in this crew. Pete, ship chasing dudes, Spags and ETR, not really dialed in other fantasy bros. There's a lot of them out there. Like, I've done some streams with people that are out in the space. Last year I did a stream with CBS and those guys, the Fantasy Football Today. It is interesting because there's definitely a spectrum of like knowledge accumulation out there where people still doing the season long forward content. Obviously, that's still what drives a lot of views. But I really just look for people who want to make themselves better and smarter, and people that present themselves as experts. Like it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, where it's like, oh, I don't know anything, I know everything, and it's like, oh, I don't know anything at all, and I need to figure it out. Like that's where I think there's a lot of people in the industry stuck on that top part where they think they know everything. And I've been doing this long enough to know that, like, I've had to adapt my process a few times. I've been had to learn from people. Like being at Football Outsiders taught me a lot. I said it before in stream, but like we worked with the Chiefs last year. Like it's not something to brag about, and not something I'm supposed to talk about contractually, but it doesn't fucking matter at this point. So like I just have a different experience. Like I've learned the profitability stuff from Stochastic. I've learned more football analytics stuff from guys like Aaron Schatz over at Football Outsiders, and then also the other staffers there. Love Sports Info Solutions. Those guys have been very helpful with my knowledge base. They do a great job charting everything for the numbers that I like to look at, the expected point added stuff and all that. So, it's different approaches, but I just want people to always like try to be smarter and make you guys smarter, hopefully. All right, so this is a logical Juju spot because we have Buffalo, need a New England bring back. Juju, I think, more valuable in PPR. So a 2-2-5-2, and we need some running backs, which is not a surprise. No, we did not get a Super Bowl ring, unfortunately. They paid us $60,000, and that was it. Keep it going, Spags. Keep it going. Are we? What did I snipe something from CLN again? I'm building out my Buffalo, New England. One of us had to CLN. I'm sorry that Josh Allen didn't align at a perfect pocket for you. We can only build out what we can build out. What surprise chest? If you scroll back somewhere, I just showed the process, but if you go click on your name on the DK app and then view promotions, you'll see it in there. Basically, it's a free giveaway of crowns every week that they give to every player on DraftKings who plays DFS. So, for my gold, it's like 2,000 to 4,000 ish crowns, and then you might get 50,000, I guess, if you get lucky. And then if you're Onyx, I believe you get like legitimate huge prizes. But obviously, Onyx is like guys like Osmo, guys like Neil Orfield playing a ton of volume. Greg, my pal, a Red Stochastic. I know CLN, it's okay. I know you're busting my balls, though. You did want Josh Allen. I know that part. I know both parts can be true, but don't worry about it. I could take the ribbing. I could take it just as well as I can dish it out. Until I'm off stream and then I'm curled up and going, oh, why would he mean to me today? No, that's what weed's for. We're all playing catch up at this point. Chunk, so does Chunk like his team? Chunk is in the 2-hole. Let's look at Chunk's team. Deuce him up. Or he's in the 3-hole, excuse me. So he's got Tyreek, Waddle, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor. Wow. So if Taylor gets traded to Miami, Chunk's got a really fucking interesting team. Gibbs, Taylor, Breece Hall, Zay Flowers, Pittman, Tua AR, Freiermuth, Warren. Okay, I don't know why you're building out Freiermuth and Warren. Are you going to go for a 3 QB with Pickett? I think you're losing the notes a little bit here, but I like all the players. Good team, my Chunk. Good team, my Chunk. Can't wait till you take Deuce Vaughn and ruin it, Chunk. Yeah, that's a fucking solid. Yeah, Taylor at the 410. Like, now you're talking. The beginning of the 4th round, we're close to where I could do it. At 410, I think you just got to scoop him up at that point. But yeah, pretty good. They're a week 15 correlation with it. Okay, fair enough. I don't build out week 15 and week 16, but I appreciate it. Spags, let's do a stream like Spike Week did with shots of whiskey, but we have to take a rip every pick. That's the thing that I struggle with sometimes because, like, you know, for Splash Play, like I would like to sell the show to somebody else again. Like Football Outsiders was kind enough to pay me salary and then pay Pete per show to do that. We've previously talked to other companies about doing that, and I would like to sell them. So I don't know if me going too off the deep end is bad for the show, even though what that was suggested, like, I would love to just get fucking baked and do drafts. So I try to juggle that line. At some point, though, and honestly, maybe before the season starts, I would like to do a stream at 4:20 one of these days and just do a bake stream. Probably would have to be next Thursday because I usually have to pick the baby up from daycare around like 4:45, 5. We'll figure it out. Captain Kirk, 30 picks past ADP. Oh, so are you, the league, are you each Trianta here? That's a pretty nice value on Kirk. Like, I looked at Kirk because I have Hawkinson and was like, should I be taking him? But already had Daniel Jones. But that is a nice value on Kirk Cousins. All right. What do we need here? Need running backs, 2252. This is, oh, fuck. Is this another Zeke build? Oh, it makes sense to go Zeke again, doesn't it? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. I have New England Buffalo. Zeke made sense here in the 12th round. Oh, I've shamed my I have become the fantasy flock. You live long enough to become the fantasy flock on this one. Maybe I've already started my big stream. Oh. If anybody wants to see a big stream, though, there is one where we didn't broadcast it too loudly. But if you check the classic Splash Play episodes playlist down on the YouTube channel, you can see when the episode Pete and Spags eat a pizza, we both got fucking stoned as hell to do that. And Pete destroyed that pizza in record time on that stream. Zeke is going to run the damn ball. As a former Zeke hater, I'm disgusted. You know, the good thing with Zeke, at least he's an adult-sized man, unlike Deuce Vaughn. The sad thing is, like, I don't think Zeke is... this is... Okay, safe space, right, guys? We're 2 hours in. Nobody's going to skip around and come here. I don't think Zeke's like a bad pick. Like, I think my bet this entire offseason has been that Ramondre doesn't get the same workload this year. It's that Ramondre also wasn't as efficient last year with the workload as he should have been with that much volume. And that somebody was going to take it away from him. So that was my bet. That's why I was taking Pierre Strong earlier in the draft season. I even took some James Robinson shares. I don't think Zeke is objectively a bad bet, besides the fact that he's Zeke. So you got to weigh that out. Maybe a little bit of justification right now. Taking Zeke in 2 straight drafts. That's what I'm going to go with. I mean, these were all simulcasted on the on Pete's channel back then, so that's why. That's why those are all low views. It was honestly, we had really bad strategy on the Splash Play channel because we were trying to make Pete's channel go and all that. So it's there were some mistakes made in the beginning part of Splash Play that at some point I'll figure out. Boy, just fucking nothing here, huh? Just nothing. Damian Harris also makes sense given the build. Let's just get this asshole too. So we have a 2-4-5-2. And then some picks perhaps that would be nice to get on the way back that I'm not sure if we're going to get on the way back now. That's tough. That's tough. We'll get there. Big stream link. Let me see if I can find it. Well, it's going to play the noise over here. I'll pull it up on this laptop and I'll get it in. I'll get it in for you guys if anybody wants to check it out. Classic splash play episodes. We got it. Like, we have enough time for me to look through for a moment here, right? The title of it is such a like a Rick and Morty title too. It's Pete and Spags each eat a pizza, which I think is funny within itself. Here, I'm getting the link now. Here we go. Shout out to everybody watching too. Appreciate everybody hanging on. There we go. There's Pete and Spags eat a pizza for you, which also sounds like it could be a porn title, for being honest. All right. I can't believe I still have 6 hours left. I mean, like, I know how time works, but pretty crazy, right? This is only going to get more crazy. Yeah, I think they brought Zeke in specifically because Bill doesn't trust Ramondre at the goal line. I think too, like, they just don't want to give Ramondre 15 more touches a game. Like, I think they wanted last year to have Davian Harris out there. And it was the big thing all throughout this entire camp was that they said if Pierre Strong and Kevin Harris didn't look better, they were going to bring in one of these vets. They then bring in one of the vets. So, like, ostensibly, they wanted to give one of Pierre Strong or Kevin Harris enough touches. Now it's not going to happen. But I think Zeke gives you 10 touches a game to start the year. I think the real risk is that, like, maybe Zeke gets lapped by Pierre Strong or Kevin Harris at some point. But, like, I don't think that's the most likely outcome at this point. Somebody's asking, do you think Fat Lenny gets to play this year? I got some moderate Fat Lenny bags. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't. I think he needs a late out of an injury at this point. But I think the Kareem Hunt situation should be pretty informative, where those teams brought in Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt's agent tried to drum it up like, oh, everybody's trying to sign Kareem Hunt. And it's like, no, these teams brought him in to see what his asking price was and see if he still got it, because they might need him later in the year if things go poorly. I think all the teams are kind of happy with their running back situations. That's why, too, the Jonathan Taylor news, I think, is all coming from his agents. Like, I think it's just them going, yeah, sure, the people love this guy. Like, they can't imagine not having him. And it's like, I don't think that's actually the case. All right. 245. Need running back. Jalen Hyatt goes to pick before me. Oh, okay. Tyjae Spears will round out the running back room, and then we'll get some other Giants late. Really wanted Jalen Hyatt in this build because of Daniel Jones, but it's okay. We'll get Slayton. Slayton's got a better role than Jalen Hyatt anyway. But fuck, man. Who the fuck is taking Pierce? Pierce, very odd. Sometimes he just goes early, and I don't know why. I have so much Pierce because his ADP is 174 on DraftKings. He's a tremendous value at his ADP. He's still an okay play, like in the 14th round too. Like, I have no issue with it. But it is hard to get Pierce sometimes because people just randomly take him. I think Ramondre is fine, but dudes were saying he could be a top 3 fantasy running back this year, and I just don't see it. Just look at the legend of Jonas Gray. I agree. I liked Ramondre, man, but he just, like, Ramondre's numbers just didn't do a lot for me. So, like, heavy volume had 17.5 intended touches per game, but negative 0.05 EPA per rush, negative 0.1 EPA per target, negative 0.8% DVOA. So, again, just an average back who does average back things, and a negative 21% receiving DVOA. Like, it's not good. It's just not, it's not as good as people want it to be. And he even avoided tackles like 19%. It's okay. It's not, he's just like a dude. That's the part with running backs that I think I find frustrating when talking about it with people who aren't as fully in the weeds. It's like, so many running backs are just mid. And it's like, you can accept that. They're just like, it's a position where guys are going to be okay. And then there's going to be a few guys who are great. For the most part, a lot of these guys are they smart enough to pick up an offense? Can they do the run it up the middle? Can they catch a screen and do something with it? And a lot of them are just going to do the same thing. So I don't know. But that's why I don't like running backs, and some people like them a lot more. And I think the people who like them a lot more they'll be held to pay for them coming up soon. Belichick may low-key hate him after the Raiders blooper. It's possible. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't been a big Ramondre guy. Loved Ramondre last year. Get him at the 100s, 110s. Fantastic. That's when those guys make sense. When their price comes up then. And honestly, kind of the same thing for Tony Pollard. I know people don't want to hear that one, but Tony Pollard in a worse offense doesn't get a lot more touches. All right, so we need some receivers. 2552. We just took Tajay. There's not another receiver even on the board. So we will go Tank Dell's way here. Tank Dell, wide receiver 6. Don't know that I love that, but get Slayton. Here, let me just put some guys in the queue. Got to make sure to get Slayton next round. So, of course, somebody's going to snipe me on Slayton. That's how it goes, but got to try to get Slayton. Little bleed at the 112. Little bleed in the 112. Let's go. Tyler just redeposited with Splash 100 on Drafters. Yes, if you missed that announcement earlier, not only can you get, if you are a new sign-up on Drafters, you can actually get just a regular deposit bonus here. Use the promo code SPLASH, a $100 deposit match on Drafters. But if you are a redepositing drafter, they will give you 20% deposit match up to $500 on Drafters. So if you have an account, it's a great thing there just to get some entries in. So shout out to Tyler being, I think, probably the first one to do that. But definitely worth your time, I think. We specifically asked for that one after one of the guys in the chat, Moa, I forget, he's got like a weird username, but keyed me into that, and they were very quick to give it to us. So take advantage of that one. Great way to support the show. And of course, also, if you are a DraftKings drafter and you're not on Underdog, don't be afraid to use that promo code either. $100 deposit match on Underdog, promo code SPLASH. Same on both. Look at these. Look at these. What professional graphic work by me. And of course, while we're whoring, subscribe, like, and comment down below. Appreciate it here. March to 3,000 subs, all that. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Where'd the banner go? Banner's back. Woo! Drafting football teams. Nothing like it, guys. Hard day at the office drafting some football teams. There goes Matt Stafford. Because I cornered the market on Rams, Matt Stafford goes unstacked to the guy with Saquon. So interesting. Curious to see what he does. Nice value, though, if he's getting Stafford there. I would rather have Daniel Jones with the Week 17 correlation, personally. You get pregnant using porno code SPLASH. Yes, get that on Pornhub. How are the drafters' rooms? So I would say a little closer to a sharp BBM room than a full wildcard DraftKings room. That said, I have seen some snipes. I did another drafter draft last night just on my phone. So your mileage may vary, but I think the main thing is that you can get away a little bit more without the same stacky. Definitely no Week 17 correlation. You don't need it at all on drafters because it's just total points through 17 weeks. But they're, I think, reasonable. Like I would say a little bit sharper than DraftKings overall, but not quite as chaotic as DraftKings either. Jeremy's got himself a pizza. We'll be ready for the next draft. Okay, can't wait. And Tyler's saying drafters rooms have been pretty solid overall. Like, yeah, I've been able to get guys. I have to adjust the ADP pockets a little bit more for the entries I'm going to put in, but we'll do some more drafters drafts next week for sure. I got to hit another 4 more for them so they can to fulfill my contractual obligations. but also because I think it's good content. Check out the stream yesterday too if you missed it. All right, so 2562. Let's just get Slayton here. I'm not going to leave it up to chance. I think he's undervalued anyway. So our team so far, I haven't been servicing the audio listeners. I apologize. Josh Allen. It's so stupid too. Like I should be reading the team every time because that fills the time window here. Josh Allen, Damian Pierce, Cam Akers, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Christian Watson. Just love that top 3. TJ Hawkinson. Then we fall off a little bit. Elijah Moore, Daniel Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Juju Smith-Schuster, Ezekiel Elliott, Damian Harris, Tyjae Spears, Tank Dell, Darius Slayton. Think we can maybe use one more running back, but I'm not going to die if I don't get one. So we're in an okay spot. This team's going to be carried by the first 6 rounds anyway. So I think I'm okay with the bet that we have for the first 6 rounds. I actually like the bet a lot for the first 5 rounds of it. But the first 6 for sure. They feel sharper because it's only sharps coming for overlay. That is true too. We saw it with the room yesterday where it was guys like Kyle from Ship It. It was some other names that like you see getting stuff. I think Baby Stewie and other guys grinding a bunch of entries on there. So that's, or Baby Stevie, I think, not Baby Stewie. Baby Stewie's on Family Guy. Baby Stevie is in a drafter's room. But there was a lot of guys that are definitely trying to grind the overlay. That's why you're going to, for the most part, get some cleaner drafts. But sometimes, too, when you get the overlay alert and people knowing that there's a chance of there being a less rake or actually the site putting money in, you'll just get guys who are like smart about betting and smart about EV who come and maybe aren't smart about best ball. But that's not, not always going to be the case. Round 22 to round 20 Puka. I still think I'm team Puka over Tutu. Am I drafting any Diami Brown? No. I guess if you're really worried about Terry McLaurin, maybe you take some Diami Brown. But I think this is a two-man offense. I really think it's going to be McLaurin and Dotson doing well. Dotson is the guy that I mentioned it before. I think that Dotson absorbs a lot of the Travis Kelce kind of routes that Bieniemy is going to bring over because like Cole Turner's not that guy. Logan Thomas is more that guy, but he can't stay healthy. But you can run Jahan Dotson out of the slot a lot and just keep doing that and keep giving him those targets. And he's actually got big play upside too. So I think Dotson is quietly a smash. And he's a guy that I think I'm over on an underdog, but not enough. I'm at 9% Dotson and BB. I'm an underdog. I would definitely love to get some Dotson because I think that's my theory for it all. All right. So boy, this Greg Dulcich at 198. Jesus. Just dead Greg Dulcich. Is this a Paris Campbell share? I think it is. I think, why not Paris Campbell? We just want to get some Giants in. Not a big Paris Campbell believer. Do think at some point you do see Wan'Dale Robinson get back out there. It seems like it's trending towards Wan'Dale being on the PUP list to start the year. But I think when Wan'Dale gets back out there, he probably usurps Paris Campbell. Maybe we take them both, honestly. I don't know. But I would like to get one more running back, and then I think we can take two more people from Giants Rams. Right? Maybe a Buffalo guy. We'll figure it out. We got time. Got time to think here. Got to stretch my back. Ooh. Nothing like getting older and going, ow, my back. Fucking cliche. Oh, did the Deuce Vaughn get drafted somewhere? I see what the Deuce did. Oh, no, that's because of Stewie. Never mind. What the Deuce, I would say for Deuce Vaughn as well. Deuce Vaughn had to have gotten drafted, right? Deuce Vaughn goes in the 14th. Worst pick in every draft is Deuce Vaughn the 14th. I think there is a shot that Ronald Jones outscores Deuce Vaughn this year. Ronald Jones back in practice this week. Going to be suspended the first 2 games. But he's a big man who runs with authority and violence. And that's the one thing they don't have in that backfield. Rico Dowdle is as close as they can get right now. But Rojo, I think if Rojo had been healthy throughout camp, I think he would have won that number 2 back role. 20% Dotson. Good for you, man. Good for you. We spoke sharps into existence. Herzig in the draft room on drafters. Well, there you go. Get to draft with some luminaries like Justin Herzig. But there you go. That's the proof, though. Like, you're drafting with smart drafters, but it doesn't matter because, it's not pods. So you don't need to advance. Yeah, Vaughn over Ferguson is wild. Vaughn over Spears is wild. Vaughn over Miller is wild. Vaughn over Jeff Wilson is wild. Vaughn over Chuba Hubbard is wild. Vaughn over Deonta Foreman is wild. Vaughn should not go over anybody besides like Eric Gray tier, maybe Cordero Patterson tier. But that's me. That's my belief. What are we going to do here? Would have liked one more running back. That got pretty bled out. I'll take Deion Jackson here. I think he's going to have a role either way as a pass game back. He's looked okay. We know he had a ceiling last year for the Colts. How much the pass game role in Indianapolis for a running back matters? Probably not a lot, but I just wanted one more running back here to break it out to 6. So let me read the team out loud. Teams so far: Josh Allen, Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Christian Watson, TJ Hawkinson, Elijah Moore, Daniel Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Juju Smith-Schuster, Ezekiel Elliott, Damian Harris, Tyjae Spears, Tank Dell, great week 17 correlation, Darius Slayton, Paris Campbell, Deion Jackson, and we got 2 picks left. And I think one of them is going to be Deontay Hardy. Come on down, Deontay Hardy. Give me some gimmicky touchdowns to make this Josh Allen stack work. So we got Josh Allen unstacked in terms of not getting digs. We got sniped on Gabe Davis, or, if you want to call that sniped. But then we do get Dalton Kincaid. We do get Deontay Hardy. We do get Damian Harris. So we have a weird Buffalo stack, but I think we still have a bet on Buffalo. So we got there with Allen. But if you're going into week 17 with my Buffalo guys, I worry you immediately lose to an Allen Diggs team if that hits the apex. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'll sign that Richardson jersey when we recap my Millie team on stream next year. Did Chunk the deuce here in the 3-hole? Did he stick the landing? Let's see. He went KJ Osborne. Tyler Algier, I like. I'll see micro correlation with Osborne and Reed. I get where you're going for there. Wilson for your Baltimore bring back. Mayer as a bring back for Indianapolis. Ross, you got, I think, just kind of independently, it looks like. Yeah, so you got Justin Ross as like a flag play for some touchdowns in KC. It's an interesting team, Chunk. I've built similar ones, so I'm not going to crown you yet, bud, but I think you did a really nice job with the running backs. The issue is just like, if Taylor fucks entirely, or gets fucked up entirely, if Hall is not as healthy as it seems, if Cook gets a little more work because of Aaron Rodgers' sway, but I think Chunk built a really nice team here. I will give him the credit for that. Nothing's a sure winner, though, right? Besides Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, and Christian Watson. I say it with no bias whatsoever. Oh, wow. Love that. Katupa. Good correction there. We don't want to offend the chosen people out there. All right, what do we got for our final pick? I'm thinking either Wandale, Puka, or Tutu Atwell. I don't know that I want to do the Giants triple. I think it's Puka. It's not a big Tutu believer. Personally hate Tua, but I went to OK State. So my favorite player in the league is Tyreek. Huh. I don't get people hating Tua. I saw Tua had to who was it? Oh, Ryan Clark was like, Tua didn't even work out in the offseason. And Tua was like, keep my name out of your mouth, which is pretty aggressive for what I would expect from Tua. But I do like seeing that kind of moxie from him. All right, Puka Nacua. If you could sing along to the Timon and Pumbaa song from The Lion King. So final theme here. Josh Allen, Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Christian Watson, TJ Hawkinson, Elijah Moore, Daniel Jones, Dalton Kincaid, Juju Smith-Schuster, Ezekiel Elliott, Damian Harris, Tyjae Spears, Tank Dell, Darius Slayton, Paris Campbell, Deion Jackson, who is correlated with Devontae Adams for week 17, Deontay Hardy, and Puka Nacua. What a wonderful phrase. All right. You know what time it is. Before I enter the room, please subscribe down below. Please hit the like button. Please leave a comment. Please also deposit on some of the sites that do pay us money. DraftKings won't give me shit besides free hats and shirts, but they will pay me on Underdog if you use the promo code SPLASH, $100 deposit match. The Drafters, $100 deposit match with the promo code SPLASH. Splash 100 will get you a 20% deposit match up to $500. Big money on there if you are redepositors, so please do that. And now let's enter the room. That's not the one I want to enter. Now let's enter the correct room. Draft number 4, right? 12.5. Might have been a really good line by a green check mark in the beginning. A lot of room in this one. 3 out of 12 entrants, so get in there. How did you do from the 2 slot? I didn't see Rob. Let's look at Rob's team. Rob's a good guy. Rob's a part of the Splash Play family, part of the Squirt Squad. So let's see what Rob did. This is the wrong one. I am in the wrong room. Hold on. Let's see how Rob did. Rob's team: Chase, Devontae, Derrick Henry. You got the stack. I do like that. Drake London. Dobbins hitting all the hits that I like. Hopefully you didn't get sniped on Ritter. Got a nice bring back for Kadarius Toney, who, by the way, still my favorite Cincinnati bring back if you can't get a Kelsey Higgins or something like that. Boyd you got as well. McKinnon. I think McKinnon, Pete hates McKinnon too much. I think McKinnon's perfectly fine as a guy that could still be the pass game back for games where they really need it. Mims, Everett. So you got a lot of micro correlations. Irv Smith. I like the team. This is the kind of team I would build. You got a little bit of a discount on Russ. Yeah, Rob doing all the things. Keontae Ingram. I think they just run out the clock with James Conner, but I guess James Conner, certainly injury prone. They could run out the clock with Keontae Ingram if that's the case. And bad running backs, I'll say it again. Running backs, rather, on bad teams perform better than wide receivers on bad teams, so keep that in mind. But solid team by Rob, too. So Rob and Deuce both emerged with solid teams in that draft. CLN, of course, I sniped him to death, so he didn't get a good one. No, CLN's team was perfectly fine, too. All right, no, Ahmed Rosario, sometimes in the chat. Jake Twitch in the chat, usually. Sam Duel, auto drafter, or this is an auto draft icon for WQ. Wait, is that the same WQ that's in the chat? So we might have might be a friends and family draft here on DraftKings. We'll see. Pete hates McKinnon too much is the truest statement I've ever heard. It is funny because, like, you know, Pete is so, like, anti-player take for the most part and very, like, structural drafting and whatever. But then there's some guys like, I would never fucking take this guy. This guy could die in a fire. He wouldn't say that. But, like, basically, you'll say that about guys. And it just kind of blows my mind because, like, McKinnon was great in the playoffs last year, or the fantasy playoffs. And in the regular playoffs, which Pat and Pete were talking about yesterday, the reason he wasn't on the field is because he didn't make sense with how they were attacking Philly. Philly was bad against the run, so they were trying to run McKinnon, or trying to run Pacheco up the gut a lot. So that's why Pacheco was busting off these big plays. It wasn't like, oh, we hate McKinnon, like, he's not getting usage. It was like, we have to play 12 personnel and run Pacheco up the middle. And that was like Kadarius Toney, too, played less snap. Like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, nickel and dime people's takes and whatever, because you could do the same for mine, I'm sure. But like McKinnon, there was a lot of valid reasons why McKinnon both ran hot and a lot of valid reasons why McKinnon didn't play as much down the stretch. And it wasn't because of him, I don't think. See what we get here. We got an early Kelsey drafter. So that'll give us something coming back. Okay. Do I really want to build around the Bills again? I guess I haven't had Diggs so far in this draft stream, so let's get Diggs. You can talk me into Bijan, but I think there's a chance. No, Bijan won't come back in this room. In some rooms on DraftKings, you might get Bijan falling back. I've noticed that there are random DraftKings rooms that just don't think Bijan Robinson is worth a pick in the first round, and then sometimes he'll fall to 17, 18, 19. So that would be my hope normally, but in this room, I don't think it'll be the case. Pete is too much of an ADP slappy. Yeah, I mean, look, I am too. Like, I believe in following ADPs, but I think sometimes it's also like you got to take guys at face value. Like, if I have Cincinnati and I need a running back and then McKinnon's there, like, I'll take McKinnon because there's a world where he could be that guy. I think it's more likely Pacheco's the guy, and I think it's even more likely Kadarius Toney is like the ceiling week 17 player going against Cincinnati. But I'm not going to not take McKinnon if he's like at an ADP discount and he makes sense with my build. But we disagree on some stuff. Like, I think that's healthy. All right, Diggs, Diggs and Adams. Why not? Just Devontae Adams the second round. Like, I know that our guy FF Doom didn't love it, but Jimmy Garoppolo is going to get Devontae Adams the ball. Like, Jimmy Garoppolo last year was good. And I know we can give the credit to Kyle Shanahan's offense. Garoppolo was a 20% DVOA passer, 0.1 EPA per target as well, or per pass. So, like, Garoppolo can get a guy like Devontae Adams the ball, and Devontae Adams too is going to create his own opportunities with how good of a route runner he is. So, like, to me, if you get Adams in the second round in a 0 RB build, like, you are loaded at receiver, and you pretty much have receiver as a luxury at that point. So, I just don't like the Devontae Adams fall to me has been one of the most incorrect things of draft season so far. Unless he's just old and done, and if that's the case, nothing was shown last year. Nothing was shown last year. Jerick McKinnon had triple the amount of receiving TDs last year that Kyle Pitts has in his entire career. That's tough. That's tough. The touchdown equity is an important thing. You know, we do know that, but Kyle Pitts has had the worst luck with the team that he is on and his injury, obviously, last year. I really think there's a world where if Kyle Pitts goes to Minnesota, he's probably a better TJ Hawkinson. If Kyle Pitts goes to Detroit, he's probably the best version of Sam Laporta. Like, if he goes to so many places, he would have a much better career. And now he's just caught in the muck and the mire of Atlanta. The Devontae FUD has been all vibes based. It's just like people, oh, Jimmy G's not good. And it's like, he doesn't matter that much. He just needs to get this fucker the ball, and he's going to get him the ball, and he's going to get him the ball 10 times a game in PPR. Like, on DraftKings especially, he's such a smash. But Adams is such a great end zone target too that, like, I love him there. I think the one risk for Adams is that, like, you might see him maybe get some targets going Michael Mayer's way a little bit more, because that guy is also a red zone / end zone beast. But, like, that's great. Now Devontae Adams is somebody to draw attention away from him, let alone Josh Jacobs if he's back out there. So I love that. Kelsey retires, Pitts side. Boy, like, yeah, Pitts would probably just be Travis Kelsey right away. It's just the offense is such an important part of it. Like, for all these guys, like, that's why I care a lot about offensive coordinator stuff. And I think it's one of those things that, like, the industry doesn't talk about that enough. And if they do talk about it, they don't actually know what they're talking about enough with it. And I think, for an offensive coordinator, like, if you're doing what Arthur Smith does, like, you're not going to hit a tight end ceiling, especially if you're not even giving him the full, like, 100% route participation. But we are on the clock here. What do we do? Diggs, Adams. Don't really want a running back yet. Everybody is appropriately priced. Debo? I like Amari Cooper more than Debo. I'm going to take guys I like. No issue taking Debo, but Amari, I think, is a better player, a better boundary receiver. Debo, I feel like his role has just been marginalized by Brandon Ayuk being a better pass catcher, Christian McCaffrey being a better gadget guy. So I'm happy to take Debo at a discount at ADP. Just doesn't do a whole lot for me. How does Adams feel being recruited and left behind in Las Vegas? Probably not great. Like, he clearly wanted to play with Derek Carr, but it's still something for him that, like, he's getting paid enough money. He's the star there. I think he has to recognize that wasn't working last year. So it just, like, if Jimmy G's not getting the ball and if Jimmy G's just taking hit after hit and, like, is looking washed, then yeah, Adams being a malcontent is absolutely a thing that can happen. But if that's the case, then they're probably going to go to Aiden O'Connell. And Aiden O'Connell, like, it's only preseason, and he wasn't great in college. Like, he was okay in college, but it wasn't great. He could be that guy. Like, he can be that guy for a year that kind of keeps it afloat and keeps Adams fed. I've been encouraged by Aiden O'Connell a lot. I think he's kind of like how I view a Stetson Bennett at Matt Stafford, where I don't think the run bad's going to be there for Jimmy Garoppolo, but if it is, like, Aiden O'Connell can come in, I think, and get him the ball. Interesting take by Zane. I'm making a pick coming up here. My theory is, you've listened to someone's content long enough, you'll notice hypocritical takes. Truth is, everyone just has people they subconsciously like and dislike. I'd be curious what mine are. If you guys have theories, like, don't be mean, don't bully me here. But but I don't know what mine would be, honestly. All right. Let's try this out. Justin Fields again. Because we have to beat Allen Diggs teams. Obviously, you could beat Josh Allen with a late QB too. But I just love Fields, and I would like to get more Fields overall. And I'm going to have the stupid dream of DJ Moore coming back to me, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Zeke, is that hypocritical? I see, like, the Zeke thing, here's how I would justify it would be that I've been waiting for somebody to be the reason and not take Ramondre. And now that's the very valid reason that's presented from me, like, right in front of me and right in front of all of us, like a gift from the gods. And yet people are like, yeah, I don't know. Ramondre's ADP shouldn't drop at all. So I guess hypocritical in terms of him being an old who wasn't that productive. Is he as bad as in the metrics that I look at? Yeah, Zeke was an average running back in terms of rushes last year. Gymnastics going on. Negative 0.05 EPA per rush. Negative 0.8% rushing DVOA. Wasn't great catching passes. Negative 0.2 EPA per target. Negative 23% receiving DVOA. But it's Patriots, right? Betting AR, but being off JT potentially. That's more because of the weirdness of the situation. I also I believe in the run pass offense. As I've thought about it more, I really do think that AR is not going to be a help for Jonathan Taylor, especially with Jonathan Taylor missing the entire preseason. Like if he had played and he had been out there and they'd been building the timing you need for a run pass offense, I think Taylor would have still been a bet I'd be happy to make. But as it is right now, I just don't think it's going to congeal the right way, at least early on. And if that's the case, like the best case scenario for AR right now, I believe, is Jonathan Taylor holding out, and this is becoming a situation where he doesn't get traded, but he also doesn't play. Because if that's the case, then everything that offense goes through AR, and that's when you see that's 100% route participation for Kyle Pitts, but it's AR's running, AR's throwing, everything dies, every play dies in his hand. He basically becomes Russell Westbrook, like in the NBA, where every play just ends up in his hands. And I think that's where I'm fucking kidding. Every play is in his hands, but it's just that's how he gets to be his key of powers, his high apex of powers. Zane, actually, yeah, that's a good point by Zane. I asked Spags about his love for Watson one time over Jeudy, and he went and looked at the numbers and was like, yeah, I should probably take more Jeudy. The stats for that I look at are good, which was true. Judy's not quite Christian Watson, but he was actually grading out a lot better than I thought, especially in a bad Denver offense. Jeudy last year, 0.34 EPA per target, which is in that Justin Jefferson range, 17% receiving DVOA, and then Sutton was bad in the same offense. So yeah, Zane called me out on that one, and I always am willing to reevaluate my stuff. I look at the numbers and go, should I change my stance? And Jeudy is one of those guys that I did adjust my stance a little on. All right, so we've got Fields, Diggs, Adams, Cooper. No Atlanta guys on the board. I have no fear over McLaurin's toe. Toe injuries suck, but I don't have a fear over it. Could also take Gabe Davis. McLaurin is just too big of a talent. Terry McLaurin, come on down. So the team so far, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, Justin Fields, and Terry McLaurin. We are not doing a running back early here. How many drafts minimum before you start paying attention to your exposures? I do it throughout. I think that's how you keep yourself honest, is if you know you're heavying up too much on a guy, or if you incidentally land on a guy too much. But I would track it throughout. If you have the Brick Draft Caddy tool or the Spike Week tool, whichever one you prefer, I would try to keep an eye on it if you can. I just look at my board and go through manually and know. So that's how I'm doing it, but that's fair. An interesting thing in consuming a lot of draft streams, the streamers have never once made a bad pick. None of them. I think I've said I've made bad picks. I hope. But you guys, look, I appreciate it. Not exactly hypocritical. Okay, just evidence that you guys pick who you love and pump the bags. That's fair. I would say that I certainly have priors that I come in with, but I'm willing to adjust them. But if nothing comes up that makes me adjust them, then I'm just riding with my take because that's it. But okay, I accept it. I'm always down to hear how I can improve things, because I think being open to feedback is kind of an important part of the process. So we've got Chicago. Nothing here I really, really want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I want another share of Alex Madison, I guess. Why is I'm just going to take the discount there. Why is Madison coming down randomly in rooms? Nothing has changed about Madison. And in some rooms, he'll fall 10 picks past ADP. And it's just because people don't like Madison. And I'm happy to do that. Yeah, I've said it. Yeah, post-draft, I definitely can look at the team and go ugh. But yeah, it is tough sometimes with the clock. And I try to run the chat. And I'm trying to keep everything flowing here. Trying to keep this train running on time. But yeah, I feel that. Are you finding the DK drafts any more normal the closer we get to the season? That's a good question. This one, the ones we've been streaming so far have been, but I think that's just because I'm streaming them and you guys are in the rooms. I definitely have been getting sniped pretty heavily when I'm not on stream, and I have seen some weird ADP reaches, but maybe not as much. Trendy guys, I think, go a little bit higher. George Pickens will go high in a lot of drafts. That's one where I can't time his ADP pocket. So that would be a difference point. But it's not overall as clean as Underdog. But like, I think sometimes you get in rooms where it's like basically the same thing. What is Jeremy doing? 3 straight tight ends? Boy, I got to tell you. So the Icon 3, our boy Jeremy is in the chat eating a pizza right now, I believe is what he said. He drafts some teams that I do not approve of, that I do not think makes sense. And this would be one of them. Yeah, they're getting wilder again. Just depends on the time you're drafting too. If you draft at night, you're going to get some weird ones. I'll read some more chats after I make this pick because how do I get out of this? How do I get out of this conundrum for myself? I've got 4 receivers. Okay. I think this is time for a guy we've maligned a little bit here, but Kyle Pitts is a bring back for Justin Fields. We already drafted a Fields Drake London team today, so that makes sense for me. So my team so far: Fields, Alexander Madison, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin. I like to start. Have not gotten to do a pure 0 RB yet today, so that's coming at some point. But if Madison's going to keep falling in these rooms, I'll take him. Yeah, it's not good. Forgot I had Hurts, so I'm like, screw it. I admire Jeremy's draft ethos, even if I would not personally tackle it the same way. super elite tight end, the triple elite tight end. There we go. And Tyler is also coming at some point. Can't wait. Oh boy. 2 hours, 45 minutes in, guys. If that's not a good time to say, hey, hit the subscribe button. Here's a big one. Oh, it's even bigger flashing light. Subscribe. Hit the like button so it'll get suggested to more people. More people can join the fun as my sanity degrades over the next few hours. Leave a comment down below whenever the stream ends. I'm sure a lot of people will be rewatching 8 hours of this. But leave a comment down below, and I appreciate it if you do. Get up and stretch a bit. Yeah, my blood flow is not going to be the strongest. I'll do that after the pick. We'll do a stretching period. We'll do some yoga breathing exercises and we'll stretch. And then we'll be good. All right. On the clock. I wish I had a Dallas correlation to justify that. Oh, you know what? James Conner, 19 picks after ADP is just too good of a deal. Again, a team that I expect to suck and also bleed out the season. James Conner makes a lot of sense, I think, as a play overall. But 19 picks after ADP, I think, makes even more sense. Even more sense to me. As I'm putting on my slippers so I can stand up and you guys can... Oh, here we go. Okay. Stretch to this side. Oh, stretch to that side. Let's do some twists. Keep it going. Okay. Whew, we're back. Now, I'm like a new man. I'm going to be doing these last drafts just like laying down here. Like, oh, guys, all right. Who are we clicking? No. I'm strong. The thing, too, is that I don't reveal on the setup. So the couch is like lowly situated. This is like kind of a sunken couch. So I'm actually, this makes me sound short. I am 6'1". I'm legitimately 6'1". It's on my driver's license. That said, I'm on technically a booster seat because it frames things better. So that's been my sacrifice for content. So because of that, like, I'm sure my spine is like getting all sorts of weird. So I got to make sure to keep a good posture. Good postures. Look how tall I am. This is what happens in hour 3. All right. I found a team from 2 years ago, but last year seems to be missing from the internet. What team were you talking about? I was missing that. I'm cooking pizza and doing dishes while I draft. Not the best choice. That happens. The worst is when you miss your notification when you're trying to do other activities. But as somebody that frequently does other activities when drafting, I relate to that one by Jeremy. Absolutely. I have timed out on many a DK pick because it doesn't notify you on time. And that makes it really tough to do other things while drafting for sure. 8 hours of drafting. Spags loves torture. I love my art. I love the art of being a fantasy football streamer. I love the art of drafting teams. And yes, I do love the concept of like, can I do this? Like, can I do this and make it coherent and make it functional? And also without a guest, like all the draft marathon streams, they always have guests on, which I think is smart. It breaks it up. You have people to talk with all that. And maybe at some point I'll just be like, hey, whoever wants to come into the StreamYard, it's entirely possible I'm going to do that at some point. So if you're camera ready and you have a mic, there's a chance I'll open it up if I really feel like I'm struggling. But that said, I think it's fun to just see, like, can I talk for 8 hours and make it presentable? I hope so. But we're going to find out. All right, we got AJ Dillon. So we're going to, okay, I like this. So we're going to do a little, wait, do we need to take a wide receiver at this point? Kadarius Toney as a wide receiver 5 feels pretty good, if I'm being honest here. Yeah, let's do Kadarius Toney. Kadarius Toney's fun. I still think, I know there's been a lot of Kadarius Toney fun. I still think Kadarius Toney is going to smash this year. He was so good every time they schemed up a way to touch him, give him a touch last year. He still has the same flaws of injury, but I don't believe in injuries. I just go, la, 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 la. I don't care how many times he's been hurt. He's young. He's still young. We know the ceiling's there. We know he's been called the nominal wide receiver 1. I think if he's out there, I think he's still the highest upside receiver besides Travis Kelce. I stand by that. The Adams setup is there. Oh, for AR? Yeah. Yeah, AR went the pick before, so that was off the board. Which is fine. Which is fine. Ooh, are we going to get one of our guys? One of my hills I'm dying on here? I also would have considered taking Romeo Doubs, but that's fine. Or should I go Kincaid again to pair with Diggs? 1, 2, 5, 1. No, we need a running back. Zach Charbonnet. I am not getting enough Zach Charbonnet these days. He has risen up again because people saw him finally realize that he is the best runner in Seattle by a wide fucking margin. But Zach Charbonnet, I haven't gotten a chance to talk about him because I'm not taking him in enough drafts lately. He is a monster. He is a more lithe version of Roschon Johnson, who's actually going to have a role from week 1. We know that the Seattle backfield is a meritocracy. We saw Kenneth Walker usurp Rashad Penny last year or be on the pathway to do so. Obviously, Penny got hurt too. But also Penny was great, so that's a little bit unfair. But Kenneth Walker, another guy like Dameon Pierce, the metrics I look at, of course, the expected points added, DVOA. Kenneth Walker, negative 0.07 EPA per rush, negative 12% rushing DVOA, negative 0.4 EPA per pass, negative 11% receiving DVOA. Kenneth Walker avoided a lot of tackles. He broke some home run plays. He was still not a great player, play after play, in terms of beating what the expected outcome for a running back, getting the kind of touches he did. So that's why Zach Charbonnet, I think, who was a tremendous EPA rusher guy in UCLA. Let me pull up his numbers. Last year, Zach Charbonnet, not the highest avoided tackle rate at 23%, but 0.238 EPA per rush, which would actually make him a better rusher per touch than Bijan Robinson. I know, like, oh, that means EPA is a stupid stat, but like, it's not. So he's doing better per touch than Bijan Robinson did. Bijan was 0.122. Dwayne McBride was 0.83 per rush, playing against fucking nobodies at UAB. And then Zach Charbonnet also catching passes, 0.221 EPA catching a pass per target. So also a 46% avoided tackle rate when he got a target. And he ran 18 routes per game. Zach Charbonnet is an absolute monster, and he should have been going top 90 this entire offseason. That's my Charbonnet sales pitch. You should do a 24-hour live stream when you hit 3K. Leave whenever you have to help with the kid, call in the picks, and get the horny boys to do commentary out of desk, the dad stream. Maybe. I mean, the 3K promise is me and Pete doing a drunk show. That's been the one that we've teased out, that we've agreed to. People want to see it. I've thought, though, like, I could just do this draft and maybe, like, do parts of it on my phone and, like, walk around and, like, here's my gym area. But... which is still a possibility. I didn't prepare in advance to do that production-wise. I also don't want to walk up there and be like, see my mother-in-law and go like, hey, oh yeah, no, I'm doing a draft and streaming it at the same time. Just think that'd be confusing for her. I'm sure Alex told her like, oh yeah, Chris is going to be down in the basement the entire day for 24, because he's doing an 8-hour stream. So I'm sure she was confused and perplexed by that, as well as when I yell and she can hear me right above watching the baby. That's a good point. It is the Bonk Bros. Flocked it at 24. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I have to make a pick. Pirine. Okay, we did it. A little bit of a panic there. Got lost in the chats. It's going to happen. But it's okay. We needed a running back there. We got a running back. It's all that matters. So we have Justin Fields, Alexander Mattison, James Conner, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, Kadarius Toney, Zach Charbonnet, Samaje Perine. I don't think a single thing here correlates besides nope. Nope. Just Justin Fields and Kyle Pitts. So we got to get some correlations here down the home stretch. Yeah, I was lost in the sauce. I was trying to do the branding here where it is. Tyler is, of course, the horny guys in the Squirt Squad are known as the Bonk Bros. This is the lore of Splash Play now of our community. Our rich culture for all of us. And of course, if you want to join the Squirt Squad, we haven't had anybody join live on stream today, but you can hit that join button down below, $4.99 a month. You get the Splash Play helmet on here whenever you're in the chat. You also get special emojis, and you get me reviewing as many teams as you want here down the home stretch. I say 10 a month, but like you can send me some more as long as you're giving it to me one by one and I get a chance to reply. Respect the lore. I love that we have lore. I think it's great that you guys have done that. I got Tyler, got to give a lot of credit to Bolick. I think all the guys here doing a good. Ross, we're doing a good job here, making the community feel like a community, which brings me joy. All right, so we need a second QB at some point. We also probably could use. Oh, you know what? Am I gonna reach for this motherfucker here? Oh, it's too many picks. I'm just going to lock up Cole Kmet. I would like to get somebody stacked with Justin Fields. We're lacking it currently. So the team so far, Fields, Madison, James Conner, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, Kadarius Toney, Zach Charbonnet, Samaje Perine, Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet, I might have been able to push. That's what I was panicking about here. But it's DraftKings, and it's just hard to push guys and expect them to come back. So there we go. Yeah, all the badge bros, the relative badge bros here. I will welcome you to the family. I'll put on my Italian hat, give you an accent. If you want to join here, please do it. It's okay, Zane. It's okay. You remember the important things. You called me, reminded me of the Jerry Jeudy thing. So you're good in my book. Isaiah Hodgins in the 12th round. What is it? May? That's me being a smug drafter who's been drafting this entire offseason. Isaiah Hodgins, by the way, should not go in the 12th round. It's a fucking stupid pick. Whoever did that, if it's one of us, don't do that. Ricky Road. Fun name. Rocky Road Ice Cream, one of my favorites. Okay, Ross is going to fire off some knuckle kids before my 1-on-1 with my boss. Catch you in 30. There we go. Much like Bandit, Bluey's dad. Loves to fire him off. Got to take Jimmy G after all my positive talk about Adams earlier. Honestly, fine. I don't have issue here. I don't know if Jimmy G is a 3 QB guy, but with Fields, he could probably get away with 2. Woof. That one might have been a misclick, Hodgins, maybe. Or maybe he just loves Isaiah Hodgins. You don't know. I'm not going to yuck another man's yum. He's just the big Hodgins fetishist. Sniped on Laporta. Had to go with Juwan Man Johnson. Man, you could have probably gotten Juwan Johnson later, right? Like his ADP could not be this high. I know an underdog, you basically get Juwan Johnson for free, which is fantastic. I'm not like a huge Juwan Johnson fan, but he's a big, end zone target guy. Ran really well in touchdowns last year. I don't know. You could expect exactly the same, but definitely looking good. Oh, I got him. Okay. Jake, I'm going to hit you in a minute, but appreciate you, bud. But let me make this pick and then I'll get into character. Who am I? What am I? All right. 1-4-5-2. Could use a receiver here. Nobody looks that great. Shit. All right. Come on down, Roshan. The Roshan correlation lives on. Anyway. Jake Twitch, welcome to the family. Jake, one of the best drafters in the world, the zero RB, bro. I love to see Jake part of the family here. You get him with some gabagool. You get him with the zero RB. You're getting all the best parts here at Splash Play when you watch Jake draft. Look at this guy go to work here. He's in the 3-hole. He took Christian McCaffrey, but you know what? He still balanced this team well, did a good job. Here I am hyping Jake, being a zero RB, bro, and he's just spamming running backs. He's heating it up like a nice man of God. But Jakey, welcome to the family, my boy. Mwah, 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 mwah. Here we go. Welcome to the family, Jake. Welcome to the Squirt Squad. Here we go. Thank you, Matt. Getting in late. All the best for the marathon stream. Yes, good numbers here. Appreciate everybody watching. This is going to be a well-viewed Splash Play video, which we need. Am I on the clock? Why am I always on the clock? All right, we've got this bet on Buffalo. We got this bet on Cleveland, too. Peoples-Jones? So, like, we're doing the Cleveland stack without the QB. I like that. Because here's what I'm going to say. With this team right now, we have Justin Fields, an honorable man, a good man. So we're not taking Deshaun Watson. Instead, we just take Deshaun Watson's two best receivers, potentially, Donovan Peoples-Jones and Amari Cooper, but we're pairing them instead with a respectable gentleman like Justin Fields. Done and done. I love Aaron. I love that you guys are like welcoming each other in. Like you're joining the tribe here. Welcome to the family indeed. There we go. And thank you for that, Tyler. Tyler always, I got to say, Tyler, to his credit, I know he's known more for his horny chats. Probably the most supportive guy you can have as a content creator. And I appreciate that from Tyler a lot. Tyler's quickly moving up the ranks of being borderline an actual friend to me with how nice he is. And shout out, Tyler. Appreciate you, dude. Genuinely. Like I appreciate everybody in chat, but I need to call out Tyler as a man who's helping build out the lore here on Splash Play. Tyler's a good man. Oh, good. He's going to go beat one out real quick for Jake. Thank God. Maybe there should be a Squirt Squad welcome package. Yeah, a bottle of my studio sweat and with some semen mixed in. Send it out to everybody. Tyler is more than a man. He's an event. It's true. Tyler brings the heat. He brings the heat. And I think, too, to Tyler's credit, like I know Pete was like, oh, Tyler's always got the horny comments and whatever. Tyler does a good job balancing it, where he's contributing useful things, contributing, like I see you. I see you hustling here. I do think I am going to, now that I've thought it through, I am going to at some point here open it up to everybody. I'm going to put the StreamYard link in the chat, and I'm going to decide who can come in. As long as you have an okay camera setup. But I'm going to do that at some point in the stream. I'm not going to tell you when, but I am going to do that. So. But yeah, just watch the entire thing. Sit here, and then you'll get your chance for all the glory of being here on stream with me. But I think that would be fun. So if anybody wants to join, you'll get your opportunity at some point here. And it'll be chaos, but I'll be tired of talking by that point, so it'll work out for everybody. Tyler's horniness also massive. He's a very good drafter. It's true. You think he's just there J&O, and in reality, he builds some sick squads. That's how you get people. Is like you act like an idiot and then you prove them wrong. Yeah. Not that Tyler's doing that, but I'm willing to play the buffoon sometimes because then it's like, I want people to respect my data takes and all that stuff. Also, Zeke at the 12th round here too. So you know what? A lot of sharp drafters taking Zeke. I can't believe I took Zeke. Really can't. Really disgusted in myself. All right, we've got a 1-5-6-2 here. I'll read the team when we make this pick. We've got Deuce Vaughn just sitting here begging to get picked. I'm not going to fuck it up, though. I'm going to take Jimmy Garoppolo. It is DraftKings. Somebody could snipe him, even though nobody likes Jimmy Garoppolo. So my team so far, Justin Fields, Alexander Madison, James Conner, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, Kadarius Toney, Zach Charbonnet, Samaje Perine, Cole Kmet, Roshan Johnson, Donovan Peoples-Jones, and Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy G! Jimmy G, welcome to the family! Jimmy G, by the way, has quickly become a handsome older man. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but he's got the white hairs going and looking very distinguished. Some lady out there is flicking the bean to Jimmy G at any given moment. Looking forward to some porn bots showing up in the StreamYard. Okay, it's possible. Maybe what was the girl pretending to be Greek? Elena, I think was her name, who was in the chat once. We never figured out what happened with that one, but maybe she'll come in and show us how to. What is it? Greek? What did it speak Greek? That's what we say for sodomy. That's if you ask a prostitute. To be clear, it's not me. It's not me. I'm not a prostitute guy. Never paid for that. If you ask if they speak Greek, that means butt stuff. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep that under your cap. Slayton at 181. Sorry. Oh shit. We are at hour 4. You were right. I will update that in a moment. Fuck. I love everybody keeping me honest here. All right. Michael Mayer will be my tight end 3 here. I think he's a nice pick in this range. Cole Kmet's fine, but I think a little bit soft. So Michael Mayer rounding it out, giving us a little bit more correlation with Jimmy G. And let me update the banner. Eventually, I'm going to remember to do it on my own. But we are, in fact, in hour 4. Technically the halfway mark, right? No, I don't know how that works. I don't think that's correct. Who's going to catch the falling steaming deuce? I was actually watching the stream from Greece. Ooh, no way that was a coincidence. Charlie was speaking some Greek out in Greece. The olive oil was flowing freely. The feta cheese was hopefully not in certain other orifices. You don't want to go down there and get a feta cheese omelet. Oh, I'm a gross person. We used to make that joke about one of my friends is uncircumcised. And we used to make that joke about him just having his dick wearing a hoodie or having cream cheese. That's kind of fun the boys will have. Sorry, Steven. Sorry to everybody who's filing in, and those are the first comments you hear. Football. How about that? Deion Jackson in the 16th? That's that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Silly. It's a silly boy's pick right there. We have strayed so far from God. There we go. Just hour 4. Imagine what hour 6 is going to contain, guys. Ooh, daddy. Ooh, daddy. I'm glad that I've previously intermittent fasted. I'm not currently doing it fully, but like I can ride without eating food here. Though when I open a beer, I have like some Utz, like not trail mix. What is the thing where they combine like pretzels and chips and cheese things and such? I have some of that down here, so I might grab that in the beer whenever we switch to the beer hour. But yeah, I just need to say football to recalibrate myself sometimes. Just say, yes, dick cheese. Football. Never mind. Michael Wilson running outside quite a few routes. Ryan Tannehill in the 16th. Here's how you know you're in a DraftKings draft, by the way. When everybody realizes, oh, shit. Actually, no, he doesn't even have, oh, shit. He's got 2 QBs. So he really didn't need the third, but he still panicked and took Ryan Tannehill there. But he does have he actually stacked him up, so that's a positive. Good for him. All right, next pick for me, pick 200. Just gonna keep making sound effects. Hunter Renfrow makes sense of this build. Another Vegas player. If we're going in on Jimmy G, we're going in all the way, baby. Though I do think I might take a fun Chicago receiver at the end because we didn't get DJ Moore. So I'll take my fun Chicago receiver at the end here to tack it all off. Dick Cheese has some great hits. Isn't that... Wait, Dick Cheese is actually like the lounge singer guy, right? Like who does like dirty versions of songs. I feel like he was on like a radio show I used to listen to back in the day. I might be making that up though. Why did I say dough? Hood Spags coming out. All right, last 3 rounds here. This feels like with all the picks going, like this should be the 20th round, but it is in fact just the 18th. So we are good to go. And this is draft number. Is this draft number 4 still? This is draft number 5? Yeah, draft number 5. Okay. I should be keeping count of that too, but I'm not. I'm just vibing. I think Chuba makes sense here because we need a running back. That's the primary extent of that. It is funny that, like, so Ryan Tannehill goes, like, every QB's gotten snapped up. Like, the only starters left are these 4. So you really know the public hates these 4, which is crazy. Like, Bryce Young is not great. He shouldn't be like, oh, I don't even want this guy. Like, he's going 30 picks after ADP here. That's crazy. That's crazy. Again, Bryce Young is not a world beater or anything, but he should be, with how much these guys love taking QBs. And this guy takes him as a 4th QB. What a dipshit. Polsky, 4 QBs. Gave him credit for stacking them up, but no, he only stacked up. No, he stacked up Olave with Carr, Tannehill with Hawkins, and then just unstacked AR, unstacked Bryce Young. That does nothing for you. Unstacked Bryce Young does absolutely nothing for you. It's a bad pick. Oh, well. Richard Cheese is great. Does rap and metal songs. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, Tyler, remember for 2 months. Sun's out, squirts out. There we go. Tyler, one of the first members here on the channel. So I forget who was the first. You guys might know better than I do. I think it was either Tyler or... I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Because now we're actually building a squad here. Now we got enough members where it actually might matter. The first member of the Splash Play channel was Ross. Ross was number 1. Ross, then Historical Anomalies, then Tyler. But yeah, the guys, they're starting to get their silver helmets now. The Splash Play helmet. First it turns bronze, then it turns silver, then it turns gold, then it turns platinum. That's what I designed out. Yeah, put the dollar on the wall. Put it above the register. I'll always remember my first. Bloody Sheets. Oh, Jesus. Have to read it. It's a super chat. I have to read it. That's the law. All right. I really want to build a team I love next draft. Like, I want to build a team that's just all my fucking dudes lined up, ready to, just go one by one. But, like, I want Watson. I want Pickens. I want AR. I want maybe the Dolphins. I don't know. I at least want Watson, Pickens, and AR. Honestly, you could make the case that is the holy trinity of guys in the Splash Play crowd. But I'm happy for anybody as a member, obviously. The more, the merrier on that front. Tell you what, if we had like 10,000 members, whoo-hoo. I don't think it's going to happen, but that'd be pretty sick, right? Look what Pete's got. I'm actually curious. I haven't never asked Pete. I want, like, how many members do you think Pete has? Because he's charging, like, 5 to 10. We talking 2K? We talking 2K people on the Deposit Kingdom Discord? I don't know. Who would I keep? Jacobs in the 5th or Trevor Lawrence in the 13th? If you have a Jags receiver, Trevor Lawrence. If you don't, I would probably keep Jacobs. Though, you know what? No, for Dynasty, you should just keep Trevor Lawrence. Like, Josh Jacobs maybe has a couple more good years in him, but Trevor Lawrence probably has like 10. So you should just inherently, I think, keep Trevor Lawrence. All right, 2673. Who the fuck is Antoine Green? Why does he even have an ADP? I'm going to take Chase Claypool here. That wasn't the fun receiver I was thinking of, but why not? So the team so far, heading into the last round: Justin Fields, Alexander Mattison, James Conner, Stephon Diggs, Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, Kadarius Toney, Zach Charbonnet, Samaje Perine, Cole Kmet, Roshan Johnson, Donovan Peoples-Jones, Jimmy Garoppolo, Michael Mayer, Hunter Renfrow, Chuba Hubbard, and Chase Claypool. I didn't do a great job getting bringbacks. I did stack up my QBs well, so that's a positive. Really, it comes down to Chicago and Pitts, or, Vegas just having an outlier game that nobody from the Colts benefits from in Week 17. Find that hard to believe, but that's where we are. Yeah, people really know Richard Cheese. I did not know. I thought I was alone in having it as a reference in the back of my head. Then it comes out in chat from Tyler, and now everybody's hyping up the collected works of Richard Cheese. But very creative guy from what I know of him. So check out some Richard Cheese on YouTube if you please. Thoughts on your team at the 101? I will look at it. I promise. Giants Gaming's been hanging out with us. And if you're hanging out here doing some drafts, then I will look at your team. All right. So we have a 2-6-8-3. You know what? Is Cordell Patterson going to like exist as a human being in week 17? Like, is he too old? Is he going to turn to dust like Methuselah? I don't know, but I'm going to take Cordell Patterson here. So my final team is the one I just said, plus Cordell Patterson. But let's look at Giants Gaming's team here. He's Ahmed Rosario. Oh, okay. Is that a new username? As I feel like you had a different one. Anyway, Ahmed Rosario here. He's got Justin Jefferson, Ridley, Higgins. I like that start. You get Burrow. That's a positive too. You didn't reach for him. That's also a positive, or didn't reach for him too much. Breece Hall, Dameon Pierce, Godwin. Not a big Godwin guy, but on DraftKings makes a little more sense to the PPR. I do think if you're betting on the Bucs, you should really bet on them pretty heavy because I think they're going to be a shit team. But if they're a good team and you're right about Godwin, you're probably right about Evans. You're probably right about Baker Mayfield. We got Kirk Cousins as well. So you got the double here where you got Higgins. I like that. I like that approach. Kincaid is fine. I mean, I like him as a player. It just doesn't correlate with anything you're doing. Bigsby, I like. Schultz is, I like. Musgrave, like better as a larger Green Bay bet. But you have Minnesota. Okay, so I get it. Deuce Vaughn, at least you didn't take him in the 14th. You live with that. And Fournette, probably not doing a lot. This is a good team. I think you're losing it a little bit towards the end here with Fournette, Marvin, and we'll see what this pick is. Trey Palmer is a good pick. Okay, I like that. But yeah, I think if you're going to bet on Chris Godwin, if you're going to bet on the Bucs, like bet on them being good, bet on them being better than they should be. Because right now it looks like they're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. All right, guys, you know that drill. I'm just going to keep fucking hammering them. So this is number 6, right? I believe if anyone wants to fact check me on that. Draft number 6. We're making good time on these drafts. Wait, this is the wrong one. Right? No, this is the right one. Not entering the week conservative. Okay, good. Okay. Like, I'm losing it, man. Everything's getting a little bit fuzzy. 3 out of 12 entrants, guys. You can play along with me now here. And of course, there's no promo code for DraftKings, but if you do wish to be a part of the team here, you can go deposit on Underdog, use the promo code SPLASH for a $100 deposit match. You can go on Drafters, even more so. They're a new partner here on Splash Play. You can get a deposit match up to $100 there. And if you are an existing customer on Drafters, you can get a special 20% bonus on a reload up to $500 with the promo code SPLASH100. So do that on Drafters. Great way to support the show if you haven't done it yet. And shout out to everybody who has done it. Oh, and of course, please do subscribe, leave a comment down below after the stream ends, and of course, like the video. And hang on here again. I'm going to open up the StreamYard later on in this stream. We are going in for 8 hours, 9 to 5 p.m. today, and we are in hour number 4, as you can see on the screen and on the time. And this draft will start in 1 minute. So let's do our ceremonial lightly getting up and stretching. You know what? I'm actually going to fully stand up here. Okay. I'm off mic. I'm standing up. I'm stretching, blood flowing, light jog, getting that cardio in. Waka, 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 waka. Okay. All right. We're good. Oh, and here's the aforementioned booster seat that you can see, which is 2 of them taped together. No shame here, because again, legit 6'1", so we're okay on that front. And you got a little crotch shot too, something for everybody. All right. Whew. Why is it telling me, did I enter 2 drafts? I hope not. No, I'm in 1. Okay, thank God. Thank God. All right, 5 slot, 7, 3 again, 6 slot, 112. Friends and family draft here on DraftKings. All I heard was fat. Oh. Just a quick jerk off screen to get myself loose and ready to go. Getting a text, but I think it's just alerts about the door. Oh, no. I don't wish to. I don't wish to. It's honestly hard enough doing these drafts like normally. Especially as like every single one is starting to feel too samesies. Again, this is a psychological experiment. I mentioned that from the jump. It's a content experiment. Obviously, I want to get live viewers here. I want you guys to watch and subscribe and all that. But also, I'm testing my own sanity here. I'm testing my own mettle. Am I the best stream drafter around? Probably not, but I'm going to grind it. Best to stretch for best ball brunch. Want to be at your best. It's true. You don't want to, getting a sex injury can absolutely happen if you are an older gentleman. I know one time a guy had hurt my, I had hurt my neck, like from sleeping. And then we did some stuff. And then I was like, my neck doing this particular thing is not something I need. So yeah, you gotta get loose. Gotta stay limber. Your breathing exercises. What draft are we on? Just made it in, boys. This is number 6, right? I believe we established, or 6 or 7. Somebody want to keep me honest here? All right, we got Eckler, we got Bijan. We are going to go Bijan. I believe Bijan greater than sign Eckler. Oh. And I'll make the take that I had earlier. Wait, so is Polsky in this draft, or is Polsky just drafting in parallel to us? Is Polsky in the chat rather? Because he made some dumb shit picks last time. And I don't want to be mean to Polsky too much if he's actually in the chat. I may do YouTube content on older guys' sex injuries. There you go. Charlie's got to go actually do some work, Spags. Thanks and have fun. Diaper up. Thank you, Charlie. Appreciate you. Shout out to Charlie being here. And shout out to Sam as well. Splash 100 bonus. Re-up in there on drafters. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it, bud. Honestly, I think they're going to be happy with these results. I think we've already gotten close to the amount of signups they were looking for. So that's a positive. The more the merrier, because we need some splash play bags, guys. We're going to make this into a fully sustainable thing. Got to convert for the people out there. But I really do appreciate you guys helping with that. The connection's getting weird. It's always weird. It tells me that my connection is slow, but I'm on a wired connection. I don't know why. Bear with me if it does sound kind of choppy. I'll drink water at this time period. Okay, we should be back. Spags, you use a new profit boosting for the bonus bets on DK. If you deposit through the sportsbook, you get 5 bonus bets, adding up to 25% of your deposit. I actually haven't deposited on the sportsbook in a minute. That's not like a flex. I have just been doing pretty well with our Probably data. Don't talk a lot about Probably because we're really close to getting out, and I'm going to save the hard promotion for when we are out. But probablyapp.com, PROBLY app.com. If you want to get on the wait list, basically we're taking expected values using the top markets in the world to determine live sportsbook opportunities. But I've been making enough on DraftKings to, again, fund the best ball stuff. So that's been my thing. So I haven't had a deposit since NFL season ended. So, but I will try to do that then if I deposit before this season, because I think I'm going to have to hit up my account before the season, unless I hit some nice bets. All right, so we started with Bijan. All right, so I said I want to draft a team that's more representative of me, but let's just get outside my comfort zone, right? Let's take Tony Pollard too. Let's do a, what does this say? Bimodal RB, I think is what they call it in the streets. And I will, of course, play the GIF. I can't own Bijan Robinson and Tony Pollard. Why would you ever take a wide receiver with talent like that? But honestly, though, the bet on Bijan, I like a lot more than the bet on Tony Pollard. If I'm gonna make a bet, that's neither here nor there. But we will. I don't foresee taking another running back unless we go hyper fragile. But I do not love a hyper fragile build. I still want to get the volume at running back. But if I start 2 running backs early, I would then go later on for it. And I should go back to the draft board. All right. So the Diggs drafter gets Allen. That's our guy, Tony, in the chat, or Mark in the chat, who's just, I'll give Mark his background here that he gave me over Discord. So Tony Marco1, the username for him is because he was a big Tony Hawk fan and his name is Mark. And also if you're a Mark for something in pro wrestling, that would be like a fan. So he's I guess it works on multiple levels. There we go. If you just withdraw, yeah, no, shout out to Ben. Again, honestly, churning bonus stuff on sports books, that is still a thing you can do. It's obviously not as big of a thing as it was when Caesars was giving out $1,000 or whatever, and BetMGM doing the same thing. They have realized it's not sustainable, but definitely taking advantage. I think sites like DraftKings, like FanDuel, like Underdog, they should all be trying to get you to deposit more. And it's weird because it's all about the new customer acquisition. And I don't think there are enough rewards for people who are like already on the platform and want to be a part of it. So anything like that, like Ben's mentioning in the chat, I think worth taking advantage of. It's an incestuous draft. Taboo. Yes. Very kinky, incestuous friends and family draft going on here. Except for Otis Spunkmeyer, who's already auto-drafting. So keep that in mind here. The Cookie Man is going to take a lot of QBs. If you auto-draft, see an auto-drafter on DraftKings, somebody flagged this to me early on, and it was 100% correct. Auto-draft players or overdraft teams do make them take 4 QBs. So that leads to more snipes, leads to more random picks. So something to keep in mind there. Watch out for Otis here. Watch out for Otis. This build in honor of the flock is looking hot. If I need to like listen to his voice, am I gonna get copyright struck if I pull up the Fantasy Flock's YouTube channel? Because I want to hear his voice and I think I'll be able to do it better. Okay, I'm gonna make my pick and then we'll pull up Fantasy Flock's voice. And then I'm gonna try to get my impression better. It's gonna be our exercise for this one. Boy, a lot of great running backs remain here. We made a bet on a first-round running back who isn't Christian McCaffrey. I think logically a bet on Debo makes sense here to leverage against that. So let's take Debo, and now let's play all right, Flock Fantasy. I'm not going to change the window because I don't want to get full copyright struck. I'm honestly shocked. Bijan Robinson and Tony Pollard are 2 picks you simply can't avoid to start a draft. How does his mouth move like that, man? Yeah, let's hear him talk a little more. Here's how you can take advantage of a DraftKings room with a bunch of these splash play nerds. They love wide receivers so much, but we here on the Fantasy Fuck, we know all about drafting running backs. It's just like every word is like a Y in it, like running backs. All right, I'm glad somebody's loving it. Anyone else bet on Bodog 20 years ago? Yes, but I would not do it now. But yeah, Bodog still around. Remember when Bodog had like an MMA promotion? Pretty wild times. All right, we got Bijan, Tony Pollard, Debo Samuel. I think Jerry Jeudy makes sense here for our guy Zane. Do you like Jerry Jeudy? Solid flick. Still not a bit. How does everyone know this guy? How do you not know him, Purple Yoshi? He's been a thought leader drafting running backs across all sorts of positions for multiple years now. He also quietly tweaked his YouTube handle. It used to be the Fantasy Flock, and now it's Flock Fantasy. I mentioned this on a previous stream. Somebody came into one of the, like a new person, I guess, who came across the show on YouTube, came across it and was like, all the fake laughing drives me nuts. And it's like, when I laugh on the stream, I laugh because I'm either uncomfortable or because like things tickle me. So this is not, it's not a fake laugh. Just me doing this voice does in fact tickle me. Tickles me in all the good spots. Thank you, Captain Whoopass. Appreciate you. Captain Whoopass made it in Pete's summary of the comments too. So Captain Whoopass, a real legend here of the YouTube game. Not just he has his own site where he sells like a draft package thing. And honestly, like he was the guy that I know Underdog had highlighted to me. Like you should do what he does, which you know. But he like basically converts through Underdog, and then if you buy his package thing, then Underdog will give you credits. I believe is how it goes. So kind of similar to what Pat Corain is doing with Legendary Upside, but he's got like a smart business. I can't knock him on that. It's like trust me, I can't knock him on that. But everything else. Mouth movements are insane. They are. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. Let's see what else he's got to say. Oh, he grabbed the data points. Oh my God. It's just like, Ben here's talking about Spike Week. There's so many sites out there to talk about this stuff intelligently. And then he's just like, I got all the data points. Did you get all the data points? Yeah. Late night streams. That's true. I know Liam was crushing the late night streams too. More power to him. More power to him. Oh no. He takes Bijan every time. Oh, I'm doing the gimmick too hard then. We agree on something, I guess. Shouldn't take him every time. And I still think that Tyler Algier, still got leverage brain. I want Tyler Algier's 10 touches to hurt Bijan's 18 touches. But Bijan still, as a first-round pick, I agree he's a smash. He's just not a smash every single time over, not a smash over A.J. Brown, not a smash over Amon-Ra, not a smash over Devontae, not a smash over Garrett Wilson, not a smash over Diggs. But he's still a good pick. I want to have the field's 8% of Bijan for sure. So I get it. He's really going to hate me. Bro's hating. Bro, yeah, I hate. Again, if you had the context, I know people coming in are like, why are you just being mean to this guy? It's also because he sent us a douchey DM before for lightly making fun of him. So thin skin people going to get me to be meaner. But yeah. All right, we got Bijan, Tony Pollard, Debo, Jerry Jeudy. Would like a Charger, none left. Would not like Najee Harris. So I guess if we were doing the full bit, we'd probably draft Najee Harris too. But instead, I wanted to get my guys, and instead of getting the opposite of my guys, I do like Bijan and Tony Pollard, but we'll take fucking Deontay Johnson here. It's the team so far: Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Debo Samuel, Jerry Jeudy, Deontay Johnson. To be clear, because we are, this is a marathon stream here going till 5 p.m. I'm drafting teams that are not going to be always the same when I draft on DraftKings too. I do want to show you guys, here's what I think would be a really sick team for me. But in these rooms too, where we do have some guys we know Sam Duel, we know Jake, we know Tony Mark, we know all these people in this room, not trying to leave anybody out here. We know the people in these rooms, so they're going to draft like me for the most part. They're going to draft a little bit more wide receiver heavy, a little more fragile with the running back stuff. So, I'm not going to probably get my ideal build today, but I'll try at some point. But I got to still just build good teams. He took all the Jacobs last year. It's why I can't fully fade Najee because all the experts are out on him. Yeah, I got it. Jacobs, I will say to his credit, had some real things going for him numerically. He was still a high avoided tackle rate guy. He was still a guy who was obviously getting the volume. But also the big jump for them was that the Raiders offensive line went from mid-tier to top in the league last year in adjusted line yards. So that's why it's not Josh Jacobs. It's the functional offense of it. And the fact that it was so consolidated between him and Devontae Adams. So I just think, I had more than the field of Jacobs too. I didn't make that my claim to fame because it's just part of a portfolio. But I think from what I understand through other people talking to me about his content, he's really planting that flag for him as though it made him some sort of the galaxy brainers out there didn't do it. And I'm now not doing the correct impression. The point being that's how I think it's coming across from what I understand of how he's approached it. Where it's Josh Jacobs was an okay pick. It's just, I agree that the hate was probably too high in him last year. For Najee though, Najee shows nothing numerically. Najee sucks effectively with every stat you look at besides volume. He sucks. So if people are touting Najee, I would just be careful with your Najee shares. I wouldn't go too crazy on it. Take him as a value, if nothing else. Oh, yeah, Sam Howell. People pointing out Sam Howell goes to the 11 hole, who was auto-drafting and is now not. Sam Howell in the 5th round. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Do not like this board right now. Do not like anything on it. I'm going to reach for JSN because I would like to correlate with my Pittsburgh and Deontay Johnson. JSN maybe could have pushed him, but I think in this room where we are getting wide receiver avalanched here on DraftKings, guys, this room is very much all of you geniuses in chat are fully avalanching me. So I'm going to get one of the guys that I can tolerate here, JSN. I don't care if he misses 6 weeks. I want him there for week 17. And I do think with guys like Debo, Jerry Jeudy, Deontay Johnson, we'll hopefully have enough early season production and we'll add some more on. Sam here, Warren is objectively so much better. We just have to pray Tomlin finally realizes it. That is absolutely true. I think what you're going to see is probably 15. Again, it's I feel like I'm repeating the same points, But I think every NFL team is going to be a lot more like this. This is going to be 15 to 18 touches for your traditional back, who's like your lead back. And then it's going to be 10 to 12, like high value, efficient touches for the other back. And like, if every team is like this, then what running backs have been for the last 10 years or the entire time that we've all grown up and played fantasy football is not going to be the same landscape. And I said it last year, and this is my hot take, and it's one of the things that I don't get enough credit for, was that last year, like I said, not a single running back will get 25 touches in a game. You know what happened? Nobody got 24. It's the first time that's ever happened in the NFL that nobody got over 25 touches in a game. So now this year, if you have less than 5 backs get over 20, all of a sudden, everything is just flattened out. And you know what happens? Running backs become tight ends. They become tight ends, except at a 2Z position instead of a 1Z position. So that's my bet and what the world of fantasy football is going to be. That's why I draft only good running backs, or if I don't draft good running backs, I'll draft the volume of those 10 to 12 touch guys. Because if the 15, 18 touches of a Ramondre are not as valuable as a 10 to 12 for a Zeke, let's throw that one out. The 15 to 18 touches for a Najee are probably not going to be as valuable as a 10 to 12 for Jalen Warren. The 15 to 18 for Kenneth Walker might not be as valuable as a 10 to 12 for Zach Charbonnet. The 15 to 18 for Khalil Herbert, if he even gets that much, might not be as valuable as a 10 to 12 for Roshan. The math's not going to math for all those backfields. But point being, like, that's my bet. That's my big bet. If I were to give you guys one bet, then I'd be like, tail me on it to some extent. That's the bet. That's the bet. Thank you. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for calling me an oracle. I don't victory lap my takes enough. So that's why, I'm planting my flags heavy and early here. Also comes obviously with more stream hours, but we'll see. You guys know my takes. Happy to repeat them too. Yeah. Michael Pittman. What do you think we're gonna do, guys? Do you think maybe we get a little smell the AR jersey? It's in the air. It's in the air. Thank you. Glad to see new names thinking that's a good take. That's the take that I've been dying on the hill on for the last few years, and I will continue to do it. And I think that's why I had a finalist team last year, was I approached it like that. Like the guys who got me to the finals, Ramondre, Tyler Algier, I forget the other running back. Devin Singletary, who wasn't great, but like was still kind of a back that was underdrafted for his role as a committee back. And he didn't play in week 17. So maybe that would have been the week he went for 200 yards. We'll never know now. But point being, like, I think that's just the macro bet to make, is like a bet against running back dominance, like, is the bet to make. And it's the bet to make this year. It's the bet to make next year. Like, just keep making that bet. And I think it's going to pay off. Yeah, I could have taken Pitts. But we didn't. And Pitts actually goes. I did think so. So Consigliare's credit, I was thinking about taking Pitts as another correlation with Atlanta. But that said, I thought Pitts would fall back to me. So you were right. Consigliere. But I'm always going to try to punt guys I think can get a little bit further down the ADP. I think that's how you create more value for yourself in every room. And sometimes you lose out on it. And I lost out on it there. This is a tough call. Like, this room is a good amount of friends and family, but a good amount of friends and family also knows I love AR. And we're not picking again for a little bit here. So my team so far: Bijan, Tony Pollard, Deebo Samuel, Jerry Jeudy, Deontay Johnson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Pittman. We've pulled out of the tailspin at receiver. Now it's just a bunch of running backs. So we are going to go get our fucking guy, Anthony Richardson. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, the jersey's inside out because when I took it off last time. Hold on. Go get your guys. Right? That's what we say. Oh, this is backwards. You know what? Let's put it on backwards. We're getting weird here. We're in hour 4. I want his name on my chest. I want it right here. I don't care if this isn't how you wear jerseys. AR to the moon. Suit up. Where am I at my most exposed players in the top rounds? That's a good question. For DraftKings, I don't know. For DraftKings, probably Diggs. I think it's Diggs, AJ Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Wilson. Probably that would be the most I have. I'm with the field. I'm above the field on Tyreek. I'm definitely above the field on Justin Jefferson because I've been lucky with the 101s. But I'm under on McCaffrey, very under on Chase, and then with the field on everybody else. I think that's how you try to approach the early rounds, obviously besides the number 1 overall pick. But I think that for me, like for the early round, I do want to be kind of flat besides maybe a few semi-fades. Like the semi-fades for me are McCaffrey and Eckler. I want more than his name. It's not like a sex thing. He's more like the son that I wish I could have. Like if Luka grows up and is 6'4" and runs a 4.40 and whatever, then sure, that'd be great. But it's more that he just represents what I want football to be, which is stud athletes who throw deep balls with tremendous velocity and veracity, and then guys who run the ball and are fucking sick running it too. So that's why I just want AR to be my platonic ideal of fantasy football, and I think he can be. Odell going in the 9th here. Wow, 20% Tyreek. Good for you, man. Unless you're taking him at the 1, 2, 3. Like I would still try to get Chase and Jefferson. Like I wouldn't pass up those guys for Tyreek, but I do like that stand. Like I don't think Miami's going to get worse this year. I think they're going to learn how to be smarter about how they approach things. All right, so we have a 1, 2, 5. Could definitely go back to running back at some point here. God, just not my favorite pocket again. Really? Yeah. AJ Dillon will be my running back 3. Can make the case I should take. Yeah, can make the case I should take Dalvin there as a discount. Oh, good. If I jack it to his stat line, I think it's sexual. Nice. AR's comp is Jamarcus Russell. No, AR's comp is Josh Allen. For gonna give the real one here. But I mean, it's like I checked the article on. I have my pinned tweet at Chris Spags. It's the last article that went up on Football Outsiders, which was my opus on AR. Compared him to Jalen Hurts. Compared him to Josh Allen coming out of college. I think I had some Justin Fields comps in there too. And basically, like, those are the comps. It's like guys who have some ability to get the ball downfield with a high EPA, guys who run with some amount of veracity as well as some success. Like, that's what he is. He's that archetype. Less accurate than those guys, but more accurate in certain parts of the field. Like, his accuracy issues are all short throws, which again, I watched the film. But, like, overall, Sam Laporta in the 9th. Otis Spunkmeyer. If you're in the chat, Otis, clean it up, man. Jared Goff, Sam Howell, Derek Carr, all ahead of ADP. Gee whiz. No, thank you. All right, we'll make a pick here. Don't catch a bunch of chats. Bye, Jerry. See you later. Jerry likes aged running backs. Good luck. All right. We could use a tight end. You know what? We have the bet on Pittsburgh, so let's go Pat Freiermuth, and then we'll wait for Otis Spunkmeyer to take Kenny Pickett 100 picks ahead of ADP. If he hasn't already. Sam Howell in the 5th. Jared Goff in the 7th. Derek Carr in the 10th. None of those. Jersey on backwards the way to Rockets. Spags has Richardson tattooed on his chest. No regrets. No regrets indeed. No regrets. I've been thinking though, I earlier in the summer was like, should I get like a sleeve, like a tattoo sleeve? And then I was like, that's a lot of money apparently. And also, I don't believe in anything enough to get a tattooed on my body. But maybe Anthony Richardson, if he wins me $3 million, his entire face on my body smiling with a thumbs up. That's what we'll do. He is getting his guys. That is true. The 11 hole is absolutely getting his guys. Jerry. Okay, we can do this, Jerry. Hold on. Let's pull up some numbers, okay? Dalvin Cook last year, negative 0.14 EPA per rush, negative 11% rushing DVOA. This is on 19 touches per game, basically, or 19 intended touches. That includes his targets. He also avoided tackles at a pretty low 19% rate. It's fine, an average rate. He's also a guy who's going up against Breece Hall. Breece Hall, when he played. Breece Hall, and again, I'm not like a Breece sycophant like a lot of people are out there. Brees last year. Brees had a 25% rushing DVOA, 0.1 EPA per rush. Was also about the same as a pass catcher as Dalvin. Brees is younger. Brees is probably going to be a better back in the future. Dalvin couldn't get a contract because he's old and was a volume back. If you keep playing volume backs every year, what's going to happen is eventually the volume doesn't get there because they're not efficient. Also on a team like this one, where you have an established bell cow back who was fantastic, it was a large part of their success in the front part of last year in Brees Hall. As long as Brees Hall's functionally healthy, which by the way he is, he's already practicing and looking great out there according to every possible report, that makes it hard for a guy like Dalvin to get his 18 touches a game that he needs to have any sort of value whatsoever. Jerry. But your take is as valid as mine. It's August. But you want to go in with your best foot forward. So Jerry, Jerry was willing to listen. He can leave. I just think rethink football a little. Rethink it. It's not just, God got 20 touches a game. How could he? Volume is fragile. Efficiency, less fragile. Age, even less fragile. 28 might as well be 50. Running backs over 25, decrease in efficacy every single year. But I just want the world, I want the world to know that. So, Jerry, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. Jerry. That's true, KA. I'm just too fancy for some people. But no, it just goes against, again, like I was talking about earlier with the rants about running back in the overall ecosystem. It's like people just can't wrap their heads around that it's not the same world as it was in 2005. Sean Alexander's not walked through that door, guys. 5 touchdown, 35 carry Sean Alexander. Ain't going to happen again. All right. 1-3-5-1. We absolutely need another QB at some point, but I'm probably going to get sniped on one of them. I'm going to go Rashad Penny here. Rashad Penny, I think, rounds out this running back room pretty well. Don't need to go back to the position right away. Team so far, AR, Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Deebo Samuel, Jerry Jeudy, Deontay Johnson, Pat Freiermuth, JSN, Michael Pittman, A.J. Dillon, Rashad Penny. Of course, A.J. Dillon, not good enough for Jerry. Sorry, A.J. Dillon. I know you're out there somewhere working out your quads. Jerry doesn't think you're worth a shit. So keep that in mind, A.J. Dillon. Use it as a motivator. This guy Jerry thinks you're dog shit. Also, good point. Dalvin might be less healthy than Brees. Dude is not even practicing. The shoulder's made of glass. These are the rebuttals. These are the fucking rebuttals. That's not a rebuttal, Jerry. Just saying your take again is not a rebuttal of the entire fucking analysis I just gave you, Jerry. It's like the Howard Stern movie Private Parts where they were like, the people that love you listen for an hour a day. The people that hate you listen for 2 hours a day. It's like, maybe that's where we are with Jerry. But Jerry knows how to get my goat. Jerry, you're welcome to stay here, but you have to join the Squirt Squad. Hit the join button down below. Honestly, Jerry, if you join, you're not allowed to have the helmet. All I said was... Oh, here, I got to pull up his chat first so I can mock him. All I said was... No, wrong one. All I said was Dalvin was 28, you buffoon. Oh, yeah? Still not a take, Jerry. Still not a take. You know how old Brees fucking Hall is? He's fucking 22. You run a race, Jerry, against somebody 6 years younger than you. See how you do. Ooh, this guy gets my goat. Do I have to reach for Kenny Pickett at this point? I feel like Kenny Pickett is a risk to get sniped. No, AJ. Oh, we got AJ in. All right. So now we're done at running back. 1-5-5-1. Probably could have gone receiver capital a little bit earlier, but we didn't. Jerry fucking got me, man. Jerry really got in my head like an earworm. So he's still 3 years younger, and he's much younger than the back he's competing with. Jerry, buddy. How old's Aaron Jones? Okay. How old's the difference between A.J. Dillon? What's the difference between those two? Their ages. A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. Who's younger? It's going to be A.J. Dillon by 5 years, I believe. You know what the difference is between Dalvin Cook and Breece Hall is? 6 years. Younger back. Younger back. Younger backs stay healthier. A.J. Dillon next year, if he signs a fucking free agent deal somewhere, if he's lucky enough to get one, he's probably going to start coming on the downswing too. Just like this guy's over 25. I mean, like it's not that crazy. So stupid. Jerry, the season hasn't happened yet, man. The season hasn't happened. Packers ass means nothing. Jets, I agree. They're a top Super Bowl odds team. Great reason to draft Breece Hall, the good running back. Same thing for Garrett Wilson, the good young receiver. For the Packers, you're buying in on a wide open offense that maybe could be competitive in an NFC North that's probably not as good as it was last year. Remember, the Vikings were a complete paper tiger last year. I can't make this stream just trying to educate Jerry because Jerry's one of those guys where, fuck you, Sam. You took Kenny Pickett. You got Pickens. God damn it. Fucking Jerry. Fucking Jerry cost me Kenny Pickett. Running backs are a very fragile position, bud. Very fragile position. The older you get, more banged up you are, more mileage on you. Just a higher risk profile. But the good news, Jerry, I did draft Zeke in a couple drafts here. So if you want to scroll back and watch those, you can hear me talk myself into Zeke. It's also just lower ADP guys. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jerry's right. Maybe I need to rethink everything. Because, again, Packers bad, Jets good. Fucking typing like a caveman, and I'm supposed to respond to this as though it fucking matters. I'm taking Jameson Williams here. Hey, Ken. Ken's with me the full 8 hours. Good news, Ken. If you are with me, if you want to push back on that motherfucker Jerry, hit that subscribe button. Don't let Jerry talk us out of hanging out here for 8 hours. He'd rather me go away. He'd rather me say, oh, I'm going to go hang out with my pal Dalvin Cook. Oh, me and the old running backs are going to get together. You know what? We're not going to do that, guys. We're going to sit here. We're going to draft some young dudes. We're going to make them real hunky. We're going to make them real sexy young guys here. If they could be a character in Twilight, we're going to draft them. Oh, boy. Jerry's on lunch break. He's got AP history. No, Jerry is not an AP history. Jerry cannot teach history. Jerry's like a construction guy who just drafts in August and goes, I don't know. I know this guy, Dalvin, this Breece character. Bro, your team is ass anyway. Breece Hall just tore his ACL and they paid Dalvin Cook $8 million for oh boy. So now we're doing contract talk with Jerry. Oh boy. Jerry, I have to tell you, man, I want to help you. Like, I want you to be smarter, but you're also like a dick in addition to being a fucking retard. I know we don't say that word anymore, but this is 3 hours and 50 minutes in. Jerry, I'm going to do this for your own sake, bud. Just take a lap. I'm not even going to ban you. Take a 5-minute timeout, Jerry. Think about your life. Think about where you've gone wrong. What you don't know. Ask yourself, what don't I know? And I'll answer it for you. Fucking everything. Is Brock Purdy available? No, of course not. Is any QB available at all? Am I just going to take absolute ass players forever? I'm going to take Tyler Higbee because he's on the screen. Jeremy's ruined my life. Who are the QBs left? Oh, God. Jesus Christ. I miss Jerry now. I even drafted a Jerry. I drafted Jerry Jeudy. Oh, man. I just can't win here. Every stream needs a Jerry troll. I hope not. I could take it for 5 minutes. The tough part is like guys like that never have any idea of what exists beyond the things they know. Like, he knows that Dalvin Cook got an $8 million contract. He knows that Breece Hall tore his ACL. That's the breadth of his knowledge, is that like those things, like that's it. If there's anything else you try to put in here, it just comes right back out because Jerry is just clocking in from cleaning grease traps or something. No disrespect to anybody cleaning grease traps, just Jerry. And that's the trouble. That's the trouble. Spags gonna give me a helping a tough love. I should rethink all my life choices immediately. Captain Whoop-Ass, seems like you're begging for a timeout. You're okay. I agree. I should rethink all my life choices immediately, but not about football. Do you know ball? Because I know ball. I fucking helped the Chiefs win a Super Bowl last year by proxy. I'm a football outsider. Kind of. What's my opinion of Alec Pierce? I have 25% to go with my 13% on Richardson. I think he's a good play. I think that Michael Pittman's more undervalued. Everybody who can tolerate AR, who likes AR, they tack on Pierce as a stack with that. If you are going with AR and Pierce, you are going to be duped by a lot of people if AR is the guy that I think he is. So that's the issue with that. That said, Pierce is like the perfect kind of play for a guy like AR. It's just that I think Pittman is still the alpha target earner there. And then Josh Downs is going to be coming on at some point, but contract year for Michael Pittman, and Michael Pittman is going to get himself paid, I believe. That's true. Nothing personal, Jerry. Just doesn't like me. Or I don't like him. Josh Downs is in that hunt. Josh Downs is in that hunt. I think if Pittman doesn't get there, Josh Downs also probably excels. Like if Pittman doesn't get there, it's because Josh Downs became Devontae Smith. And honestly, that is a 10% outcome of him being Devontae Smith in this. And again, the Shane Steichen offense, that's going to be a lot of similar principles to Philly. Jerry wondering, hey, Jonathan Taylor, why don't they pay him $70 million? Jonathan Taylor, he was good. He's a good back. Why did the Colts bring in Ezekiel Elliott for $50 million? Frank Gore, unretire. You still got juice. I'm Jerry. That's the Jerry voice. And I think it sings. All right, we got a 1-5-6-2 build here. We need a QB. We need a QB. Is a Matt Stafford team just dead without Cooper Kupp? Probably. Kyler Murray team is dead with Kyler Murray. Adam Thielen. Here, you know what, Jerry? Here's my olive branch. I'm taking Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen, he's been great for years. Adam Thielen, what? Did you miss the last 10 years of the Minnesota Vikings? Adam Thielen is the best receiver. My God. It is. Jerry just feels like this. I think we've got the Jerry character down. Again, my poor mother-in-law is upstairs, absolutely hearing this. and I feel tremendous shame. Oh, your mother-in-law. Talk about mother-in-laws. Jerry here. Jerry knows a thing or two about mother-in-laws. Oh, I hate when my mother-in-law comes over. Oh, she's such an old battle axe, that mother-in-law of mine. Jerry's just fucking Kevin James and the King of Queens. Just a fucking buffoon. Thank you. I'll take it. I'll take any praise I can get 4 hours in. Now, Deuce Vaughn, this guy you can build around. He was so great at TCU. Where did he play? At Kansas State. I don't care that he's 5'5". That guy's got some spunk. He can really run the ball. That's Jerry talking, of course. All right, we got a 1-5-7-2. We're going to take Bryce Young here. Bryce Young, the stack up with Adam Thielen here. Maybe we'll get some late Terrace Marshall. Maybe we won't. I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, okay, where's the Super Checo? Great time to include my tweet earlier in the week, seeing all the position news. Fish, sheep, and cowards will be baptized in the fires of Brees. I'm honestly I'm not the hugest Brees believer. I think they're going to hurt each other pretty heavily. I think, go back to the Splash Play channel. There was a video that I did with Pete and Pat earlier in the offseason where I thought that Brees Hall was overdrafted just because of the injury risk and the likelihood of them bringing in somebody as a stabilizing back. I think Brees is now appropriately priced and he probably should have been in this range all along. That said, he's kind of close to a smash this price tag. I think you're still running some risk. This is the thing is Jerry's making me defend a take that I'm not backing out myself necessarily heavily financially. But But yeah, they're just going to hurt each other. Like Cook's going to be useless. He's going to get really inefficient touches that are forced onto the field by Aaron Rodgers. Brees is going to be out there. He's going to look good, but he's probably going to take a little bit of ramp up because he's coming off this ACL. He'll be there by like week 17, absolutely. If not week 8, he'll be good to go and be looking like himself. Like, you know, as always is the case, the truth is somewhere in the middle, but not for Jerry. Not for Jerry. Spags, do a reaction vids to the Best Ball Bros vid, and please tell us who they're all representing. I don't even know. I feel like a lot of them were either, I mean, obviously Davis. It was like Davis and Jacob Sanderson, I think, are the two that came out to me. Thielen went pretty early in the BBM porno draft. Good to know. Good to know. I think I did know that through proxy. I still, again, have not watched it, but I did watch Best Ball Bros. And again, I was just offended that Pete didn't include either AR or elite tight ends. Felt like that was offensive to me and my part of the Best Ball Bro community. Anthony Richardson, who's this guy? Is he coming in from college? He's gonna, what, you think he's gonna play? Gardner Minshew. Now that's a guy you could set your watch to. Jerry talking here. Oh yeah, I think I saw that actually. I had that on the background yesterday, but I think he mentioned one of the characters like a weather guy, and I don't know who the Southern guy was. Clearly he gets his inspiration from something. What it is, that's Pete for you. That's that Pete brain for you. Jerry is Phil Lancaster. Yes, good callback there. I need to drink some water. The Jerry voice gets me a little raspy. All right. Let's pick some players. All right, Deuce Vaughn lurking. But we have Tony Pollard. We have the actual guy who's an adult-sized running back. God, this is a fucking dog shit pocket. I'm going to take Mac Jones here just because I hate my QB room, and I can maybe tack something on for that one. But woof. Jerry, I got to tell you, Jerry ruined this team for me. He brought us all a lot of joy and gave me a new character voice to go to. We got particularly saying hour 4 workshopping Jerry, my hot new character. But yes, that is he distracted me enough here. So it's to Jerry's credit. Though my team is ass, though. So that's I got that going for me. Your team is ass. How's this team gonna win? You took 2 running backs early on? Why didn't you take 4? Why did you take 5? Joe Mixon. Now that seems like a good guy. Now, Joe Mixon, that's the kind of running back I could draft as Jerry. Jerry loves Joe Mixon. At least you know it's ass. That's Jerry. This is the real Jerry back. Jerry got banished for 5 minutes, but Jerry can't leave. Jerry's got to get his takes off. Suck a dick, Jerry. Jerry, I invite you to come into the next draft, Jerry. I want to see what you build. Go on your DraftKings account. Go pull out your fucking credit card. I only send checks deposit on my drafting sites. Jerry, go deposit on DraftKings. Mail him a check and get your deposit going. Fucking boomer, and draft a team with me, bud. And we'll see how we do. I can't mark the teams though, so I can't mark Jerry the buffoon in my draft, but you can keep track of it and you can let me know. Jerry. Oh, I wish you were like Kobe. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Cool. Sick burn, Jerry. Suck him off more, why don't you? He really cares about you. Fucking loser. Oh, boy. Clutch like Kobe. Fucking drive your car and hit the clutch like Kobe. Dipshit. But come in my draft, bud. Come in my draft. Okay, that's true. Honestly, I should make... Yeah, Jerry needs to pay. Jerry needs to pay. Jerry, I live rent-free in your head. You're on my stream trying to do a draft with me after I timed you out and called you the R word. You're my bitch, Jerry. You are here suckling at my fucking teat like a little fucking parasite. You want to be here. You want to be me. You want to be Fantasy Flock, but you're not. You're a fucking nobody. You're nobody talking shit to me. How dare you? How dare you? I'm glad we finally got a sycophant for the Fantasy Flock, though. We were due. Thank you. Thank you, Joey. Everybody defend me. Jerry's a big tough guy. He's gonna come beat me up. Back in my day, you talked around the block to Jerry. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem for you. There's Jerry for you. Dude, I live in a house I've bought with money from my gambling winnings, doing the thing that you're watching me do right now. I have a 17-year-old, I wish. Wish you were almost out of the house. I have a 17-month-old son who's fucking adorable. I have a wife who's hotter than any woman you've ever touched. I am so far above you, Jerry. You and your fucking depressing loser Fantasy Flock sucking off life. You will never be a fraction of what I am. You're not a fraction of what I am as a man. You're not a fraction of what I am as a content creator. You're not a fraction of what I am as a fantasy football player. You're fucking nothing. So keep hanging out in chat. Guys, let's get Terrace Marshall. I don't care about his back injury. That's true. I have more than enough room, Jerry. I have so many rooms in my house. And I also have an entire yard for you that you could probably do some yard work in for a reasonable rate. Jerry, I don't think you get what content is. Like, I don't think you get that you're just a toy for me to play with. Well, to fill an 8-hour stream that I committed myself to. But hey, if you think you're winning, man, honestly, dumb guys always think they're winning. So Jerry, keep vibing, man. Keep vibing. It's just hilarious. Like, you're literally hanging out here. You're doing the thing. I'm creating this content to be watched, and you're watching it, and you're trying to do a draft with me. Brain. Use brain. Thank you, Tyler. A lot of shocked emojis to go around here. Can somebody put up the egg? Can somebody show Jerry the egg? Here's what happens when you get Jersey Jerry in a draft. Oh, Jersey Jerry's a Barstool character. Maybe he is that Jerry, honestly. There we go. That's a Jerry draft for you. I don't know about this nude egg. That doesn't seem like the kind of content I want to be a part of. The Jerry brand is not gonna last. All right, let's take some fucking player. Josh Downs already went. Let's get an Evan Hull share. I feel like we've made the bet on Indianapolis. Evan Hull's here. Don't have enough Evan Hull. Evan Hull? I don't even know who that guy is. Evan who? Oh, man. Oh, well, I'm glad you were a fan of the channel, Jerry. Never mind. The final team. Well, welcome aboard, Jerry. Have some fun. Anthony Richardson, Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Deebo Samuel, Jerry Jeudy. So it doesn't sound like you're a fan. Anyway, honestly, Jerry, I'm done with you. See you later. All right. Jerry Jeudy, Deontay Johnson, Pat Freiermuth, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Pittman, A.J. Dillon, Rashad Penny, Devin Achane, Jameson Williams, Tyler Higbee, Adam Thielen, Bryce Young, Mac Jones, Dawson Knox, Terrace Marshall, Evan Hull. We lost the thread here at the end. But Jerry, good news, bud. You want to get in a draft with me, Jerry? You can't talk in chat anymore. Your voice doesn't matter. But you can get in a draft with me. Do you want to play? Do you want to play, Jerry? All right, we're answered. Jersey comes off. We are also in hour 5 amidst all of this, so I need to update that too. It only took 4 hours for me to berate somebody who maybe didn't deserve it. Oh no, where's Kobe? Where's Cherry Kobe? Not here. Oh no. What are we gonna do? And we gotta welcome somebody to the family here. I see that. Oh boy. Matthew. You joined at a great time here. Matthew, welcome to the family. Matthew Emerson, not a true Paisan name, but the kind of guy here, well, you're good by me. You could be the Henry Hill to our good fellas here, but Matthew, a regular around here. Welcome to the Squirt Squad. Welcome here, the Don here. He don't tolerate no guff from no Jerry's around here. No siree. Matthew, you know that now. Welcome to the family. All right. Whoo. We're thriving here. We're thriving here in hour 5, excuse me. Gee whiz. Gee willikers. Anyway, I think it's a good time to say, hey, you should subscribe to the channel. I think if you rode with me through that, that tangent, and I'm gonna really refocus in here because, like, I think I'm getting lost in the sauce. We're 7 drafts in now. Guys Jerry's getting in my head. Can't let it happen. Can't let it happen. So I'm going to refocus here. And we're going to build a Spags team, the worst influencer kind of team. That's what I try to build here every single time. Also, like, Jerry must not watch a lot of content. There's so many bad influencers out there. Gee whiz. Yeah, he's not clutch like Kobe. Oh, thank you, Matthew. I did know that. Matthew is a Colts fan. I think we have actually a couple Colts fans here, which I'm happy to be along with. Oh, no. Did Jerry Jeudy get hurt? I don't think I hurt Jerry Jeudy. I think Jerry hurt Jerry Jeudy. I think he felt a fucking shitty Jerry out there, and he's like, I can't go on. I can't keep playing football. Oh, hamstring. Oh, no. Well, soft tissue reoccurring. Not great. Jerry Jeudy has had so many hamstring injuries. I'd buy the dip, though. Fucking good news from Marvin Mims is like, just getting all the injuries that benefit him that he needed right now. Jerry's having a rough day. I think they're correlated. The Jerry plays are correlated. Correlation? What are we doing math? Jerry don't do math. Jerry can't correlate. Bears Colts fan started rooting for both after the Super Bowl when I was like 5. That's fun. I think it's fun to have 2 teams, on the other side of the division. I feel like there's some people out there that would be like annoying about that. But like football fandom, I mean, sports fandom is so different now where like the LeBron fans, like they move from team to team. All those things I think are completely different. Those are 2 fun teams, 2 mobile young QBs. That's pretty fun. Also, I don't think I pulled up Ross's chat. Eat caca, Jerry. Thank you, Ross. Ross got his knuckle children out and he's feeling good. Greg Dulcich waking up from the dead. I guess you could make the case he could pick up some slot routes because Mims was more of an outside guy in previous years in college. So, but obviously he ran the routes that they had him running at OU. So I don't know for sure. I guess Mims could move in the slot, but it does feel like that's a good call. That could be an opportunity for Dulcich to actually get on the field where you just run 12 personnel, but with Dulcich in the tight end spot. Spags, my friend is a Jerry. Oh, I love that this is a thing. My friend is a Jerry. He claims Dalvin Cook will be a top 5 running back. Jesus Christ. It's just like, it's tough. And this is, again, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Like, look it up if you haven't seen that graphic before. But it's like, these are guys that know just enough about it, where it's like, they know the Jets are a favorite. They know the Jets should be a contender. They know the defense was good. And then you add in Dalvin Cook and you're like, well, this guy's been good for 8 years. How could this go wrong? And it's like, that's not how this all goes. But it's tough. I think it's funny too. Well, Jerry's artist abused and everything. Jerry and Rick and Morty too just gets fucking abused. Maybe there's just something to Jerry's that I didn't realize. Somebody who loves Jerry Seinfeld. Is Jerry a boomer name? Don't be a Jerry. All right, we're on the clock here. It's just the same. Like, can I get a fucking 1 hole or something? I'm just in the same spots over and over again. Let's just flip it around. Let's flip it and reverse it. Go Monroe St. Brown. How many 8 spots can I get today? Fucking DraftKings, man. Just does me no favors in any possible way. Ugh. And it'd be good to know, though, if you did have 5 hours and me melting down at somebody, and collect your bets at the window. And also, guys, please do smash the like button here because I got to assume Jerry's hitting the dislike and maybe logging in on another account and hitting the dislike. So help a brother out. And please do hit that like button and subscribe too. Jerry can stay subscribed. He just can't talk in chat. Jerry, if you tweet me an apology, I'll give you one on air, Jerry. I'm sorry I was mean to you. I don't think you handled yourself well, but I don't think I did either. I think maybe we can meet in the middle somewhere. We can meet in the middle on Dalvin Cook, like Lady and the Tramp. He'll have him on one side, I'll have him on the other. We'll both be pulling on him, and his shoulder will separate again, and then we'll kiss. Jerry, how's that sound? Does that sound like a compromise? I want to make friends and influence people. I don't want to. It is funny though. Like the second I'm mean to him, he's like, "You're the worst." By the way, I was a fan, but you're the worst. Oh, that hurts. All right, Tony Pollard again. Fuck it. At least we're getting a different texture. I can't even mad at this point. Tony Pollard, Amon-Ra St. Brown start. I just would like to have, like, I'd like to pick here. I don't want to keep picking here and here. It just leaves me in an uncomfortable spot. Shout out Ivan, another splash play OG who I don't give enough credit to. Ivan's always been one of the regulars. Appreciate you being here. Been watching all day. Almost done with work. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate you, bud. Thank you for supporting the channel as you have so many times. Pollard, Amon-Ra. Let's go. Thank you, Aaron. It does take a big man to admit when he's wrong. And I'm the biggest man, I think we can all say. No, like, I shouldn't be so mean. It's just I saw a bit. And then Jerry just really got my goat, and I had to be really mean. That was the thing, though, man. Like, back in the day, I used to do that on social media, too, where I just come at people's throats. And now it's just like, what's the fucking point? But for content, if we're filling an 8-hour stream, I'm going to berate Jerry if he's going to be mean to me. Wow, Matt needs me to do these 8 hours daily to get me through the grind the last 2 weeks. I appreciate that, Matt. I think I would kill myself. But I shouldn't even say that because I would Kermit. But yes, I appreciate that. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do another 8-hour one, but I could see doing a 4-hour. I think a 4-hour feels okay. But this was the experiment. I wanted to know if I could do it. I wanted to know if you guys would come along for the journey, and you guys have proven that you would. So thank you for that. Thank you to Jerry. Thank you for everybody who's given me a shot here. I appreciate it. Weird take. My worst drafts have been from the 1 and 2 hole. I hate my teams overall, and the 4-5 turn sucks. That's where you get a little reachy. That's where you get your Justin Jefferson with your Christian Watson. That's where you try to set up some different things, different combinations of 0 RB builds. Maybe you take 2 anchor RBs at the turn. There's a lot of ways you could do that. So I think that's fair. Consigliere, Spags hasn't done that since getting married and becoming a father. Good to see Barstool Spags back. I guess the 20th anniversary circle jerk from them. I could not get that out of my For You feed yesterday on Twitter where everything was like Barstool. And then like this guy I know at Barstool saying this thing. Like, it's just, my God. So that probably contributed. That and like I didn't sleep very well. So all those things. At the 11th spot in 4 straight drafts, an underdog, best thing you do is take different players to target different stacks from round 3+. I think that's what I was trying to do here. Because, like, I always try to take the right player for the right spot for the most part. But if I'm going to keep getting 8s on DraftKings, like, I have to switch it up because I can't just keep drafting half-assed Buffalo teams. But we are already building out here. Again, we do have Pollard, have Amon-Ra St. Brown. So I'm getting my Pollard bags up, which have been a little bit low on DraftKings. So I'm okay with that. And Pollard, it surprised me, has not come up on DraftKings. Like, he's still going safely in this spot, even though, like, no threat of Zeke. No, I don't think Rico Dowdle's a threat. For Rojo, even if he does get in there, like, he's not really a threat. Impressive there's now day drinking going on in this draft. For who? Not me. I'm stone cold sober. I mean, it seems like it. Perhaps this guy taking Dak. What happened? What? Why did he take Dak in the 2nd round? And then compound that with Joe Burrow. Oh, boy. Oh, all right. I think it's a DK Metcalf spot. There's no reason. If Gibbs had fallen to me, I would have considered it and going really heavy Dallas, Detroit. But DK Metcalf at this pick, I think, looks pretty good. So we have Tony Pollard, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf. Let's get some guys. Let's get some guys that I like. Let's get some guys to rep me. Rep me. Not in on Deuce, but there are some reports he's going to be more involved than Pollard owners may like. I think more involved in the pass game is a risk. Like, you can give Deuce some catches there, like if you want to, or at least have him running routes. But I do think that if you're going to have him, like, you can't give him 10 carries a game. You probably can't give him 5 unless he's like, he just doesn't avoid tackles. Like Darren Sproles, and that's the comp that comes up. Darren Sproles avoided tackles really well. Like, he was elusive. He wasn't Barry Sanders, but he's like in that range of running backery. And Deuce was the worst running back coming into the draft and avoided tackle rate. It was at 15.4%. It sticks in my brain because it's so bad. If you're 5'5" and you can't avoid tackles, you're just going to get fucking destroyed. It's just not the way to be. But again, in the pass game, sure, you can get him out into space. You can do some stuff. And that would hurt the Tony Pollard equation, because the Tony Pollard thesis all along has been increased volume as well as pass game involvement. So what are you going to do? Oh, man. Go Cowboys. It's just wacky, though. Yeah. And Jerry, the Jerry in this room is named Ian. I feel like that had to be a misclick, right? It had to be. I don't know. Either way, we're not going to take Jerry Jeudy here for multiple reasons. Again, you know what? This is going to be let's get some Spags, guys, draft. We're going for Christian Watson here. And then I know who I'd like to take if we're going to get some Spags guys on the way back, but we'll see if that guy comes back to me. Thinking about grabbing Pollard's RB4 ahead of Chubb. Love grabbing the second. I would go Chubb. Chubb was, besides J.K. Dobbins, who had less volume, Chubb was the best back in football last year. Chubb is getting to that age, though. He is, I think, 27. So it's getting, maybe that diminishes, but he was actually good last year, unlike Dalvin Cook, who was propped up by a lot of touches. So if you're getting a lot of touches and you're still holding tremendous efficiency, those are guys that I wouldn't fade. Okay, no, Ian's just off the deep end. Darren Waller at 4'11". That's tough. Oh, and yeah, and a fair point by Ben. Deuce isn't going to block, so he can't really be a full third down back. He's not big enough to get more than 8 carries. He really doesn't have much upside. That sums it up really well, Ben. He wasn't good enough to justify getting more touches. And also, like, he just can't hold up in the process of it all. So Ian has now drafted his players and is going to auto-draft the rest. So this is going to go well for everybody, I think. Hard to argue with Jamar Chase, Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Darren Waller. Deuce low-key has ran it 20 times a game since he was a freshman. That is true, but that's also not great that he ran it that many times in college and he's that small. It's like, again, it's, mileage accrued. I don't know. I get the Deuce love, and Chunk the Deuce, to his credit, has been there early on. He's not just following a couple preseason games and saying, oh, I love Deuce Vaughn so much. But he is, there's a lot of risk with Deuce, man. Like, him succeeding would be a very outlier outcome in a way that I don't believe he can achieve. This team, this Ian team and the 2-hole is a disaster. This is something else. Oh, we have another auto drafter in the 1-hole. Oh, and here too. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay. Come on, baby. Come on. Kenneth Walker goes. Love it. Okay, so we actually have some options here. But again, this is a pure get my guys draft. Who are the guys I believe in the most? Because now I've been putting together teams that are just kind of doing something. George Pickens. So we're getting my guys. Tony Pollard is like a fringe my guy. I can go without Tony Pollard. But Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, George Pickens. Like Jalen Waddle, I would say be another guy, but he wasn't in range that I can grab him. But we're doing this. We're doing it. These are guys that I like. These are guys that I'm going to plant my flag on. Because I don't want that last draft to represent me. That draft was me getting a little bit angry. It was me getting a little bit off the deep end. My group text with my best friends from high school, my fucking kid just called me cheap. That's very funny. Would be a downer for your kid to call you cheap. Meanwhile, I buy my kid toys way too fucking much. Bought him a bubble machine gun. Bought him a talking Bluey doll. Because if I see something and I think it's cool, I go, Luca must think it's cool. And sometimes that works, and sometimes it does not. Sometimes it does not. Ah, man. By the end of this draft, or this stream, rather, I'm just going to be grabbing guys that I like in any round. I think is how this is going to go. Because it feels good. It feels good to actually get Watson and Pickens. Like, I don't want to pay the price tag that is so high for him now when you've been able to get these guys for cheap. But these are my guys. Oh, it starts at 6. They're greedy little assholes. There you go. Yeah, my friend's kid it was autistic. Is autistic, but is going to school for it. So like I think he's like excited that he's now communicating well, and that I think he's like turned 5. But you know, it's also like if you're communicating well and you're also saying things that are hurtful, that's probably a bit of a downer, I guess. Like Luca could say yellow and purple and stuff, and I'm like, awesome. If he went to me and he's like, Dalvin Cook is great, I'd be like, you fucking piece of shit. He tells me I'm a bad influencer, and then we got problems. Is this? Do I really just take Madison again? I don't see why I wouldn't. We're just building correlations. Everything is correlated. These are the teams that I like. So, you know, we're putting the me team together. Tony Pollard, Alexander Madison, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, George Pickens. Everybody correlates. Everything is Marie Kondo feng shui. Feeling good. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate it. Travis, tell me about your finalists last year. Did you get any? Oh, no? Oh, that's crazy. I had 2 on DraftKings and 1 on Underdog. That's so wild. But my drafts are bad. My apologies. I can't imagine coming into a stream and just wanting to be mad at somebody. Like, why? Why would you do that? Travis, I don't even know who you are. That is definitely a possibility. That's what I've observed in my many years of doing YouTube content, is that Ezekiel Elliott in the 7th, Alvin Kamara in the 7th. What a draft. So this is actually, so he's auto-drafting, but auto-drafting off of a queue? Oh boy, Ian has made some grievous mistakes. Anyway. Yeah, Travis, you missed the whole thing. Jerry really distracted me. You still seem like a shithead, though. So you can leave. Positive vibes only. People just don't know what a man bun is, I think. Like, my hair's down. I have a hat on. Like, we got a lot of flow here. Woo! But also, the day that I come onto streams trying to look hot for other men is the day that I decide that I'm not a streamer anymore. I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt because it's cozy and hot weather. Addison, let's add to our bets. This is lining up really well for a team that I like. It's crazy what happens when I'm not being distracted by morons. Pollard, Madison, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, George Pickens, Jordan Addison. Boom. Beautiful. Who can complain about that? That was like an hour ago, Lucky 7. We've moved on. I apologize. I offered to make out with Dalvin Cook while he makes out with him. I don't know what more I can do. Spags, hold on, wait. Spags, your drafters draft yesterday reminded me to sign back in, and I found $100 in there from last year, so thank you. Good. Matthew, if you really want to get your deposit going there, you could also use the promo code SPLASH100. That'll give you a 20% deposit boost as well, up to $500. That's what I would do if it were me. If I were Travis coming into the stream, I'd go, wait a minute. This guy, I don't know about him, but I love this drafters promo code. Wow. 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 All right. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. There's only really one person in the world I want to think I'm attractive, and thankfully we've achieved that. So I think we're okay. It is funny too, though, because like sometimes guys that like I notice have given me shit about my hair, or like balding guys, or guys that just like also like look more objectively like shit. So it's for me, it's just like, I don't know. Like, I don't. Can't all be Pete. Can't all be that fucking creamy dream. That well-buttered tan of his. Whew. Well, you know what? I think we can take a 6th receiver here. We can't stack them up, but we can take them. Brandon Cooks. So Tony Pollard, Alexander Madison, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, George Pickens, Jordan Addison, and Brandon Cooks. This is a team that correlates across everything. Team for week 17 will be ready to go. Players mostly around their ADPs. Feeling good. Normalize telling the homies they look good without it being any more than that. I've always been on that team. I used to, there was one time, it's actually funny. One of my best friends was on the same group text that I was just talking about. He has a younger child. He's not the one with the slightly older autistic child, if we're going to give these background details for everybody. He one point had gotten this tan jacket from Gap when we were like, I think we were like sophomores in college. And he looked like he was like a fucking, like a model, like a really fashionable guy. And he wore this jacket out and I was like, that shit looks so fucking good on you, man. Like, good for you. Like you're going after it. And he wore that jacket out. And the day that he wore it out on a train in New York City, got stopped by a guy who does gay porn who wanted to have sex with him. Like legitimately, that's not a bit. So that's what happens on the other side of that, where you compliment the bros, try to make it look good. And then there you go. Made lunch, waxed my peckerwood, and took a nap, and Spags is still here. Who was more productive? Hard to say. I've been tilted. I've been tilted not even by a draft, just by being offended. Did you guys get the Jeudy injury news yet? Yeah, hamstring injury. Don't think it's for sure a thing. How much was he paying? I don't believe it was a paid offer. I believe it was just for funsies. I did once a producer tried to pick me up in LA to do like JO videos when I was in college. So again, how sexy am I? At a club, this guy offered me, because I guess I was like a thing where they had a website that like college bros would like JO on video. And that happened to me once, but I didn't get to the rate portion of things. Gotta assume not a great rate. Just all over the map here. All right, we got 2-6, so we got to get some running backs here. Oh, controversial pick for some people out there, but I think A.J. Dillon makes sense in this build. So the team so far: Tony Pollard, Alexander Mattison, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, George Pickens, Jordan Addison, Brandon Cooks, A.J. Dillon. No notes. This is a Spags team. Hey, shout out Ben, 93% on his first exam in nursing school. Go off, King. Show him male nurses can do it too. Show him that we can clap for male nurses during COVID as well. Oh, you're leaving your shift. Kudos to Ben. Applause. Is Dalvin still there? That's a good question. I took A.J. Dillon. No, thankfully Dalvin's gone, so now it's an okay pick. Where the fuck did Dalvin go? He whiz. Dalvin Cook. Oh, good. Dalvin went in the 8th round. People love Dalvin. Kajis love Dalvin. Who's more injury prone? San Francisco running backs or Denver wide receivers? You got to still go with the running backs there. I think Elijah Mitchell alone just counts for a lot of that. But it is close. I mean, yeah. But you could say the same thing. Like Keenan Allen also gets hurt a lot. And, we still draft him in the 30s. So I don't know. I think it's tough. Like, I think when you start to worry about the injury stuff, that's part of why I say, like, just try not to worry about it and try to focus on the positive outcome of if this guy's healthy, what does it mean? Because, like, if you start to really nickel and dime all these guys, they're all hurt. And they all, like, ruin your season when they get hurt. So, just kind of have to stick it out. And I think just try to draft for the good side. And, like, if Jerry Jeudy falls to 50s, like, I would scoop up Jeudy every time, because the hope is that he's out then for the first 4 weeks and he gets back in and he's still the player that you thought was worth a mid 30s pick. Like, that's the thing that matters to me. Oh yeah, I would take Dalvin in the next draft and be like, well, here's the thing about Dalvin. We don't know about Breece Hall's recovery. But yeah, Dalvin is not appropriately priced, I think. Dalvin should be closer to the hundreds just because he's like the kind of a contingent back with 8 touches. Like, he's Jalen Warren, basically. Speaking of Jalen Warren, now that I have carte blanche to draft my guys. Actually, no. Zach Charbonnet's here. Fuck. Some could say I have too many options. I needed a tight end, though. All right, we'll see what we get back at running back. Because Freiermuth is not going to come back to me, so we'll take Freiermuth. I do worry about having the Pittsburgh stack and trying to wait for Pickett, just because I think we are very live to get sniped on Pickett no matter where I try to take him. That's how it goes on DraftKings, especially with all these auto draft guys. So we'll keep an eye out for that one. But team so far: Tony Pollard, Alex Madison, Amon-Ra, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, Pat Freiermuth, George Pickens, Jordan Addison, Brandon Cooks, A.J. Dillon. Some of these guys are not all like my guys. Like Addison, I'll take sometimes. Dillon, I take an okay amount of. including when I'm trying to enrage people. Brandon Cooks, I think, a little bit older than I would like, but the structure works. So we're getting back to structure here. We're getting back to structure after last draft was a mess. Anyway, hope Tyler comes back. You seem like a real cool dude. Real great vibes. Jerry would draft fucking Adrian Peterson. He drafted Antonio Brown as well. Antonio Brown? Is he back in the league? Well, sign me up. Now that's a Jerry kind of guy. He's done it before. Patrick was free, so I was always picking him up, which went well for me. That is tough. You got to be mindful of your biases and stuff. Jared Goff goes to a guy with nothing Lions related. Serenity now. Speaking of a good Jerry Seinfeld. God damn it. Travis, you literally came into a chat and insulted me when I don't know you. So no, I don't. But thanks for hanging out, bud. I hope we can get back on the right track. All right. 361. Nothing here screaming out. This is normally a point of the draft where I would just take Rashad Penny. Would have really liked to have gotten Jared Goff, but he's unstacked, so that's fine. Jerry Seinfeld is complicated at best, but the show was great. Oh yeah, it is Jerry Stiller. Complicated at best because he's a little bit of a predator, I guess, with the young gals at some point in his life. I suppose that would make him somewhat complicated through the prism of 2023. I think he was dating a girl while she was like still in private school in New York when he was like at his peak fame, which is kind of weird to be dating a high school girl. But famous people, tortured artists. I don't know. Talking shit is the best. Look, I do what the people want here. I bend to the will of the people. It's just funny though. Like you can't come into a chat and like insult me, and then be like, "You're always insulting people." Like what? That's not how this goes. This is a two-way street. I'm nice to everybody who's nice to me. You got to earn my spite, earn my disdain. Wow, I wouldn't agree with this list. Seinfeld's got to be number one. Jerry in the chat has to be number 758. But I would need to think more. I would put Jerry Stiller there. Like Jerry Stiller, I'd put above Chat Jerry. Maybe behind Jerry Springer. All right, we have the falling A-chain here. Really, really could use a quarterback, though. So let's just get that out of the way. Jordan Love, come on down. Oh, Consigliere. Oh, you know how to get my goat, bud. Yeah, I agree. I was probably too harsh to Jerry. But then he was such a shit. That's always the issue is like, you tell these guys like maybe they're not right, and then they think they're right, and then they get really angry at you because they don't think you're right. And then I have to be mean to them. It's a vicious cycle. Oh, Tom and Jerry. That's a good one. Jerry Cantrell. Jerry Porter. Jerry Rice. What? You had to go to another. Jerry, you could stay, bud. Let's shake hands on it. Okay? I apologize. I was too harsh to you, but also you were like a pretty big dickhead when I tried to point out my views in response. But we can shake on it. Jerry wants to be here, man. Jerry, you know what? I'll fucking unban your other account, Jerry. I'll figure out how to do this. Hold on. I don't know how you do it. Ban? How do you find banned users? Travis, you're still here. You know, there's a lot of things you could do. A lot of things. Yes, that's how it works. I mean, you could also leave again. Like I really am getting the full Howard Stern effect here. I didn't realize that was actually a thing. Like, I thought that was like a funny bit in a movie. And now it's turning out this is real life. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. If I ever figure out how to unban your other account, I'll do it. We don't have a lot of people banned here. I usually just time people out. But today it's an 8-hour stream, and I don't have time for people filling the chat with fucking bullshit. But Jerry, I'll just keep this chat up. This is Jerry's penance. Have brunch. Yeah, we'll have a best ball brunch to bury the hatchet. All right, we got to get some more QBs here. We got Jordan Love. Fucking getting sniped on Goff. Really threw this one into the shitter. Not into the shitter, but into a less optimal construction than I would have liked. Pickett already went to, right? Yep, of course he did. Michael Gallup. Again, just going to keep building out Detroit, Dallas. I don't care if I have neither QB. This is a stupid room. Dak Prescott won the second round. What am I going to do? That's true. You never know what's going to happen in an 8-hour stream. You never know. Best Travis's all time. Blink 182, Travis, right? That's one. Travis Tritt. I feel like it was a country star that had a minute. Romeo Travis is a name of an athlete that didn't make it. Travis and Butthead. What other Travises are there? It's hard to think of like people with a name offhand. Thanks. Welcome back, Charlie. Again, BBM3, top 3 finalists, Charlie here. Line of scrimmage back in the chat. So we're doing well. You know this must be at least somewhat sharp. Travis, how'd you finish? Does antagonize people. But I'm glad Jerry's back. And if anybody tells me how to unban people, I'll do it. Permissions, community, maybe. Okay, wait, you know what? I think I figured it out. Oh, it's not in order, though. Jerry, good news, Jerry. Your other handle's unbanned. You're back, Jerry. We're back, Jerry. Well, we're all seeing. We make it up. Look, in an 8-hour stream, there's going to be ups and downs, guys. There's going to be things that go a little bit crazy. People are going to take fucking Sam Howell for no fucking reason. All right, we're going to have to build out a backdoor stack. For what? I don't even know. Guess Arizona is an option. Really don't want to do that. I also don't want to get sniped on Luka Musgrave. Luka Musgrave, tight end 2. Come on down. Thank you, Tyler. But yeah, it's really, I would say me and Jerry's disconnect. That's on me. I think sometimes, when you're trying to fill an 8-hour stream, you're losing your sanity a little bit with each draft room as it goes by. I think sometimes the worst parts of us come out. I think that's how this works. That's why a lot of people don't do 8-hour streams, because then you have to just be who you are deep inside. And, and I'm a person that apparently drops the R word. That's my bad. I knew that was bad when I said it. At least it wasn't the F word, the one we don't say anymore. Oh, so that's why Pickett's gone, because Pickett went to a guy with Deontay. Okay. At least he went to a good home. I feel like whenever I see somebody who sniped my QB, like I just want them to at least have one player in the stack. So it's like, okay, well, at least he went to a good home. Like that's genuinely how I feel about it. That's not a bit. That's not a bit at all. This is all DK. I wouldn't be this mad if I were doing drafters, but we will be doing drafters again soon. I think probably same time next week, we'll do a double draft there. And then maybe one more next weekend. That's Labor Day weekend. I don't know. But there you go. Get in with Tyler. Tyler's drafted some teams on drafters. Apparently a lot of sharp drafters on there right now trying to make it work. So go do it. All right. We see Mayer, Garoppolo going. So we just need to take a QB and stop trying to dance here. Don't have anything that correlates. Why would you have anything that correlates on your team? I don't know. CJ Stroud, bail me out. Glad we're friends again. Thank you for the super chat, Jerry. But just remember the day when you see Clutch like Kobe. I also apologize for saying you should end up like Kobe. The DK Millie with an 8-round Dalvin Cook. Fair enough, Jerry. Fair enough. If you come back here and I see you win the DK Millie, or if I see that name win the DK Millie, I will give you your flowers. I promise you that. But I appreciate it, Jerry. Thank you. Glad we both said some things that cut a little deep. I think we can all agree. Like we can all agree with one thing. We just don't want to be a Travis, right? They're the Jerry character, by the way. Jerry, just so you know, I'm going to keep doing that voice because like I've never had a better voice, like a voice that I loved more while doing drafts. Unreal journey we had. Look, I appreciate it. I think if that's how you can tell, by the way, that Jerry actually does follow the channel, because you know that like I'm not really angry. I'm just trying to make it fun. We just trying to have fun here on Splash Play. We just like big football plays. We're just simple boys who like simple players. Deep throws. There we go. This is the world I like. People respecting people. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Great Robs. Rob McElhaney. Rob Delaney was a great comedian on Twitter for a while. All right. We need some running backs here. We don't really need running backs desperately, but I'm going to take Jeff Wilson as a little bit of a value. 14 picks after ADP, seemingly just because of the Q tag on him. So that'll work. Oh, good. Jerry approves of the Jerry voice. All right. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry's my pal. This is why I enjoy this stuff, guys. Like, honestly, there's nothing else in life where you can just go fucking yelling and being mean at somebody, and they're giving you $5 and you're pals again. It's that simple. It's really that simple. But I hope your teams go well, Jerry. I think, I would try to genuinely, though, like, if you're going to take Dalvin at 15%, take Brees at 7%, like balance it out. I do that with everything. Like, I believe in Devin A-Chain as much as any running back, but you got Jeff Wilson, you got Raheem Mostert. Got to take those guys if you're trying to have a balanced portfolio. I still think Brees Hall's the better bet, but, Dalvin's a bet. I took Zeke. Again, I have no moral higher ground today. I took Zeke twice in a row. And really by the end of it was like, yeah, I think there's a world where he's got to take some touches from Ramondre. So I get it. Spags never made an enemy and a friend so quickly, and it's the same guy. It's true. Maybe an enemy. I don't know. 5 more to fill a drafters mill if you want to play with Ben on there. Draft some teams. Do it. Ben is a good guy. He just got a 93% in his nursing exam. I'm learning more about you guys today too, which I enjoy. Who do I take? Oh no. Who do I take to balance out my 30% for net? Yeah. You take a class at your local church and you hope that you can get in the good graces there. You take some charity work to make it go. Also, like, you guys have to be kind of impressed. I haven't peed once. This is now 4:45 in. I might just go the whole 8 hours without peeing once. Should be pretty sick. But we got 3 hours and 15 minutes left in this stream. God, hopefully it times out right, because I'm not ending it early. Like, if anything, I'll end it late. Though I do think they're going to dinner, so I can't go past 5. I can't go past 5 either way. So hopefully it'll line up okay. Got to be on baby duty. That's true. You could say whatever you want about my teams. You could say whatever you want about my hair. Let never come into question how strong my bladder is. And it's funny too, like if you're somebody who does have a good bladder and it's like every woman inherently always like has to pee every fucking 5 minutes. I'm also like on the clock and fucking struggling here. Chuba Hubbard, round out the room. Now I wish I had taken Bryce instead of CJ Stroud, but we'll tack on some late Texans. Let's just put it in. We got 6 running backs, 2 QBs. Not going to be a 3 QB build because there's literally no QBs left. So let's just put some Texans in the queue. Is Tank still around? Nope. Wood still around? Yes. Who else can I take for a Houston bailout? Mechie, is he still around? Nope, Mechie's gone. Xavier Hutchinson, come on down. We're going to double stack Stroud come hell or high water. Noah Brown, huh? Okay. That's true. I guess you don't know. I could be pissing on myself this entire time. which would be the saddest thing. Just me bragging about my bladder while peeing on myself. That would be pretty fucked up. I actually think, oh, this is a little bit of cope, I got to tell you, Andrew, but I actually think that Fournette not being on a team is a good run out. Much prefer this than being behind Pollard or Hall. I would disagree relative to ADPs, but I agree that you still have an out potentially at some point. You know what? Let's take a third QB. Baker Mayfield. I just don't like having Stroud as my QB2 at this point without a lot of correlation for him. So the team so far, let's read it aloud because I have fucking fucked that up. Jordan Love, Tony Pollard. I love the start for this team. Just the QB sniping just fucking got away. Jordan Love, Tony Pollard, Alexander Mattison, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, Pat Freiermuth, George Pickens, Jordan Addison, Brandon Cooks, AJ Dillon, Rashad Penny, Michael Gallup, Luke Musgrave, CJ Stroud, Jeff Wilson Jr., Chuba Hubbard, Baker Mayfield. I think I know who. I think we're going to take off Hutchinson. I'm going to put this in the queue. Love Stroud Baker. That's a no-no. Why is that a no-no? Why is that a no-no? They don't have the same buys, right? Love by week 6, Stroud 7, Baker 5. They're good on that front. Ooh, I think I got to stand up again after this one. Oh, man. Still don't have to pee. I guess I haven't drank a ton of water. Someone took Woods. Oh, man. No Robert Woods. Motherfucker. Just can't get shit today. Or not today, in this particular room. The base is so strong, but the rest of it, not so great. Oh, everybody's helping out Kelsey Beers here in chat. What position do you prioritize first? Yeah, those guys are right, by the way. Elite tight end, definitely something I wish I had more of. All right. 2 picks left. We're going to take Trey Palmer with one of them. So we're building out our Baker bet that everybody's dying for. And then with Stroud, might be an unstacked Stroud, which I do not like. Should have just taken Bryce Young. Oh, well. Yep. Jerry Jeudy pulled hammy. For anybody who missed that earlier. I forgot about Trey. I did not forget about Trey, especially now that Robert Woods was gone. Trey is my bailout. Though, honestly, I really didn't even need another receiver at this point, but it is what it is. I feel like this draft for me would have been very clean if Goff hadn't gotten sniped wherever the fuck he got sniped. If Pickett hadn't gone a little bit too early to a guy who did have Deontay. Those are the 2 things I wish I had back. If I could have gotten Pickett and Love the way that they normally go. But both guys have come up. I saw the Fantasy Life newsletter. Chris Allen wrote it the other day. And he was talking to about he listed, I think, the 3 offenses that he thought were on the upswing. I have all of them. Oh, it was Washington, it was Green Bay, and it was Pittsburgh, all of whom I've drafted plentifully this offseason. So that made me feel good to see. But also, they're getting steamed up a little bit by everybody else now after, these guys were basically free the entire draft season. All right, my final pick here. Yeah, definitely don't need another running back. I'm going to go, again, I think Xavier Hutchinson's the guy. Not a big Noah Brown believer. I think Hutchinson is the only big-bodied outside guy besides Nico Collins they have. And I don't think Nico's great, so I'm going to take Hutchinson. So my final team is going to be Jordan Love, Tony Pollard, Alexander Mattison, Amon-Ra St. Brown, DK Metcalf, Christian Watson, Pat Freiermuth, George Pickens, Jordan Addison, Brandon Cooks, AJ Dillon, Rashad Penny, Michael Gallup, Luke Musgrave, CJ Stroud, who did get a stack partner for himself, Jeff Wilson, Chuba Hubbard, and Baker Mayfield, along with Trey Palmer, and Xavier Hutchinson, a name you're not going to see in many drafts, but I think as a 20th rounder, I think he makes sense. All right, guys. Deep breaths. Jerry, if you're out there, you want to get in, putting out the bat signal for Jerry right now. Best ball. Entering now, giving you guys a little bit of a buffer so you can get in. Of course, $1 million to first place, $10 entry fee. Draft number 7, I think. 8 maybe here today on the stream. And I'm entering it now. And we are in room for 2. I'm going to stand up and stretch so I don't die. Oh, okay. Oh, we're stretching. Oh, we're stretching here. Whew. Well, here's my hat. What other silly things can I do here? Oh, yeah, here's I could be like, what's his face? I could be like Scott Hansen. All right, guys, we're going to do a draft. This is a football draft, right? I got a football for you. Dude, it's football. I'm a football guy. I've got a football. A football I got promotionally from Degree. But I hide this. I don't advertise Degree on every stream. Honestly, I might just play with the football throughout this. This is kind of fun. All right, let's make this a bit. Let's make this a bit. And then when I get angry, I'm going to throw it violently across the room. All right. We're heading into hour number 5. I'm fully Scott Hansen. I'm not peeing. I've got a football. Only on Red Zone. Let's go to the Octo box of drafts. Hey, there's Ivan with the Splash Play avatar. Shout out our guy, Ivan Black. And Jerry. It's Jerry. Ah, Jerry. Woo. Woo. You got a guy like Jerry here in the 11 hole. You got to do some crazy things here to stay ahead of the curve. You got guys like Ivan. We know Ivan. He's a smart guy. We got CLN, the 2 hole. He's the kind of player you got to really watch out for. Is it close to disrespecting a legend? I think it's in reverence. Can I do things in reverence sometimes? I like Scott Hansen. I hate Andrew Siciliano for choosing our Red Zone hosts. I'm glad that show doesn't exist anymore. I always fucking had the Siciliano feeds because of whatever my provider was. And whew, not a fan. Anyway. I hope this doesn't make an annoying noise. If it does, let me know. But I'm picking in the 6th hole here. Hard to, this ball's fairly deflated as well, so it's really hard to spiral it. I'll just tuck it. Do vintage football stuff here. Tuck it right into the elbow. We're ready to go. All right, got CLN goes. Oh, wow. Tyreek 101. Oh, man. Nice values for Jeremy in the 3 hole, CLN in the 2 hole. They get the Jefferson Chase fall. That's got to feel pretty good. Oh, man. All right. Thank you, Tyler. I'm glad. I'm just trying to keep you guys entertained until beer time. Beer time is coming up. I think the 3 o'clock hour will be beer time. All right. On the clock. How did these guys fall and I get nobody good for myself? All right. We're just going to get unique. AJ Brown. Football. AJ Brown's a football player. He's the kind of guy, that big body dude, have him outside. You want to see him, man. He's going to run those slants. He's going to use his body to keep the football right where it needs to be. That's what AJ Brown gives you. Big play upside, end zone equity, touchdown equity. That's what you want to see from a guy like AJ Brown. Boom, football. This draft is scripted. Yep, the draft is rigged. Collusion draft. So here's the thing about a collusion draft with football guys. With football guys, they don't like collusion drafts too much. They want to go out there. They want to have the helmets pounded against each other. I want the CTE. That's what I want in my football guy. Boy, this is a piss boy room if you ever saw one. Chris L in the 7th spot or the 8th spot's going to have a tough time. See what he does. Thank you. Dan Spags as well. Okay, this is the bet we're good. Okay. So I took AJ Brown here in the hopes that I would get AJ Brown here. Then boom, Zag right here. Jalen Hurts available for me. Said Jalen Hurts goes to the end of the start of the 2nd round. Jalen Hurts goes over here. I don't know what's going on at this point. I don't know why Jalen Hurts couldn't come back to me. Why did this guy feel like he needed Devontae Adams to Jalen Hurts? Boom, football. I don't know. Unbelievable. Spags tucking his deflated balls. You come full circle from the Hollywood JIO vids. Thank you. I'm glad. Good God. Just Hang me from the rafters. Jalen Waddle feels like a good pick at this point. Here's the thing about Jalen Waddle. He gets downfield. He creates at a high rate. And honestly, Jalen Waddle, we don't talk enough about him because he hasn't been lining up at all with any of my picks. Jalen Waddle was, by some metrics, the best receiver in football last year. 0.55 EPA per target, 31% receiving DVOA. Jalen Waddle knows football. Jalen Waddle knows how to get downfield and create upside for himself, even with short intermediate plays. Guy breaks runs every single time he touches the ball. That's Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle here. Jalen Waddle there. Jalen Waddle. Boom football. And now I need every best ball streamer to be holding a football. But are they going to hold it right? Because, like, here's how you know if somebody actually, like, played football at some point in their life is, like, you tuck that shit right in your elbow and you are digging it in and you are holding on for dear life. And it's much easier to do with a slightly deflated football, with me being Tom Brady here. Yeah, that's actually a good call. Diggs Bijan, very nice start for iHags in his spot. Spags and Hags. Ooh, a little discount on Mark Andrews. A little scoopy on that. Sure, we got sniped on Jalen Hurts at a completely irresponsible time. But classic boom football. Mark Andrews, here's the thing about Mark Andrews. He's going to be out there. Play action. Patrick Corain, of course, the great winner of BBM3. You saw him write his article talking about elite tight ends. You know what leads to a legendary upside for a tight end? Play action plays. You know who's out there for a lot of play action plays? Mark Andrews. He's out there running routes. He's also been inhibited by a Greg Roman offense last few years. Now he gets Todd Monken coming here from Georgia. Here's Georgia. Here's Baltimore. They're coming up. They're linking together. Mark Andrews is that guy. Boom football. Week 17 correlation. Jalen Waddle, Mark Andrews, right here, correlated. Correlated like the laces on this football. Pony personnel. 12 personnel. 8 men in the box. Spags knows numbers. I honestly do. Like I still have held on to my cursory football knowledge from high school and then have supplemented it with real football knowledge from like actual football people. But boy, if you ask me to name 5 defenders on every team, dead in the water. Dead in the water. Oh, 8 dicks in the box. Nobody wants that. Anyway, shout out everybody hanging out here. This stream's been the chaos that I expected it to be, but hopefully it's working for you guys. Let me update the banner because we are now safely hour 6 out of 8. Love it. Of course, you want to join the channel, join the fun here. Be like my pal Jerry, building a nice team from the 2-hole. Hopefully he gets Justin Fields for himself here, Jerry. Don't fucking take DJ Moore without Justin Fields, Jerry. You could do this. It's going to be a sick team if you take Fields. So, Jerry, let's talk to Jerry here. Jerry, of course, in the 11-hole. Jerry, our guy. Jerry, our friend. I worry about you taking Christian Kirk here, man. Christian Kirk is on the way down in ADP. Christian Kirk also playing exclusively in 3 wide receiver sets so far for Jacksonville. It's been Ridley outside and Zay Jones outside. Obviously, Jacksonville's going to play a lot of 3 wide receiver sets for sure. You're going to have your Calvin Ridleys. You're going to have your Zay Jones. You're going to have your Christian Kirks working right here out the slot next to Evan Ingram. That said, paying a steep price for Christian Kirk when you really could have used Justin Fields. So tuck the football and run, Jerry. I want that for you, Jerry. And Jerry Jeudy, we can't possibly draft him. It would. I think this would be kind of funny. All right. I'm not going to take Fields and hurt Jerry here. We've become friends. I am going to take Christian Watson if it allows me to pick him. There we go. Christian Watson again. Play the hits, Spags. Play the hits. Team so far, A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Mark Andrews, Christian Watson. I don't love reaching for A.J. Brown here. I'm honestly reaching for him completely out of boredom. Sorry, CLN. CLN, listen, man, if you think I'm not taking Christian Watson, but I'm sorry I keep fucking over CLN. CLN, I apologize. Here's the thing, though. Boom football. If you think about it through that lens, Christian Watson makes a lot more sense for me. Jerry's worried about my team. Sorry, Jerry. Pick really exposed Jerry. Yeah, I mean, look, I would say, Jerry, on my honest feedback, though, if you're going to reach for DJ Moore, the reason you reach for DJ Moore is to make sure you can lock down Justin Fields. And I think that's a perfectly viable move. Even though people have been getting that at a discount, like that's what the price you got to pay to get him now. But Christian Kirk, man, is a depreciating asset with a lot less upside than some other guys here. But, you know, I'm not gonna say anything mean, Jerry. I'm saying this out of love and lust. now that we've kissed over Dalvin Cook. Thanks for the content today. DK is not the easiest site to stream drafts for. No shit, Michael. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words, really and truly. So here's the thing. I think it would be funny to take Breece Hall because Terry's in the room, but I'm going to take George Pickens. Because I'm not going to not take my guys for a bit. I'm trying to max out a DraftKings tournament. You got George Pick. Anyway, so the reason, like, this team, by the way, you want to talk about my guys. These fuckers right here are absolutely my guys. Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, George Pickens, young guys, downfield targets can also make some things happen in short space. Pickens in particular, I think if he can start to break some yak after his plays, I think he's the kind of guy that you're going to really see excel. He's going to go downfield. He's going to run those go routes. Boom, you got George Pickens here. If George Pickens runs the go route, boom, stop and go. He comes back here. He plays the hitch instead. If he can start to break that hitch play, run it outside, take it upfield, that's where George Pickens hits the big upside. That's why George Pickens is the man in Pittsburgh. Boom football. He's going for T-Law with Kirk. I don't know, Jer. I don't know about that one. I think if you want to get Trevor Lawrence, like it's different on DraftKings and Underdog, so I will kind of couch that. I do think that you take Ridley and then you really like the Ridley drafter is usually the one who can get Kirk later. That is more of an Underdog thing, though. An Underdog, you can push Trevor Lawrence to the 80s. I do it at least the 70s, but I do that fairly regularly when I do take Ridley. I wouldn't reach for Lawrence too much just because I think that there is some risk, but then you got sniped anyway. So that's the part of it. Like you took Kirk early, you run the risk of these guys sniping you. Like that's drafting stuff. So, but you know, you're thinking about it. I would have taken Fields in the Kirk spot. That's all. Football. So here's going to the Super Bowl, pumping my fan bags. Super Bowl is going to be tough, but I think if they are at a feisty 9-8, I'd be stoked. In the North, we were going against Cincinnati and Baltimore, and like that's a tough division. So also the Browns, who I think will be better. If I were a Steelers fan, if you had 9-8 with like Pickett and Pickens and maybe Jalen Warren looking like dudes, or a resurgent Najee if you want to go that way. All right, so we've got Philly, Miami, Green Bay, Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Would like to get a Minnesota bring back. Of course, that'll hurt our guy, CLN. Lockett's not available. I'm just going to get JSN again. I don't care. We're building zero RB. Finally, all these drafts, I'm finally building a zero RB team. And now we will maybe not pound the position yet. Might get one more receiver. Though actually, we got 5. I'm going to try to pound running back next. We're going to pound the rock. Right up the gut. We're going to pound the rock. Can we just add an extra AFC team and take away an NFC team this season? I mean, the NFC, I think, will have the 2 worst teams potentially in the Bucs and Arizona. I think Houston's not going to be good, but I think they're going to show some signs of life with the players they have and the coaching they have. Like DeMeco Ryans was a really good coach for the Niners last year. So was the play caller theoretically. Bobby Slowick, who they brought over, the passing game coordinator for the Niners. Now he's the offensive coordinator for Houston. So that all bodes pretty well. And of course, Stars takes Tua for no fucking reason. I mean, I guess he took Hill at 1, but boy, Stars. Oh boy, Stars. Honestly, his team's like not bad. It's a little bit of a reach for Tua. All right, what are you going to do? We'll build another Jordan Love team. Maybe not get sniped on Kenny Pickett for once. Those are all options. Ivan's avatar confused me. I thought I was up. I was not. I think Spags has to do a positive roast the 11 team unless someone pays for a negative roast. I like your idea, Consigliere. I like it. I like where you're pushing here. Yeah, I had to walk that back. I mean, he definitely had a reason. He didn't want me to take Tua at ADP, and he wasn't going to get him back. But that's what happens when you reach for Tyreek at the 1 hole, I would guess. Okay, this is a unique spot here. Dallas Goedert falling a little. I could really make a nice proxy bet on Philly, which would be fun. But I can also take DeAndre Swift and make a similar bet. And I have Andrews. I'm not going to go bully tight end because I think it'll make me too weak at running back. So we will go DeAndre Swift here. So the team so far, first running back off the board for me, DeAndre Swift. We have A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews, George Pickens, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's the team. Tough because I really cannot get a Minnesota green bring back for Christian Watson coming up, but oh well. A little bit of a reach, 5th round Pickens. That's where Pickens goes now. Pickens on DraftKings safely goes in the 5th round. Doesn't show you the ADPs here. Let's see. I think I can make it search for all players, right? No, Pickens ADP. I don't know what it is offhand, but he's in the 60s and goes in the 5th round every single time now on DraftKings. So that's not too much of a reach anymore. It was a reach 2 weeks ago, but everybody's caught up on Pickens. So what are we going to do? If I want 25% Pickens, I got to pay the people's price tag. And immediately following that pick, JT signs with the Eagles. I hope not. I hope that's not Jerry Jeudy news where I find out the second that I make a move on a team on stream. But yeah, that's boom football for you. Quentin Johnson, now he's the kind of guy, big-bodied guy, can get outside, can run after the catch, has some issues with drops, doesn't have the reliable hands that I have as a guy holding a football on a live stream. But I do think that Quentin Johnson, similar FUD to Jamar Chase for him, and he's still there. We could take our 6th receiver because we do have Marquise Brown falling here. This is a pretty big fall for Marquise Brown. Oh, I hate Arizona, though. But if Arizona's competitive, Marquise Brown does it. All right, Marquise Brown. Really surprising ADP faller there. Maybe should have gone Rachaad White. Oh, no. AR got carted off the field with syphilis while I've been drafting? Oh, I hope not. Can you imagine having such bad syphilis that you have to get carted off the field? Like Franklin Delano Roosevelt? just getting wheeled off. That was polio, to be clear, for him. Let's see. Nude streamer I unfollow. I don't know. It's not. I'm sorry. I would be sad to lose you, Copper Prices. I do enjoy you and your presence in chat, but nobody needs that. The best you're getting is this unbuttoning here. I'll even go full screen for it. Look at that. Look at that neck. It's a man's neck right there. I'm giving you neck. Anyway, football. Oh, Jerry. Jerry doesn't know that the boys here sometimes like to make jokes about banging each other. That's just dudes being dudes. That's locker room talk. Please let Dalvin fall to me, please. Oh, Jerry. Jerry's asking nicely for some collusion. I think you got a good shot of that one, Jerry, my man. Falling to pick 1-0 whatever. Just depends on... I don't think Ivan's going to take him. So it's up to all names are taken. Oh, A.J. Dillon goes, hey, Jerry. Dalvin Cook, what a steal at 9.6. Who could believe it? Who could believe that this man, a bell cow back for years, would fall to me like this? 16 picks after ADP? What's he going to do here? You got to wonder. I can't have a clue. Oh, he took AR. All right, you got me there. AR wasn't in the plans for me this game. But fair play. Fair play by Jerry. This is what friends do, Jerry. Friends who know ball. When you got Dalvin Cook here, 88 ADP, and he falls to 105, you just got to take him. You got to take him. I know every QB is going. I would have liked to gotten Geno at a reasonable price, but he goes to the drafter with Tyler Lockett. So at least that makes sense. It's a positive. Yeah, glad he found a good home. All right. Fair play. It's going to be funny when Jerry Seaman fancies on the strength of AR putting up 50 points against me in week 17. But I hope so. I just want people to spread the good word of AR. He could throw a ball. Great form. He's no Trey Lance. Zay Jones goes. Nico goes. I don't think that really matters much. Zach Charbonnet, I think, rounds out this RB room pretty well. So the team so far, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook is your number 2 back. Who could ever hate that? Here's the thing about Breece Hall. He's coming off an ACL tear. And I think sometimes people forget that Breece Hall, can a guy under 25 recover from an ACL injury? I don't know about it. Dalvin Cook, though, has just been doing it for years like clockwork. He's a guy, you swing this ball around, all of a sudden, Dalvin Cook is right there running a touchdown right in your face. That's how good he is at football. A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews, George Pickens, JSN, huge value on Marquise Brown and Zach Charbonnet. Honestly, with these Marquise Brown and Dalvin Cook savings, I think this team's a winner. This must be what it's like in the Key and Peele writers room brainstorming ideas. Yeah. Maybe less racially tinged jokes, I guess. I don't think I'm putting those up. One R word, though, so I got that going for me. Up in 3 picks. And my team is pretty balanced besides the fact that QB is once again getting away from me quickly. So we're going to have to reach because I do not want to get sniped on every QB again. That'd be my preference. Thank you, Jerry. 28-year-old Dalvin, a damn good Jets team. Love the pick Spags. He's a vet. He's a vet. This is such a silly day. Really, I'm tired of getting sniped, guys. I don't see anybody here that makes a ton of sense for me. I grow weary by the hour. I'm taking Jordan Love here. I don't care. I want a stack. I would like a stack on DraftKings. It is very hard to get the QB I need for my stack, and it's very frustrating. So I'm just going to take Jordan Love and then try to take my other QB in a 12th round. But we'll see if he survives. Oh, do we have to? I guess Jerry and I need to kiss if House Mix Play is saying it. I mean, glad we're Eskimo Bros with Dalvin. Or over Dalvin, rather. What a stream. Thank you, Meatwad. I wish somebody else would have like a Master Shake username so we can just have the whole gang here. Frylock. Let's get a Frylock. We could use Frylock's wisdom in these trying times. I'm just a guy who knows ball. Specifically, again, degree branded ball. That's the ball I know best. Boom. You want to not sweat while playing ball? You go to degree. Is Lowell's on right now? Does anybody want to confirm that for me? Because that's a fun stream. Fun show. Curious to see what they have to say about the Run Pure thing. Run Pure really falling apart, by the way, huh? Like, I don't know many of those guys, but like if you're firing your entire betting team, and then also one of the guys who got fired said that apparently Big T has been writing all the tweets for Busty Madison, who's been doing all the betting content. So that's interesting situation there. I'd be curious to hear Pete. Like, don't go over there. Just stay here with me. But I'm curious to hear Pete and Brick's thoughts about that. Maybe I could simulcast them. Shut up, Bullock. They're almost over. You'll be back here in 12 minutes. And you know what? You're going to see a guy here holding a football. It's a sign of my love. Yeah, when they were going after Stochastic when I was still there and like trying to go like, oh, those guys are like pussy liberals. It's like, what? But it was like working for him because they were getting a lot of baseball signups because there's a lot of like conservative baseball fans. So, like it was a logical, I guess, thing to do if like that's your belief system, but it just was very corny to me in a way it's hard to unpack. All right. Again, I just don't want to get sniped. Kenny Pickett goes too early every time. So we got Kenny Pickett. So we got my guys, Jordan Love, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook, the most my guy, AJ Brown, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews, George Pickens, JSN, Marquise Brown, Zach Charbonnet, Kenny Pickett. No notes. I should simulcast lulls. I'll play it like I was playing the fantasy flock. Spags, our nickname for Bullock is Bobo now. Decided. Okay. I mean, honestly, that works because like Jake Bobo is going to be a starting receiver for Seattle when JSN can't play for the first month and a half. Give us some insider info on the beef with Run Pure and Ship It. I don't know anybody over there well enough to know actual dirt. If I were to read the tea leaves, I think that Run Pure is going broke and had to cut some guys and then tried to prop it up. But if you're firing your entire betting department who's been there from day one, like, I don't know. I have heard through the grapevine, it's kind of a tough time for some of the sites out there. Like, don't read too much into me saying that because it's not from the spot you think it is. But I do think some of the sites are suffering a little bit with revenue and probably extended a little bit too far with what they're trying to do. But that's business, I guess. It's not sometimes like how you overextend, it's how you pull out of the tailspin you put yourself into. But Run Pure, I've never gotten the sense was particularly well run. And the Ship It guys, like, they're winners for the most part too. So I don't know. There should be room for multiples, but as DFS goes down, like all of it goes down. So to me, it's like, if you're going to build anything, like what our pal Justin Freeman has us run the Sims, like those sites are probably going to do a lot better than the Run Pures and like, even the Stochastics and Roto Grinders and all those, because it's just like, it's at least sim based and it's a cheaper product. But if you're buying projections and stuff, I don't know if that's as easy of a sale as it used to be. All right, let's make a pick here. All right, so we do have a bring back for Green Bay, but we need running backs though. I can't keep neglecting running back, even though I have Dalvin Cook and he's such a luxury pick. Tyler Algier will fill out this running back room. I would go back to Barcelona if there were an option and I could be me, but like not to be a fucking punching bag, like which is what they do now. Like that's all the content. But I would happily go back. I think he doesn't like Barcel's never done fantasy football well, and I love Stephen Che over there. Like he was always really nice to me back when he was a behind the scenes guy doing ad stuff. But like they've never done anything intelligent with fantasy football like that had any value. And I think Splash Play, if you put like, I'd probably be yelling at a lot more people and getting really angry at them. But I think if you put like a good fantasy football show in that ecosystem with that audience, it would do well. But it was like, I have positive memories, but if I really like force myself to think about the bad stuff, like it was a shitty time. Like people really got fucking weird in that audience and in the company too. Like people, I've mentioned it before, but the hooking up with the same people stuff, like got very uncomfortable, like with Dave, with some of the other guys there. It was just like a thing that I had hooked up with people before they perhaps had, or vice versa in Dave's case. And then it was just like it's not a functional work environment. I wouldn't want to be in the office either way, but it doesn't matter. I'd rather build my own thing at this point. That's why I'm doing this. Like I don't want to be suckling on anybody else's teat anymore for the most part. Happy to do stuff with sites I like going to be doing the deeper dive with Stochastic this year, the show that I've loved very much over the last few years. So that's a thing that'll be fun for me. Things like that. Maybe something else. I would love to do some fantasy life stuff. I think I'm going to do a stream with them next week with Ian Hartitz. So I think there are things for me to do while getting to be myself would be what I would hope for. They'd be like, Deuce Vaughn's the best running back in football. But if you were a Patriot, it would be like a bit. They would just be talking him up all the time. DK Player Up reached out to me, wanted to put me in the VIP program. What do I tell him, Dad? Yes, of course. They just offer you free benefits and stuff if you deposit. And maybe you'll get a free cool hat like me. Maybe you can get a hat. All right, need a second tight end. Need some more running backs. We got a 2-4-6-1 build. I think I know a couple outs we could go to for tight end though, so I'm not going to press that one. Oh, you know what? Musgrave's on the screen. We don't risk it. Luke Musgrave, tight end 2. Come on down. Might do a 3 tight end build with somebody else late, but I just don't want Musgrave to go away. He is firmly my guy. Don't let anybody else out there tell you that Luke Musgrave is their guy, because they have not. He's mine. He's mine. No, like Luke Musgrave has just been my guy for so long, and now everybody loves Luke Musgrave. Even people who were like, rookie tight ends could never get there. That wasn't supposed to be anybody in particular, even though it probably sounded like it. Rookie tight ends could never get there, and it's like, Luke Musgrave can, so can Dalton Kincaid, so can Sam Laporta, so can Michael Mayer. Keep suckling Osmo. He's generous. I love Osmo, but he's apparently he's not going to be doing the deeper dive this year, so I get to come in and do it with Lofty and Ben, and that'll be very fun. I love that show. Shout out our boy Nick, by the way. Nick did 10 hours of drafting on Sunday, which unfortunately I fucked up / we didn't communicate well because it was an early part of it that I was supposed to be on. So my bad, Nick. We should figure out a tandem at some point. But yes, it is like doing torture at Guantanamo Bay. Thank you. And check out Nick's channel. Nick's been grinding really hard. If you like short form fantasy football stuff in particular, Nick's been doing a really good job putting digestible stuff out. And I think his takes are, for the most part, we disagree on some stuff, I think, but as good as anybody out there. It did sound like the Southern guy. I thought it sounded too much like Daigle. So that was my concern, because I'm not trying to be mean to Daigle. I love Daigle. Did I hear my voice? You've heard a lot of voices here today. Again, the Jerry voice was really tops. Hard to come up with another one after that. Musgrave, there we go. 17th highest drafted tight end. Oh, good. Ben was going to take him. Good for you. Good. Which spot are you in, Ben? Were you? No, you didn't take. You're not the Hill drafter, are you? Let me know, Ben. Curious which my favorite male nurse is. If Willis is here, then how can lulls exist? That's true. All right, we're on the clock. Kind of think this could be a 3 QB build, but getting really narrow at every other position. Didn't get Roshan in this draft, so I will go with Deonta Foreman for the micro correlation with Tyler Algier. Again, it might not seem like it amidst the madness of the stream, but I am still trying to build teams that are functional and have the micro correlation. So the team so far: Jordan Love, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook, A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews, George Pickens, JSN, Marquise Brown, Zach Charbonnet, Kenny Pickett, Tyler Algier, Luke Musgrave, Deonta Foreman. Boom, boom, boom. I skipped practice to draft with Spags. Thank you. Gabe Davis, a longtime fan who often wanted us to not draft him in the past on this channel, but I'm glad to see him back here. And Gabe, I think you're primed for a good season as long as Dalton Kincaid doesn't eat too far off your plate. That's what I'm hoping. Did I do the $50 Eliminator Underdog? No, I did not. I saw it was already half filled, realized I couldn't max it, and was like, I just throw my hands up at that point, because I want to max anything I'm putting stuff into. Like the puppies, I've kind of accepted that it's not going to be the case. But it's like, to me, it is minus EV to not max out a tournament if you can afford to do that. So I did not do it, but I might do the little one just to throw an entry in. If I don't know what's filled and what's not. I've been in this hellscape for hours. I don't know. When George Kittle on show, he never replied to my DM about asking about 3 tight end builds when I did the randomizer last year. So I think I don't think we're pals like that. Though he does still follow me, so I've got that going for me. You know who unfollowed me, though, is Pat McAfee, which makes me sad. But I get it, because I only retweet like promotional stuff. But it hurt me a little bit in my loins. But also, McAfee's a fucking sellout, right? Now that he's not following me, well, fuck that guy, right? ESPN. Be on YouTube with the rest of us. Just living life. Yeah, Little Eliminator is a good deal. Eliminator is a good deal. If you want to get a taste of it, it's always tough, too, I think, to invest that heavily in new formats, because like I don't know that you really have an edge. But Eliminator, again, I think Eliminator much more fun than weekly winners from how I'd view things. So definitely supportive of it. All right. Kyler makes sense for this team, but I really don't need a third QB. Think I could use a 6th running back more. We did not get Dobbins. We have the Miami bet and the Baltimore bet. So I'm going to take Gus here. Kind of wondering if I should start mixing in some Keaton Mitchell, especially on DraftKings. Keaton Mitchell looking pretty good so far with what he's shown. Had a little bit of a tough competition jump for him going from ECU to Baltimore, but still a guy that showed a good avoided tackle rate when at ECU. So I think that he is a guy that I don't think he's more live than Gus, but I think he's kind of more fun for the Week 17 stuff than Gus. Gus to me is like, he's going to give me a couple 2 touchdown games. That's probably enough to justify his existence. Sam Howell sniped. Sam Howell. This is quite the rise. This is also why too, like, I hate reaching for Jordan Love and Pickett like this. I miss getting these guys at normal price ranges. That said, if Howell's going to go in the 13th, Jordan Love and Kenny Pickett and Russell Wilson, like, all these guys are fucking 8th rounders, like, compared to Sam Howell. Just the DK draft valuation process is like completely gone, Grew up 2,000 feet from McAfee's current studio. Oh, that's fun. It seems like it's a cool space. Like I actually, you know, like, I'm very happy to see his success, but again, it's just rude of him to unfollow me. That's like the main thing. We're chummy at Barstool. Like, I hung out with them a couple times. But what are you gonna do? Do it sadly because I got unfollowed. What are you gonna do? I know ball. Let me make my pick, and I will reply to a chat. Yeah, I'm not too big to reply to chats. 2662, all luxury. Oh, you know who's good in like a luxury kind of build? Mr. Taysom Hill, come on down. Taysom Hill, the only time I'm taking him is after ADP. Usually if I have a correlation, I didn't get one here yet, but I am going to get one. I'll tell you what. And Taysom Hill, I think 3rd tight end. Maybe he's a guy that can make the flex spot a few times. Maybe he's a guy that can beat Mark Andrews or get Mark Andrews to the finals. Those are the kind of times that I like taking Taysom. So now you know. Now you know. Should have been on the Howell train all summer, Spags. I am on the Howell train. Howell is, if not one of my most exposed QBs, he's not far behind. Yeah, I'm at 10% Howell. So for relative to my QB exposures, that puts him like, I mean, above the field at the very least. But I don't have a lot of exposure to anybody at QB besides AR. My highest exposed behind that. And we'll talk my exposures in full tomorrow on the Spag Stacks video. Of course, we'll go back to normalcy there. A normal 2 drafts in a row, an underdog and BBM, where I'll spin the randomizer wheel and draft whatever team it tells me to. I'm at 16% Pickett, 15% Love, 11% Watson, 11% Cousins, 10% Stroud, and then it's Goff and Howell for me. So he is one of my bets. But it's also because like I love McLaurin. Like what I've done, which is kind of weird. I don't know that everybody does this. The way that I draft QBs this year in particular is I'm drafting QBs that go with the receivers that have the highest capital for me because I just wanted to decrease the parlay of the bet I'm making. And I'm not taking a lot of elite QBs either just because of how that works. Like Justin Fields is about as much as I'm going to get. Lamar, I think I'm a little bit under the field on. But I'm just taking guys that correlate. So because I take so much McLaurin, because I'm willing to take Dotson if he's ever, a little bit behind ADP or at least in my spot, I do have more Howell than the field. And also San Francisco, Washington stuff. I do that a good amount. So yeah, I'm good on Howell. Exactly 10% Howell for Meatwad. So we're good. Oh, Michael, hold on a second. I'll tell you it's Hale. All right. You got 2663. I think is he still all right? Allen Robinson time. Allen Robinson's another guy. We talked about Adam Thielen earlier. Allen Robinson, another guy who could have a renaissance, being an older vet in the slot. And Allen Robinson was actually I know this is not going to sell you guys on the EPA metrics and stuff. Allen Robinson was a plus EPA per target guy last year on the Rams. He was at, that's Alan Lazard, Keenan Allen. Allen Robinson, 0.18 EPA per target, -5% receiving DVOA. Not great, but the hope is that him moving to the slot could extend his career. For Michael's question, though, which is on the chat, why is Dalvin Cook on the team? Well, you see, Michael, this has been an 8-hour stream. During one of the streams, I had a little bit of a tete-a-tete with our new pal, Jerry, who's in the 11 hole here. Clutch X like X Kobe. Jerry and I had a disagreement over Breece Hall versus Dalvin Cook, and I perhaps called him some unflattering things because he loves Dalvin Cook. I would be more team Breece Hall. And as a result here, I wanted to hurt him by taking Dalvin Cook. So that's why. Long answer, short rationale. How do you know how much exposure you should have to someone? So the field in every tournament, Kelsey, is going to be around 8%. That's just how the math works for everything, where basically just how they're drafted each time. You know, assuming a player's drafted in every single draft, they get drafted about 8% of the time. So if you want to have double the field, you'd have 16%. If you want to have triple the field, you'd have 24. But I really wouldn't push too much further than that for the most part. All right. We got a 2673. How deep do I want to dig here? Are there any correlations even left? I'm going to take a Chris Evans share just because I would like a few more Chris Evans shares. And I think it works here. And maybe I'll grab a late Chief for a micro KC correlation. But I just would like more Chris Evans. I have more than enough Chase Brown. I still think Chase Brown wins the role by week 17. Not the starting role, but wins like a role. And Chris Evans, though, going to be the guy to start the year. And if he's good, he'll hold on to it. So he's worth drafting. And then Chase Brown goes a couple of picks after. There we go. Notorious Fantasy's got 22% 2 on underdogs. So that's a good, Nick loves the Dolphins and 2 as much as anybody in the world. Same thing for me with Anthony Richardson. And I wouldn't want it more than 25% Anthony Richardson. To me, it's like there's a 50% chance that AR is like the greatest version of himself that crushes it this year, gives me the spike weeks and a good season overall. So if there's a 50% chance of that, because it's best ball and it's still about your overall construction and getting lucky through the first 16 weeks and having the nuts in week 17, you do kind of want to lower that probability a little bit. So I would say for skill position guys who you think are just absolute smashes at their ADP, I'm willing to go to 30. For QBs, though, I'd probably go closer to 25 max. And to me, honestly, like if you have every QB at like 16% that you really like, and then the rest of them are just kind of flat, I think that's the approach I would like the most in terms of trying to leap the field. But yeah, I think that's honestly, Nick, though, having 22% Tua, that means that like even smart guys who even like love players are not going crazy with it. So just try to keep that in mind. I think I ended up okay, decent room. Which one are you? I am the KY. I am the KY. Also, what is that name? I am the KY. All right. So we have Michael Wilson went. Oh, Justin Ross is still here. That's kind of fun. All right, so yeah, we'll get our micro correlation there with Cincinnati KC. So the final team in this one, draft number 9, I think, in this 10. Somebody has to tell me. Jordan Love, DeAndre Swift, Dalvin Cook, AJ Brown, Jalen Waddle, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews, George Pickens, JSN, Marquise Brown, Zach Charbonnet, Kenny Pickett, Tyler Algier, Luke Musgrave, Deonta Foreman, Gus Edwards, Taysom Hill, Allen Robinson, Chris Evans, and Justin Ross. Was thinking about taking Trey Palmer at some point. And did he go? No, he's still available. Trey Palmer would have been my micro correlation for New Orleans, but I just didn't get there. So there we go. All right, guys. You know what time it is. Time for another room. Also, not beer time yet. So after this draft will become beer time, and I will get some IPAs. Why am I going to my lineups? I'm getting delirious from all the clicking. I am also going to stand up again because my back's getting a little tight. Backy's getting a little tighty here. All right, Best Ball Millionaire, $10 million. It's overall $1 million to first place. I'm entering it. You can watch my process. Clicking it down. 3, 2, 1. Okay. And of course, Tyler loves the name. I am the KY. All right, we'll see this room here. Let's do some plugs and I'll stand up. Banners pop. Actually, banner doesn't have to be updated yet. No. But here is the plugs. Underdog. Great site to play on. A little bit more sane than DraftKings. Use the promo code SPLASH there to double your deposit up to $100. We get an affiliate fee for that, which is great. I like affiliate fees. So please do that. The real big one, though, is Drafters. Drafters, a new client here, new partner for us. New partner for us. I'm a hooker. A new client for me on Drafters. But go play on there. It is a different format. You are just playing for 17 weeks. You're not worried about advance rate. You're just worried about having the best team to score all the points throughout. So there's some strategy that Tyler was given before when Kelsey was asking in the chat. It's elite tight ends, elite QBs. Try to prioritize that. But really, check the deposit splash. Double it if you are a new sign up to $100. And if you are a redepositor on Drafters, use that as well. Or use the promo code SPLASH100, SPLASH100. If you do that, they will match your deposit up to 20%, up to $500. So you can get $100 free too if you are a new or a redepositor. So go check that out. And I'm going to stand. I'm going to stand. Shilling for Johns. I mean, partners. Wait, what did I do? Why are we knowing me? Is it because I am the KY? Or is it because I'm picking in the fucking 9 hole again? Oh, God, give me a good draft spot once. Oh. All right, I'm standing, getting the blood in my legs. I'm also going to just keep pulling items down with each draft. And this time, I'm going to wear a championship belt, so I feel fancy. Standing, stretching my back, standing. Actually, you know what? Because I haven't even gone to pee yet. Let's use this thing. I should play music too, so it really has a full vibe here. Is that playing? I hope it is. We could feed the ducks. All right. I'm here. I'm just going to take it off. Oh, okay. I've stretched. I'm alive. Let's hop back in. Give you guys a crotch shot on the way in. Clock is going. Of course, not my pick. God forbid I got a single 101. Should I just keep this up the whole time? All right. Spags, it has returned. We've done it. Thank you. Yeah. Let's steal the ducks. Not feeding ducks. We're just stealing them. Oh, such chill vibes. I honestly, I don't like music. If I can't have this playing throughout. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one. If I can't have this playing throughout, our splash play theme. There we go. As our pal Ross has called this, the Mario jerking off music. All right, let's stop it before they take my monies. All right, we're gonna draft the fucking same shit again. Boy, Diggs, slight discount on Diggs. Got Nick Chubb. Let's do Nick Chubb. We'll build a running back team here. Anchor RB. My Lord. Give me something different, DraftKings. Give me a 101. Lo-Fi Radio beats to Best Ball 2. Okay, let's see Lo-Fi Radio. I think that was what I was playing, right? It's pretty lo-fi. I got to give you that. My dog sings during the song. I have to mute. I also I just don't trust the StreamYard songs. I feel like they all are not copyright friendly. Though I guess Pete plays Feeding the Ducks and doesn't get in trouble. Oh, wow. AJ Brown falling to 16? Okay. Chubb and AJ, but I got him in reverse order. This does nothing for me. This does absolutely nothing for me. Because normally you would take AJ Brown where I took Chubb, and normally you might get Chubb where I took AJ Brown. So this feels special, but it is in fact not even remotely special. Oh well. I also think I'm sinking lower because of just sitting in the same spot this entire time, so that's fun. But I have a championship belt. This belt, not anything of note. It is, in fact, a foam, I think it's the SmackDown Tag Team Championship belt. I got this belt for free when I was a publicist at WWE, my first job out of college. So it means nothing. I am a champion of nothing besides your hearts. All names are taken. It's Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. That feels pretty good. What the flock? Another running back in the first? Just got to change it up to keep it spicy for myself. We're going to throw in a bunch of drafts here. 8 hours, you're a beast, Spags. Thank you, Johnny Footballs. Appreciate you coming by, my dude. Glad to see some of our regulars making their way in here as we are heading into hour number 7 coming up. But we are going till 5 p.m., guys. Next hour will be the start of Splash Play Happy Hour here, where I am going to drink a beer on an empty stomach. So I will put up the Spags will return momentarily thing, start the draft. I'll run, go run and do it. But I'm not going to pee. I still don't have to pee. I just don't think I drank enough water today, which is also not good. Oh, good. Spags, I got a screen cap of the stream earlier, and I'm drawing a dick in your hand/mouth. I don't know how you can get that to me, Tyler, but if you wanna send it to me somehow, if you want to drop a link in chat, I'll pull it up here. I'm happy to do that at this point. Not a real dick, though. It's got to be like an illustrated dick. The real dick, I think, would get us in troublies. Realizing he's on the East Coast, so 5 p.m. is really 4 p.m. Damn, yeah, unfortunately, I cannot extend any longer than 5. Got to go on baby duty. So I'm doing it again. I'm just a working Joe here. Like some people, back in the day, I used to go into an office, be there, you'd be there 9 to 5, right? Now I work from home. I do this stuff, and I'm just clocking in on DraftKings. I'm just here at the DraftKings coal mines, chipping away with my pickaxe, not sweating as much as I would have thought. Thank God I brought in another fan. So we're doing okay. We're alive. I know the Fantasy Flock, you guys said earlier, did a 24-hour stream. Did he do it alone? And did he do it without, really any breaks? That's what I'm wondering. We're going to try to compete. Oh, I forgot to read Jerry's team last time, too. Oh, well. Jerry, you did a great job, bud. Glad we were able to work it out. Glad we were able to get in the same room. Shout out, Jerry, for being a good sport. And shout out to all you guys for hanging out. I don't think I've thanked you all enough here. Is it a diamond pickaxe? I think we're just doing straight coal. We're doing it's like a cheap pickaxe that sometimes the head comes off of it and I have to put it. Is this how pickaxes work? I don't know as a person that doesn't do manual labor, but it's like a shitty pickaxe and I'm frustrated at the job and I'm just sweating. That's what this draft day has been like. But we persevere. I just can't believe I haven't gotten a single 1 or 2 or 3. It is just all in fucking shit range for me, as though DraftKings knows I'm mad at it. Copper Prices is back. Glad to see that. And I am on the clock. Some screaming values for everybody but me. We love to see it. Build out our Cleveland bet, which I do want more of. I've talked about the pure uncut Detroit stack. I think that if you get Jahmyr Gibbs, if you get Sam Laporta, if you get Amon-Ra St. Brown, if you get Jared Goff, Jameson Williams optional, David Montgomery optional, you are getting that pure uncut Detroit stack with those 4 guys. For Cleveland, I think if you're getting Nick Chubb, Amari Cooper, Deshaun, David Njoku, that is the pure uncut upside of Cleveland. So that is where I would like to get a few more shares of, because it has not lined up too well for me ADP-wise. So there we go. I also haven't checked Twitter at all. Oh, good. I haven't gotten canceled at any point. So that's pretty good. Everybody here is keeping the awful things I say left on the stream, and that's all I can ever ask. We do clips, doesn't matter. Amari, don't like Amari. Here's the thing about Amari last year, Bullock. If we're going to go off the criteria I go off of, which is going to be those advanced analytics, Amari Rodgers was also good last year. Amari Cooper, 0.26 EPA per target, 15.8% receiving DVOA. Maybe the volume comes down a little bit with guys like Elijah Moore, maybe Njoku taking a leap. But if I believe this team's going to be better, I think that's something where Amari Cooper is going to be the beneficiary. And Amari Cooper is not yet 30, so he's still in the safe zone for a receiver. All right, we're on the clock. Chubb, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper. What do we do now? Where do we go? Justin Fields already went, right? Yep. Okay, went the pick before me. Jerry Jeudy. Should we buy the dip on Jerry Jeudy? Ugh, this is such a fucking dog shit pocket. I'm not taking another one. No, it's DJ Moore. DJ Moore, fine. No Justin Fields. I think I mentioned before, a bet on DJ Moore is a bet on Justin Fields being league average. Inherently, I would not want to take those guys separately, but I want a receiver here, and I would like it to look a little bit different than every other team I've been building, so we are going to take DJ Moore here. We will see what we get on the way back, though. Brees was already gone, right? Where did Brees go? Let me scroll down a little bit here. Brees went at the top of the 4th. Okay, a little bit of reach. I think Clock is secretly drafting the 11th spot. All of them are Flock, yeah. Who is the fantasy? What is their name? The Fantasy E. It's just the name that I can see. Where are they up here? Fantasy Engineer. Well, you're an engineer and you're drafting running backs? I would not want to go in things that guy's creating, I'll tell you what. Best part is I got you looking like it blew your back out. Thank you. Thank you. Check the Discord. Oh, the Discord's over here for me. So this is going to be... Oh, that's not good enough. That's not good enough to justify this effort. But I appreciate it. If you want to see the dick that Tyler drew on my face, you could see it on the Deposit Kingdom Discord Splash Play channel, the home of Splash Play that is not the YouTube. So please do that. Unbelievable. And some Bitcoin dealer is following me on Twitter. That's the alert I just got. Thank God. You don't hear enough about Bitcoin these days. All right, let's line this up. Oh, God. Let's fucking lean back. You know what? Can I do a real casual draft? Do I always have to be a presenter? Do I have to be in position? What if I just take the mic stand? All right, guys. We're doing cozy splash play here in fucking 10th draft. 11th. I don't know. These are just the vibes. Let's keep that. I can't really see the chat that well, but I'm pretty cozy. You kick back like this. Can you trust information from somebody that does content like this? I'm too close to the mic right here. I'm moving a little further. I feel less credible. I also feel sloppier, but I am fucking cozy. Woo. It's just a cozy king. I'm on the clock though. Okay, now we're back to work. Break time's over. All right. We got Chubb, AJ Brown, DJ Moore. Of course, fucking one time Drake London doesn't fall to this range. Terry McLaurin, you're our guy. Terry McLaurin it is. All right, I'm done being cozy. Now I'm back in the game. Now we're back. I didn't look comfortable at all. I got to admit, that was really comfortable. It's just it is, yeah, I was a little slouchy. It's here, I'll just do sexy poses for a minute here. I'm out of things to talk about. Let me make the draft board line up correctly. Here we go. Here we go. And I'll just sit. Oh, draw me like one of your French girls. I feel like my gut's hanging out here too. Let's just let it fly. Just let your freak flag fly here on the Splash Play 8-hour streams. Oh, it's just some leg. Oh yeah. Look at these slippers. Look at that calf. Look at that calf muscle. Oh, good. Arch my back a little more. Fucking casual. I'm too fucking casual. That's what it is. Up in a pick, though. So now our head's back in the game. Now I'm no longer comfortable. Now I'm hungry. Hungry for players. Boy, what a dog shit room. Just Kenneth Walker lurking around like a creep. Kenneth, well, somebody draft me. I'm Kenneth Walker. I was good last year, remember? Oh, no, my groin. My groin's fine. Draft me. Draft me. I don't want to draft him. Fucking DraftKings, man. How do I just get stuck with this shit? My wife says that Rose line all the time. Screw you, Spags. Here we go. Every streamer, no matter what they do, is on a pathway to OnlyFans. Spags is really just the cam girl in the advertisement for Best Ball Draft. I'm sure she put on a better show than I am. Oh, FF Doom would have gladly taken him. Sorry. Kenneth Walker asked me. He said, hey, please take me. I'm all alone here. I'm alone at the dance. Nobody wants to go with me, Kenneth Walker. They've realized Zach Charbonnet is better than me. But honestly, I have so much Charbonnet, I probably should have some Walker. So it is. Oink, oink. Good point. Willis reminding me. Oh, also, yeah, we're not in the hour yet, so I don't have to change that. But I do have to play this GIF. Oink, oink. I'm a piggy. I'm a cozy piggy who drafts running backs. I like running backs too much. I also enjoy rolling in slop that is sometimes imbued with my own feces. Oink, 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 oink. Oink, oink. And yeah, there we go. No more gifts for now. Shout out Den, who was in the room with me, drafting with Neil the other day on Stochastic's Best Ball stream. If you want more, if you want more drafts from me, go check that one out. But Ultimate Grinder, look at this man go. Look, I'm committed to the bit. I don't even know where. I hope people are subscribing a little bit. that would be helpful. Oh yeah, we picked up like 30 subs. Okay, I guess I just need to stream for entire work days more frequently. Shout out to you guys subscribing. Welcome to the new people. Love to see it. Hit that like button too. Up past 100 likes. I think we can get to 150, maybe. Yeah, I need more Walker after having 25% Charb. Same for me and FF Doom. But good to know that FF Doom is Team Charbonnet, because I feel like I've heard some Charbonnet FUD. I'm curious to see where Charbonnet ranks on the RotoViz countdown, the Sean Siegel countdown of 0 RB candidates, because like he's just Kenneth Walker again for Kenneth Walker, unfortunately. How many unsubscribed? Just probably the people I banned, I guess. But no, Jerry got back, so he's fine. What number DK Millie for me is this? That's a good question, because I have no idea how many teams we've drafted today. Started today at 106, I believe. And now, no, he was 105. I'm at 114 now. So I've still got 36 to go. I think we'll get me close to 120 today. I mean, do I dare do? I can't do another 8 hours next week. I think my wife barely understood me doing this today. And Jerry, the comeback story of the year. Thank you. Oh, good. Tyler colored it in and added jizz. The issue for me is like, it's got to be really good, because otherwise, you know, like I it's a lot of effort for me to get it over here. All right, let me make a pick, and then I'll go look at myself with a dick in my face. All right, we got a little bit of Chicago. We got Kyle Pitts here. We need a tight end. I think it's Kyle Pitts time again. And let me see this so-called dick. Oh, great. All right. I'm going to download this. So here's what I have to do for this is I have to save the image, email it to myself over here. So this is a tremendous amount of effort to show myself with an illustrated penis in my mouth. But I'm going to do it because Tyler is the leader of the Squirt Squad, or one of the leaders. I don't know if there's been a formal vote. To me, to Chris. I'm not going to give it a title because I'll know it's the dick drawing. Eating an imaginary sandwich. No, that's not it. It didn't download. Hold on. Downloads. I'm going to figure this out. Eventually, you guys are going to see this lovely drawing that Tyler gave me. Eventually. Okay, so I think it just didn't save. This is hilarious. I feel like such a fucking boomer right now. This is very upsetting. All right, desktop. Let's go to desktop. Saving it there. I'm not on the clock yet. We have more than enough time to get this dick going. Desktop. Image. Okay, sent. Okay, after this pick, we'll get to see that. I have too many running backs. We got to take Deshaun. Deshaun it is. Oh, it's okay. I already got it, but thank you. But I am going to, again, forgot to mention, I will open up the stream in a little bit here as well. So keep that in mind. But that'll be after I get my beers going. Gmail. This is honestly a hilarious amount of effort. All right. Oh my gosh. So much jizz on me too. All right, let's stop the screen. I'm just going to show it this way. Oh boy. What has my life become? Here, you can go. Here, I'll move myself down. No, now I'm over the dick. There we go. I hope everybody's happy. I have to reward the effort that he gives. So thank you, Tyler. Thank you for this monumental occasion for me. Back to the draft. Hopefully I didn't miss my pick amidst all of this. Back to the draft board. Line everything back up. Okay, good. We had some time. We had more than enough time for you to see me with an illustrated penis in my mouth. Veiny one at that. Cock is shredded. LMFAO. It's one veiny. It is a very veiny penis. A lot of blood flowing through that bad boy. Yeah, Bullock. Yeah, Bobo. Classic Bobo. Are we rating the dick or the illustration? That's the question I would ask of Ben. Going on a big running back run in the room, though. So good for these guys. Good for them getting some running backs. My team so far, I got to fucking think about this team. Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin. So we do have the Atlanta correlation with DJ Moore. We need some Jets correlation. We have the stack with Cleveland. And then this should be a Sam Howell team, but I've learned today that Sam Howell apparently has to be drafted in the 12th round. So I don't know if this will actually be a Sam Howell team, but we'll find out. Find out right after this. Oh, gee willikers. Nate D, Spags, what's going on, Nate D? I'm here thriving. I'm about to update the banner because we are officially in hour 7. Hour 7 out of 8. Who in the industry would be daring enough to do this? Who, I ask you, who? Better brunch than the last one I saw. Thank you, I am the KY. Again, you really have to tell me, are you saying like you're the KY jelly or you're the Kentucky? Can you please answer me that? Because I'm always very curious about people's usernames, and this one's really throwing me for a loop. I got to tell you. It could also be I'm Thecky. Like maybe maybe his name is like Theckerson, and it's like, oh, I'm Thecky. But I am the KY certainly makes a lot more sense. Reached on Cousins after letting him fall to you. I just got to do that on DraftKings sometimes. Everybody gets drafted, including old Sam Howell. All right. David Njoku's still here. We're building out that full Cleveland stack. So we do waste a little too much capital at tight end early-ish. But still, Pitts and Njoku, I really don't foresee drafting a third tight end with that build. And we got our full Cleveland optimal stacks. The team so far, Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker at a huge discount, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, and David Njoku. 1-2-4-2. Normally would not want to not have 5 receivers for 10 rounds, but we did get some early talent in, and it's kind of what the room gave me. When you hear grab the KY, they are talking about me. All right. So the name was what we thought it was. Good. Glad to know it. And it may shock you to hear Tyler, a big fan of that concept. Low key Tech. Low key Tech. High key Tech too sometimes. All right. We're on the clock. 1, 2, 4. Need everything really, but probably less so need running backs. Let's just be a little correlation, boys, and let's get Allen Lazard. He might fall a little bit further. Definitely never dying to get old Allen Lazard, but honestly, his ADP should probably come up with Corey Davis gone, right? So Allen Lazard, come on down. You'll be our bring back on the Jets for week 17. Ah, boy. The kids have had a lot of questions the last 5 minutes or so. Sorry, Kyle. Sorry. Kyle, I think just new to Splash Play, knows me through Twitter. Sometimes, Kyle, you're getting the weird stuff here, and I apologize for that. Though, tell your kids, Bluey's pretty cool, right? I agree. If so, if they agree with that. Got the boy a talking stuffed Bluey, and he liked me playing the sounds that the Bluey would do. Like the Bluey will play the Bluey intro of and like it'll do that. and it has a couple sayings. And I thought he would love it. And he just liked me hitting the button to make it play, but didn't want to hold the bluey. So I was like, motherfucker. I shouldn't curse after Kyle just said his kids were listening. Tell them I got to be me, though. Thack ball summer. The KY ball summer. Where's my football? Just to remind everybody that I do, in fact, know ball boom football. I miss Jerry. I hope he's having a good day. I think me getting Dalvin Cook probably really pissed him off. But he knows it was a funny bit. He knows it. Spags, he's a parental guidance warning. That's true. Yeah, now I didn't even think. I didn't realize that the dick thing was during that same time frame too. So we're having a tough one. Sorry to the kiddos. I'm definitely like Luca's getting to that age where I probably should be more careful, and we should be more careful about the profanity around him. And I know Alex is. I struggle. I struggle with that process. Rated V for veiny peens. There we go. That is what the MPAA has declared. Oh, man. Would be really nice if I were picking in this one spot, huh? You think maybe I'll get one before we end? Oh, thank God, Kyle. Thank God. Hey, Kyle, do you know anything about this this run peer drama? You want to give us any intel? I'm curious here. Also, after the stream... No, after the stream, I'm going to get a beer. I'm going to get 2 beers for myself. And then I'm also going to enter the draft at the same time. I don't know. Should I open up? I'm going to open up the StreamYard last minute here. That's going to be like the last hours. I'll open it up and anybody who wants to come in can come in. But I'm trying. I shouldn't time it with the draft, right? I didn't think about any of this stuff. They fired the whole betting team was the stuff on social media I saw yesterday. They fired everybody who's working in the betting side since the beginning, apparently. But I guess that's good. Honestly, it seems like Ship It's not as toxic. So I guess we know who to blame in that fallout for anybody who's been following that drama. I like the Ship It guy's energy. Like, I don't know any of those guys that well. I guess besides Kyle, was a new friend here in stream. But I like the Ship It guy's energy a lot more personally. But I am biased, though, again, because the Run Pure guys used to call us beta cucks and liberals and stuff at Stochastic. And that always rubbed me the wrong way, personally. But I am on the clock here, so I've got no time to dilly-dally. Dilly-dally. 1-2-5-2. Need that second QB. Don't need it yet, though. I don't think. Though, honestly, with how fucking Howell's been going, maybe I do. I'm going to take Mostert, though, and let's just get a running back in. As you guys have seen, I've taken enough Devin A-Chain. Happy to take some Mostert, just try to balance out the portfolio. So my team so far, which I should have read before changing the screen, Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, David Njoku, Alan Lazard, and Raheem Mostert. Okay, team. Some correlation. Receiver, just going RB piggy early. Kind of put me in a bad spot for how I like to build teams, but team's still functional. We'll tack on some more correlation as we go. Good for you. Stay out of that shit. Stay out of the drama. Who needs it? The only drama we need is when we're being mean to people in chat. That's the only drama I need. All right. 1-3-5-2. Still need running backs. And there are none on the board besides, you are going to reach for Algier here just to get the Atlanta bet going. I'm going to try to target 2 more QBs. You can guess who they are with the team that I have so far, but Algier will be my 4th running back in, and running back is dry, man. All these guys moving up. Charbonnet moving up. Warren goes ahead of Charbonnet here. This pocket that was so beautiful for 0 RB before, earlier in draft season, is now gone. And if you ever want to see the reason why you really should draft in May, June, July, this is it, man, because Jalen Warren was going in the 170s at one point. Charbonnet this has been always kind of around this price, but a little bit cheaper. Eli Mitchell's price is correcting again, and he was also going cheaper for the last few weeks, but now he's back in practice. Tank Bigsby's come up. Unbelievable. My beer selections are from the Tired Hands Brewery. Got them this weekend. Have 2 more IPAs left from them. But very fun brewery here in the Pennsylvania area that I enjoyed a lot. First time I had it, which is fun for me because I really feel like there's not a lot of breweries that at least are mass marketed that I haven't had. So getting some ones that are new, I think are kind of exciting and nice guys. Fun names for everything. Like the beers were named like Alien Church and Punge and weird shit like that, which always works for me. How do I like the team from the 8-hole? I presume that's FF Doom's team. I'm now at the point where I have to count who's number 8, even though it says it right here. Bijan, Garrett Wilson, DK Metcalf, Mike Williams, Deontay Johnson, Pierce, Goddard, Moore. I like what you're doing. Moore is the bring back, makes sense, obviously, with what you got there, and me taking Njoku and Cooper. Yeah, I mean, like, I think this is a good run. I probably would have tacked on one more receiver after Bijan, but I do get taking Dameon Pierce there. But yeah, I think if you go and anchor RB like that, I'd like to see 5 receivers in a row. But it doesn't matter. They both work. That's true. You get Tim Patrick and Corey Davis for free. What a deal. Steal of a lifetime. When Corey Davis unretires and goes to play for the Chiefs, he's going to be crushing. That honestly would be very hilarious if that happened. As somebody who has no Corey Davis at all, I think that would be a pretty fun one. I think we're just reaffirming Tyler now. Tyler, your commentary is necessary and noble. I agree. Went a little too heavy on Dolphins, Ravens. All names were taken as Gabe Davis. Interesting. I didn't know that. Okay. Did you go too heavy? Hold on. This is not scrolling the right way for me. Okay, here we go. Hill, Waddle. So you got the double. Dobbins, Lamar. Yeah, both QBs is a little bit tough. Wish you'd gotten Andrews instead of Lamar, because that would be an absolute dunk. If you get the double, I mean, I have it, so I'm probably biased a little bit towards that. But Hill, Waddle, Andrews, then you also get Dobbins and then Tua, like that would feel really good. And you add on a Bateman. But it's a game stack. You got to be careful then, I guess, of, because I think it would still be diminishing returns for your game stack if you then add on another QB who's also game stacked, because that's like a little too much correlation on 3 teams then. Because it is like diminishing returns according to the Best Ball Manifesto from Mike Leone, which is sounds like I'm talking about the Bible as a religious person. But he talked about 9 players or more ends up with diminishing returns. So I would probably, I guess, just go unstacked or just mildly stacked, just only QB stack for your other stack. That was the word stacked too many times, and I apologize. All right. I'm just going to go. I'm not going to do this bullshit that everybody's doing. Sam Howell, come on down. My QB2, so he will pair with Terry McLaurin, and maybe we'll tack on a Curtis Samuel late. I don't know. Taking the girlfriend to a movie date tomorrow. What's the go-to movie snack lineup for you? I had some really nice pretzels and cheese at the AMC near us recently. They have like fancy pretzels and cheese now, which I enjoy. I can do nachos too. I like a hot dog. Women always like popcorn though. Ideally, popcorn, not ones where you cut the hole out underneath and insert your genitals inside. I would say don't do that. But overall, popcorn with a chocolate, like popcorn with raisinets is pretty sick. I also like cookie dough bites. That's a favorite of mine. And of course, a large Diet Coke to wash it down. Or just a loaf of bread. Just bring in a large baguette for yourself. A sourdough baguette. Eat it slowly. Oh, man, I'm excited for those beers. I am excited for the beers I'm going to get after this. And yes, we do have about 1 hour and 15 minutes or 45 minutes left here. After I get the beers, 4 o'clock hour will be an open StreamYard where I will choose people I want to add. So put in like your chat name so I know who you are, because I can't add everybody, but I will. Actually, I don't even know. I can't do a draft if I add people. Now I'm realizing that. I have to go to this screen, I guess. Which would be okay. We can live with that. Okay, we'll figure it out. I'm on the clock here, not paying attention. Let's get a more Chicago going. Roshan Johnson, come on down. 2552, maybe risking it a little thin at receiver, but who cares? Who cares in this number of drafts, in this hour of stream? What are we going to do? It's like Eric's not even listening to me. Gonna have 2 IPAs in here that I'll bring and drink in a normal time frame. I would join, but I'm working. I imagine there's a lot of people going through that. So if you are a work for home boy and you've always dreamed of being on a Splash Play stream, this will be your shot. It's my thank you for anybody who's been hanging on for fucking 6 hours with me. I appreciate it too much. Tired Hands Brewery. Support local brewers. Otherwise, every other company is owned by InBev and Anheuser-Busch. And we don't want to support them. Not after the marketing they've done, right? That's my audition for Run Pure, where I do my my unencumbered sets on how Bud Light's for the libs. Working from home, might be able to join at 4:30ish. Oh, now we're timing it out. It's just, yeah, this is not going to be, I'm not going to put a lot of work into this, guys. This is a half-baked idea. Market for Run Pure, yeah. I mean, for my team, I mean, Sam Howell, he went to UNC, which we have to admit is kind of a Libby college. But Sam Howell, I mean, doesn't like steak. So Sam Howell, honestly, Sam Howell's a lib. We probably shouldn't have drafted Sam Howell if we're trying to draft for Run Pure. Deshaun Watson, though, I mean, that speaks for itself. Deshaun Watson, I mean, he could be our next president if we're going to go by the pedigree of what a Run Pure sports fan might like. I think Deshaun Watson, he's going to grab him. He's going to grab him. And he's all locker room talk, that Deshaun Watson. Raheem Mostert, I mean, I don't know. It's hard. It's just not my natural inclination. I just want guys that are going to be real woke. That's who I want on my teams. Alex texted me, do you need anything? So let me reply to my loving partner and see if I need anything. No, I'm okay. Just gonna grab beers after this draft. Thank you. Love you. You can pretend I'm saying to see you in the chat too if you want. And I'm also going to tell her, have not peed once. That's my dedication to content. My kidneys are rotting inside right now from not urinating. But we're on the clock. Mingo, Reed. None of these guys looking too tantalizing for this build. Curtis Samuel makes sense, though. We're going to increase our bet on Sam Howell being the new East Coast version of Patrick Mahomes. She said, do you need to about me peeing? I'll come sing Karma is a Cat as an interlude. I do not want to subject my wife to you people, so we will not have her come in and sing Taylor Swift. Oh, thank you. And love you too. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Tell Alex the chat supports her and thinks she's an amazing mom. Okay. The chat says they love and support you and think you're an amazing mom. Actually, I'll just make her get the beers. I suppose if you want to. Oh. All right. Well, she says she doesn't want to get beers, so never mind. She's on our shit list now. She was saying more water and snacks, but I don't need that. Are you embarrassed of us? No. But she says, LOL, thank you to the internet strangers. So you guys are on good terms. I think she's probably just happy that I have a chat. Not a lot of women marry into relationships and then they have a chat. Though she has said outwardly that if she had dated me while I worked at Barstool, she would not have been able to handle it. So I think that's more the ethos we're bringing here. All right. 2562. It's me getting in the zone. Need some players. Who's a player that we could draft? I hate Richie James, so I'm not going to take him. I'm going to take Gus Edwards again for the other side of Miami, Baltimore, because we got Raheem Mostert. And I do need one more running back here. So the team so far is a 2-6-6-2, Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, David Njoku, Alan Lazard, Raheem Mostert, Tyler Algier, Sam Howell at a stupid pick that we have to take him at now in DraftKings, Roshan Johnson, Curtis Samuel, and Gus Edwards. And we have 4 rounds left in this draft. And then I can have a beer. Did you guys know that when Vikings used to sail across the ocean, sometimes they would only drink mead? That is a thing they would do to fill themselves. Mead is a version of beer. There's your fun fact, folks. So the beer will be my sustenance, and that's all I need. Also, guys, if you haven't done it yet, would really appreciate you guys smashing the like button here. Again, I've made some powerful enemies today. I've been rude to some people and then won them back, but I still would appreciate it if you hit the like button. And of course, if you're not subscribed here, about 48% of people that watch Splash Play aren't subscribed to it. And little do you know, it would really help me out. It would really make me feel like a functional person. I would love to be like at least close to Liam Murphy. I don't want this guy to fucking come soaring by because he won one tournament. So please subscribe and hit the like button. No offense to Liam, of course. Liam can join the StreamYard link if he sees it. Can we ever win Travis back? Travis seemed like he was an angry guy. Travis seemed hella toxic. Because like he went out of his way to be rude to me. Like he said, like he saw my draft, the one that admittedly went a little bit wayward with Jerry being a bit of a distraction. And then he just came to be mean to me. But also apparently knew who I was enough to find me and come and track me down to be mean to me. So that was like personal in a way that was uncomfortable. But who am I to say, given the hurtful things that I can sometimes throw out in a stream? Yeah, he was no Jerry. Travis was no Jerry. If we're going to rank guys like Jerry, Travis is down here by my balls. He did love the flock. It honestly might be a flock burner. Wouldn't shock me. He's like so thin-skinned that like he actually, I would positive would have some burners. Spags, no burners. Even back in the Barstool days. Even though some writers there had burners to talk nicely about themselves. And I'll never out who it was. But somebody very popular used to do that. And I always thought that was incredibly sad. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to like, yeah, people want to look cool. I get it. We all want to look cool. Am I right, fellas? Am I right? Wait, hold on. I got a football and a title belt. We all want to look cool. Am I right? Travis is probably at the Capitol on January 6th. That's also true. He went over to the Run Pure Best Ball stream. He's like, Dylan McDermott, not Dylan McHermott, or whatever. I don't know. What was the name of that? Whatever. It's not even worth. We don't need to go down this rabbit hole. You would like Travis buy your balls. He probably wouldn't do a good job. No. Much more. Frank's just a fucking seems like a perfectly fine simpleton. I don't know. I don't know him that well. Saw him in the office a few times. But no, somebody much more important. But I'm not gonna say who it is. It would be rude to, and I've kept the secret for this long. And the guy was always nice to me, so I won't do it. But you can piece it together probably if you really do the gymnastics. I wish I had a blazer. Wish I did. It would just be too warm in here. But we do have a pick coming up. And that's fun, right, guys? We love making picks. Another bring back for Cleveland, Mecole Hardman. My man, Mecole Hardman apparently losing some reps in practice to Randall Cobb, which is classic. Just classic Aaron Rodgers. I still don't care. I can't imagine Randall Cobb mattering this season. That said, I guess he did get usage last year for Green Bay. So, whatever. Did not have any overlap with that guy. I left Barstool June 2017. So, no, it is an OG. Though there are a couple people who had burners. So you wouldn't even be able to guess. You could actually probably guess because there's a few. One of them got added on Reddit at one point too, but that's not who I'm talking about. I shouldn't keep teasing it because I'm not going to tell you guys. But again, you can guess. FF Doom saying, I'll gladly let you take Mecole. Yeah, you're going to let me take him when he's going to get all those rub route touchdowns. Aaron Rodgers, who never wants to throw the ball deep, just wants to check down nice and safely. That's going to be all Mecole Hardman routes when Randall Cobb turns to dust. Randall Cobb would snipe my small McColl bags. Yeah. I don't have a ton of McColl, but I think if you got Cleveland, you need to bring back late. He's a Jet. That works. All right. 2, 6, 7, 2, 3 rounds left. We've got like every team in football here. But let's just, you know what? Here we go. Michael Wilson makes sense. We do have the little bet on Philly here through A.J. Brown. Michael Wilson actually going at a reasonable price. Michael Wilson did fucking nothing in college. And it's very odd that he's now a guy that might matter. It's also possible that he's just a dude like running sprints out there. I think that's certainly in the range of outcomes. But if he's going to go in the 18th, I think that's fine. If he's going to go in the 14th, no thank you on Michael Wilson is how I feel. Oh, they paid Randall Cobb $3 million. That's true. If we're going by the contract plays thing, they did pay him money. Aaron Rodgers, though, has so much power in that organization. Like the fact they got him, the fact that they, went out and got Dalvin Cook after Aaron Rodgers. And I said this on the fucking stream. Like, I know Nick Ercolano is the first one out there saying Dalvin to the Jets. And like, I don't know if that was actually him getting reports or him doing some guesswork and saying it was reports. Either way, I don't know. Like, I like Nick, so I'm not trying to throw any shade. But like when Aaron Rodgers restructured his deal, I was like, he's going to want Dalvin Cook in there because that's how these fucking like football guys think, who don't really think about anything beyond what's in front of them. And he's just going to think, we played Minnesota a bunch. Minnesota's great. Dalvin was great. And it's like, I don't know that that's, I drafted Dalvin last draft, so I get it. But that's not the kind of play that I think actually makes a team work. And it's just so much control for Aaron Rodgers, and it'll either go well or it'll go poorly. And I think the irony of it all is I think it's going to go well because that defense is so good. And I don't think it's going to go well because Aaron Rodgers is a world beater. I think he's going to be mid once again, just like not a great player last year. I know people hate the Aaron Rodgers numbers. When I read them out, people like to think that he's the reason Christian Watson was good. Aaron Rodgers last year, negative 0.1 EPA per throw, 0.3% DVOA, passing not good. And then as a runner, he did absolutely nothing. Was like an absolute minus there, which is fine. He's an old QB, but he was just like an average QB. So he goes to the Jets. He's an average QB. That's honestly potentially enough to win him a Super Bowl, I guess. Hard to see them beating the Chiefs, the Bills, the Bengals, maybe even the Jags. I don't know. I don't have as much faith in the Jags. I think the Jags are kind of come back down to earth a little bit this year. But point being, like, Aaron Rodgers is going to have a good year this year, and it's just going to be because of the defense, and it's going to be kind of annoying, honestly. Do I think Taylor gets traded? No, I don't think there's enough of a market to give big draft capital for him and pay him an extension. Jonathan Taylor, if he's going to go anywhere, you probably need to increase his salary this year, which is about $5 million. And then next year, he would theoretically be on a franchise tag. So because of how football works, he likely would want, like, let's say a $20 million extension at a minimum, probably closer to 3 years and 30. And if that's the case, like, no team wants to pay that while also giving up a couple second rounders or a first rounder. So that makes it tough to get him traded. But can anything happen? Absolutely. All it takes is one dumb team always in any sort of trade situation. But I think it would have to literally be a dumb team. It would have to be like the Cowboys or something. And it would have to be them getting dumb again after they've proven to be a little bit smarter recently. All right. So we got a couple picks coming up here. Got 2 left. We can pretty much take anybody at this point, and it would be a logical enough correlation. All right. Anything late? We got Atlanta, right? Yeah, we got Pitts. We didn't get the full stack with Ritter, but I think Matt Collins makes sense here as another tack-on receiver for a 2.692, and then perhaps one more late running back or whatever. I don't know. I simply don't know. I think we're going to be able to get 2 more drafts in cleanly, which is a positive. Get one more draft in after this. What number draft is this one? I believe it's number 11. No, number 10 on the day. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to hit the under on Green Checkmark's initial bet of 12.5 done. Unless I'm missing my count. It's possible DK hasn't updated correctly either. But I lost count along the way. So forgive me that. I have lost count. Mac Hollins is almost as veiny as that dick in your mouth. Thank you. Thank you on behalf of both Mac and myself. My final pick here, one I'm very passionate about. He says while scrolling, fuck it, let's get Tillman. Cedric Tillman's available. He's a dude. So the final team for this one, Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Kenneth Walker, A.J. Brown, Amari Cooper, DJ Moore, Kyle Pitts, Terry McLaurin, David Njoku, Alan Lazard, Tyler Algier, Sam Howell, Roshan Johnson, Curtis Samuel, Gus Edwards, McCole Hardman, Michael Wilson, Mac Hollins, Cedric Tillman. Don't think I needed 10 receivers, but I felt a little thin early on, so we got there. I am going to grab those beers. I am going to start another draft while I do that. I am also going to pull up my face here, and then we can, we can do that. Ignore the fact that I'm here right now. If you want to play along with me, get in. $10 entry fee, $1 million to first place as I walk away while hitting enter. All right, and I will be right back, as you can see by this graphic on the screen. I was thinking about peeing, but I didn't do it. I was thinking about it, though. Oh, here we go. We are back. And dare I say, better than ever. Oh, God, I got to reconfigure this whole fucking thing. My fat ass is driving down the entire couch. All right, draft starts in 1 minute and 20 seconds. And I am in the same fucking spots. But we do have DeLeague in the 5-hole. He's Etrianta. Okay, good to know. It's money time. No cock, no party. Where'd the dick go? All right, well, there we go. I had enough time to pee. I just don't have to pee yet. I just don't think I drank enough water. I usually drink like 3 of these a day, or at least 3 during the day. Now I've only had 1. I really would like to look taller on camera here. All right, there we go. Now we're back. Julian's in this one too. Oh, Ross is in this one. Good. Our guy Ross, Robert Griffin the Turd, is his name. Good. Okay, Wishbone, I think, is in the chat as well. Julian P. Knows is going to be Julian here. So another friends and family draft here. I hope you guys are soaking up the EV as I don't get a single 101 or anything even close to it in this draft stream. And here we go. Tired hands. Let's go. And hang on for another 29 minutes. So I'm going to open the floodgates. Actually, no, I should just do it for the last draft, right? So I will open the floodgates for the last draft. We'll let everybody who wants to come in on camera here. You can do it. And just like, be really good at making content like I am. So. Oh, Rabid Shih Tzu's in. Good. Rabid Shih Tzu, one of our newer members here. I'm excited to see in the hunt. He is Monkey Wrench. So we got him right behind me. So hopefully I don't screw over Rabid Shih Tzu too much. And here we go. I am drinking the Punj Double India Pale Ale with Nelson Sauvin and Motuetka. I don't know what most of those things are, but you can see it for yourself. And this is this is like a 9%, right? Well, I don't know what percentage it is, but I do recall it being 9 on the menu. So let's say 9. 9 and change, I think. I got to tell you, that beer, the I've been drafting for 6.5 hours beer, that one hits. That one hits. That was good. That's a great sip of beer. Holy shit. It's true. You got to watch out, Monkey Wrench. I am a sniper. CLN has suffered at my hands multiple times today. All right, let me get me here. Let's try to. All right, let's get in the right headspace. Let's take some breaths and fucking here. Let's put my hair. Let's just make my hair stand up briefly, and then put the hat back on. Oh boy, now it's all over. Hat. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, let's put on a money hat. It's money time. Nate wanted it, right? Yeah, guys, it's money time. Oh yeah. I haven't done any Macho Man impressions. Oh yeah, brother. It's money time. Boop, boop. That is a good point. Empty tummy 9% are going to get you in a hot, giggly moods. It's true. But the wife is going out with her mother-in-law for dinner tonight. So that's why I have to like be out by 5 for sure. And then I will take over with Luca, hang out with him, and then I will eat like a fucking monster. I will get something gross and ordered out today. Will it be McDonald's? I don't know. Will it be... I enjoy the grilled cheeseburger from Five Guys when I'm in a gross mood. That's a fun one. Michael Mass is in here too. All right, let's make a pick here in CLN. I'm going to answer your question too, because I actually do have thoughts about that. We haven't taken a CeeDee Lamb share today. It doesn't do a whole lot for me, but I think for just balance, I'm going to do it here. So CeeDee Lamb, come on down. Spags, do you have, by any chance, do you have Madden 24? So I'm actually thinking about downloading it because the My Player mode or whatever they call it this year, like seems kind of fun. And I do love being a created quarterback in these for myself, of course, as Chris Spags. Not as anybody else. So I do kind of want to download it now. But the thing is, like, I play so much Overwatch if I have any video game time that I don't know that I want to take away from that because I'm really fucking good at Overwatch. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. What about Chinese? Alex likes Chinese too much, so I usually don't get Chinese solo. But also like Chinese, I don't know. Wrong kind of heavy for me sometimes. Though I do love MSG. If you're a person out there that doesn't use MSG on everything, you are a fool. Get the Ajinomoto MSG off of Amazon Prime, and that shit will make anything fucking banging. All right. I probably should have gotten a Monra just because CeeDee Lamb might have fallen. I don't really want to build out full Dallas, but let's build out full Dallas. Let's see how that goes. Tony Pollard, CeeDee Lamb. Feels to me like drafting the Cowboys. I talked about my objections to them. I think going from Kellen Moore to Mike McCarthy calling plays. Boy, 2 tight ends to start here for Toaster Roller Coaster. Interesting start. Yeah, so with Mike McCarthy calling plays, Brian Schottenheimer scheming plays, I just think it's not going to be anywhere near as good this year as it was last year. That said, that's been my take across almost every draft I've done. So I think that I can take a share here of Dallas and try to build out a full Dallas stack. And hopefully today in this draft, after we've seen it happen earlier, hopefully Dak Prescott doesn't go in the second round to somebody else. That'll be my hope here. But we'll see. We'll find out. I'm on Mediterranean kebabs. Mediterranean kebabs are so good. If you get them from a nice Greek place or really any of those places. But like you get the mixed plate of beef and stuff, of lamb and beef and chicken. Oh man, that shit fucking sings. Now you're making me think about it. Anything that's like meat heavy, like there's a barbecue place, a Hawaiian barbecue place here that does like Korean/Hawaiian stuff. I don't know what's going on there, but it's also really good. Korean barbecue, one of my favorites for sure. We have not gone to a good Korean place here, a Korean barbecue place in Philly, and I'm sure one exists, but in LA, there's just so many. If anybody else is out in LA though, Kang Ho Dong in Midtown/K-Town, very good Korean barbecue place that I would swear by. I feel like now that I have beer in me and no food in me, I feel like my mouth is going a little bit squirrely. Matthew's at the gym, so you got to chill with the food talk. I apologize. The boys love talking food. I made this. Sorry for Matthew. I made really good steaks yesterday. I've been having issues because like Alex never gets like the really thick steaks for price reasons. Like she likes to get ones that are under an inch thick. Tyler, I'm sure if he's in chat, will chime in immediately. And learned that if you make the steak where you basically sear it off for a minute on each side, let it rest for 5 minutes, sear it off again for a minute on each side, then you were able to actually get medium rare on a thinner steak. So that was exciting for me to discover because I've been fucking struggling without. If I have like a tomahawk or anything like a big thick ribeye, I can make a perfect medium rare, but thin ones have been elusive. So pro tip for anybody out there, just 1 minute on each side, rest for 5, 1 minute on each side, rest for 5, and you will get a perfect medium rare. And I was blown away by it. It was so fucking good. And also brine your steaks. Cover them in salt, ideally salt and MSG. Let them sit for at least the morning to the day, till the time you cook it. But that's my pro tip. Let's see. Shout out Richard here. Checked in from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Now back for the 3:30 to 5 shift. Love to hear it, Richard. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for anybody. Again, this has been a marathon for me. I'm trying to focus and make it hopefully semi-entertaining for you guys. But I really do appreciate everybody hanging out. Like, it's crazy that we've been able to have over 100 people throughout this. It's been a lot of fun for me. So thank you for, genuinely, like, thank you for hanging out here. And even for the guys, even for the Travises of the world, thanks for coming by and hanging out. Though really, though, like, still fuck Travis. Jerry, though, fucking good guy. Jerry's a real dude. Jerry's a bro. Thin ones I like to cook in the oven for a few minutes and hit the grill for reverse sear. I usually reverse sear with a smoker, but for the thin ones, I found it really fucking hard to nail the temp right. So I'm going to do sous vide at some point too. I do want to learn how to get that going, because I think that would be my perfect medium rares, but we're not there yet. Probably going to buy one at some point this fall. Does this mean no Spag stack tomorrow? No, tomorrow I'm back here. I said 5 days a week of streams. I don't care if I stream for 8 days. Holy shit, we got Jahmyr Gibbs at a price that I don't even care at this point that I'm a total running back piggy. I finally got Jahmyr Gibbs on DraftKings, but still piggy. I'm a piggy. I'm drafting running backs at far too much capital. Oink, 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 oink. My team is probably dead because this is stupid. But fuck, Jahmyr Gibbs. Can't believe it. Never get that guy. Team so far, CeeDee Lamb, Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs. So we're just game stacking at ADP, which is good. I think game stacking at ADP makes sense. I think game stacking, I know Pete pushed back on that, said that the higher ADP players, or I guess lower ADP players, he tends to think as like foundational pieces. For me, I like to get the best players in my game stack. So if I can get them, I feel pretty good about that. We are back on the clock and we need a receiver desperately. Christian Watson's already gone. So we got no bailout guys. Let's just, okay, I know what I'm going to do. DeAndre Hopkins, come on down. And then we're going to try to build out a couple Texas teams. We're going to try to build out the Cowboys. And I think we're going to try to build out the Houston side of this one as well. So there we go. So we have CeeDee Lamb, Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, DeAndre Hopkins. Again, not my preferred build, but I'm stoked to get Gibbs. I like Gibbs at that price so much. I agree on DraftKings. Like, this is where he should go. Gibbs right now being on the other side of the board just doesn't line up with Detroit stuff, doesn't line up with Dallas stuff. So that's pretty tough. And I don't want to reach for him for sure. Liquid Deuce Vaughn handcuff incoming. Never. I would have to drink 20 of these. Or Vaughn would have to fall to a reasonable amount. But not with Pollard, though. Any bet on Pollard says that Deuce Vaughn is shit, which I think is the appropriate bet. But we shall see. I've honestly gotten more Tony Pollard today on these drafts than I think I have in any other individual day for myself. So Tony Pollard is my boy today. Yeah, definitely not a lot of them. Oh, Tyler's going to shower and get ready for us. Good. I'm glad Tyler will be joining here. Tyler, a little star. I've also thought too, this is to give you guys a little pressure if you're going to try to come on camera here. I've been thinking about, like, should I add like an occasional co-host or something? I don't. And I like the idea too of it being somebody on the come up who's going to be good on social media and stuff. So if anybody's really good on camera, we're going to find out. Tyler, I know, is a handsome boy. He did well on Bindle's stream that I saw. But, I don't know. Tyler's also so great as a community leader. Hard to say. Well, dude, you want whatever your vibe is, Tyler, you go for it, bud. Just keep the clothes on enough. Don't get me banned here. Get off Hop. I was planning Houston, Tennessee with Henry. Now we're sorry, Michael. Sorry. Didn't mean to fuck up your build. I just needed some talent at receiver because I hate starting 2 running backs in the first 3 rounds, but we're going to build a nice game stack, so that's a sacrifice. I think it would be, rotating stuff. The thing is that's tough for me is, like, in a perfect world, like I wish Pete were like able to do the same amount of content as I do. I get, he's got his own channel that's like thriving, so it's not going to happen. But I think anybody that I would bring on, like, I would be looking for a Pete kind of vibe. So, and the only guys that I had that with are probably my old Stochastic pals. So I'd have to find somebody new. But it's only now that now that Splash Play is like enough of a platform, I think it makes sense a little bit more so. We still don't fucking make money though. So, like, don't be expecting riches or anything, but we shall see. It's hour 7. Doubt anyone will make it this far. Show all the dick you want. I think it still has a premise. I'd prefer that not be the case. Very much prefer Big Mike to Hopkins. I get it. I just kind of thought it was like, it'll be fun to build out 2 Texas teams. So that was as far as my brain got. But I agree. It's just like, I wasn't going to get Herbert. I wasn't going to get anybody else good from the Denver side. I mean, maybe Sutton, but yeah, I get it. I think you're right. But Houston, Tennessee going to be a lower owned correlation rather, as opposed to Dallas, Detroit. So you take a chalky correlation and you take a less chalky correlation. I think that's a pretty solid way to build if you are building out some game stacks. This could turn into a Smitty show. I still I got to watch this, guys. What is the actual channel name? It's like the Fantasy Football Show. Is that the thing? Should I have my first exposure here? James Cook in the 5th round, man. Jesus. I'm so glad I got a lot of James Cook early. Like, I really, really am. All right, I don't want to take another running back at this point. Get your guys. George Pickens, I'm sorry. Like, Deontay Johnson, I've taken enough of you. George Pickens, take your rightful throne here atop Deontay Johnson. That's what I want to see. It honestly, though, brings me so much joy. If you guys have been following Splash Play like this offseason, you know how much I've loved Pickens. And how upset I was when Deontay Johnson flipped George Pickens. And now we're back, and these guys are both in the hunt. And one of them is potentially primed to move up past the other again. And I would like to see it for my closing line value and for my pride. So this sucks because I do think building Houston, Tennessee with Dameon Pierce would make sense, but I have too much capital tied up already at running back. So we are going to go Tyler Lockett and maybe try to do Singletary late. So the team so far, Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb, DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, and Tyler Lockett. So we've got the correlation. Need to get Houston guys, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. On DK, you're like 27% Musgrave. Wow. So that's a bet that could work out for you. I have tended to err on the side of caution with the 18th round or later picks. Like Terrace Marshall was my highest exposed at 15%. And that's why too. Like, I guess he kind of lost his role not lost his role, but like didn't earn the role above DJ Chark and Thielen, which is expected. But anyway, point being, that's the tough part of this stuff is that, like, if you really go heavy on an 18th round guy and get it right, you're in a good spot. If you go really heavy on an 18th round guy and then they're not all the way there, it's not perfect. But I'm at like 15% Musgrave on Underdog, and I think more on DraftKings. So I feel okay about that stand. But I do have like a 16% cap for myself exposure-wise for anybody who normally goes undrafted, because that basically puts you at over 2x the field, and then you're pushing it. Like, I don't think you ever want to be 4x the field on stuff. Like, I think that gets a little bit thorny. Unless you absolutely nail everything, but I'm not confident enough. Even me, like, I'm not confident enough that I'm going to nail everything to be able to do that. What did Zane say? I won 10K on Underdog last year. No one cares what I have to say, and I don't use social media. We're in a place where, hey, shout out Zane. Shout out Zane. I appreciate it. Look, we could do Splash Play Idle, I guess, if people really want to do like unpaid labor or lightly paid labor. But I got to figure out what we're making here. Because, like, yeah, like, this is a side project for me. Like, I'm hoping it builds up to something long-term. That's the goal here. But, you know, I'm strapped in because I enjoy this stuff. So anybody who I would have on here, like a recurring kind of situation would have to be similarly mindful of that. Because, like, this is a $1,000 a month biz if we're lucky, not a fucking 10,000 yet. But who knows? There was some interesting chats that I missed here. Any other risers that you've packed your bags on who you used to draft and is no longer appealing at ADP? Jalen Warren's getting to that territory. I have so much, and now the price is so steep that I'm probably better just going out. I'll still take him if he aligns well enough and fits the team construction. Like if I get a Steeler and Warren's there, and then I want to add Pickett on, I think that works. But really on DraftKings, like Warren, I haven't even gotten close to getting Warren in one of these drafts. So he's just going a little bit higher than I think. Not that I think he should. He's probably going where he should go, but I'm just not accustomed to him not being available at the times I want to take him. And now that's gone. I'm going to hold the football again. I've had a little beer, so now I just want to hold the football. Jalen Warren, man, that guy can ball. All right. Cortland Sutton on the rise after Jerry Jeudy gets lightly hurt. JSN falling. So we're going to build out Seattle too. So I might be off of the Houston thing. Maybe we'll do 3. Maybe we'll do 3. So we have Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb, DeAndre Hopkins, Pickens, Lockett, JSN. So we've got the core parts of Seattle. It feels like it should be a Geno team, I think. This guy holds a football during drafting. He knows ball. Look at this, man. Again, look at me tucking it. You can't knock that out. You can't knock. Look how hard I'm hitting this. It's not going anywhere. All right, I'm on the clock again. He knows ball too well. He's too fixated on hitting it and trying to not fumble. Anybody correlating here that fits this? Oh, it's a little bit of a fall for Rachaad White. Is it enough to justify going his way? Let's do it. Rachaad White. It's going to reach for Dak there, but I do think it makes sense to get Rachaad White as a discount. He'll be my RB3, and I will hopefully still get Dak, but if not, we'll get somebody else. I would like to get Dak, but we'll see. We'll see. I got that Tiki Barber grip. Early Tiki Barber when he was just fumbling all over the place. Ball flying away. Jerry can pop in any chat and say Dalvin now, and I'll go, oh, Jerry, you rascal. No Dalvin here, but he does go shortly after my pick, so somebody's buying in. The guy, of course, it's the guy I drafted 4 running backs in the first 8 rounds, but he does go Dalvin, so our boy Jerry. Appreciate you, dude. Jerry's now like, it really is weird though. Like it's such a thin line between like love and hate where you get that like fired up at each other. We're both being shitty to each other and chat and me yelling at the camera. And then it's like, oh man, like Jerry, we got through that, bud. Like you're my dude. That's a good point. Aaron brings up Dalvin is only 28. The Sean McCoy grips. That's just like running with the football like this. Oh, hey, dare you to take it from me. I'm too shifty. Fucking sloppy ass grip. You tuck that ball in, bud. You make it hit that elbow. Best ball drinking game you have to drink every time Jerry questions your choices. Oh boy, that'd be a tough one for me. If Spags picked up a soccer ball, I'd be so confused. Does he know ball? It's true. No hands. Can't use hands on that. Be a crime. They'd give me a red card. Jerry and Spags makeup sex is my favorite part of the stream. Jerry definitely seems like a Philly guy. Maybe. I would say Philly, Jersey. Jerry, where are you from? Tell us. Maybe Illinois. I feel like there's some pockets of Illinois. Curious, though. Definitely curious about the Jerry backstory. Especially now that we're best friends. You got to know your best friends. How come people used to warn about age 30 running backs, but not 27-year-olds or dust? That's true. Why draw the line there? I think it's just honestly like, so for receivers, it's over 30. For running backs, it's over 25. Like that's just what I think the new meta of the NFL is. It doesn't mean that guys can't excel. Like I still think Keenan Allen's in a good spot this year. Like there are guys who are going to be good route runners and like could take a leap upwardly just because of a new schematic change at their offensive coordinator level or just whatever, vacated targets kind of things. But, it is one of those things where you have to kind of cast a quizzical eye to those guys. And the curse of 300 stuff, like Derrick Henry's beaten it, but not many have. Jerry from Ohio. Ben's in those pockets of Illinois. Okay. Sorry for the pockets of Illinois. They mean insult the pockets of Illinois. Got Dak at a discount, right? Yeah, 10-pick discount for Dak on DraftKings? This team coming together. Dak Prescott, Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb, DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Rachaad White. So we got a 1-3-5-0. But we actually might get okay QBs, which is a blessing on DraftKings. What a treat. A good point by Tyler. Pass catching running backs. Yeah, so same thing. They age longer. The route stuff, like being able to run good routes and being a professional route runner, like that stuff probably adds a little bit more value. I am just going to take Geno here. I guess actually. No, you know what? Let's go Freiermuth. Let's go Freiermuth and try to get Pickett. Let's pray we can get Pickett. Because I think burning a Geno pick here, we won't get the tight end here. Freiermuth and Pickens is pretty fucking strong. I like to see him. This is, boy, it took us 6 hours and 50 minutes, guys, but we finally built a team that I can really pin my hopes on. Though I did like that one Watson pick and see I built. I think that was probably my most fun one. And of course, Jerry and our cat and mouse will they, won't they game. That really threw me off that draft. That was my least favorite draft. That one I did not do well. Damn, it's got a chubby. I'll take it. Yeah, get the Pickett stack. I agree. Michael saying, I think I like your team better than mine. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. This is honestly, because this room is so friends and family, like I think we have a few not in the room here, but because it's so friends and family, this has been the most sane DraftKings draft that I have had on stream. So that brings me great joy. Because normally when I'm doing these DraftKings streams, I start it right before because I want to try to hit the stream, get going, and then get right into it. So people afterwards will not too much wait time to get into the draft. And this room has been pretty nice. Like we're all competing for stuff, but I think I've been able to get my guys logically pretty well. And this beer is delightful. Tired hands. These hands aren't tired, baby. They can keep clicking. They can keep clicking. I honestly do think I could do 12 hours. It would just be like my speech would get worse as we go. I could feel my mouth being tired. Jaylen Warren in the 10th round here, which is a good pick, but fuck, man, that is a steep ADP rise. And you got to take him there to get him. If you don't take him in the 10th or early in the 11th, you're just not going to get Jaylen Warren. What a rise. It is crazy how it's like legit now. The game of best ball is just one good highlight from something, and you're going up. One good highlight, one good news article, and you're going up. And that's just how it is. Gino goes to Julian here. Julian has DK Metcalf, so good for Julian. There we go. Glad he went to a good home. Julian seems pretty nice, actually. Eckler, Chubb, so we got the 2 running backs. Made it up at receiver. Kirk is still a little bit tough as a wide receiver 3, but I could swallow it as a wide receiver 3. Got Pittman. Didn't get AR, which would be nice. But I like this team. They did a good job, Julian. This is, I think, the first draft Julian's been in, so shout out to him. Jerry's a Detroit guy. Jerry, do you know my guy, Isaac, World of Isaac on Twitter, who's very influential in the Detroit food and sports space? Because he might be your kind of guy. He's a great dude too. He was on my writing staff at Guyism back in the day, then became a leadership person at Uprocks, and very good guy, very passionate about food, but also like the guy I think of with Detroit because he like fucking loves Detroit. All right, we're on the clock here. 1351. I think we're just dunking this bitch home. Let's get Sam Laporta. Let's go. Second tight end, Sam Laporta. Fucking rock. Let's rock. Dude, I love Isaac. Isaac is a great guy. Like, genuinely a great guy. I love him. I always have a hard time keeping in touch with people, like, when you move jobs and, like, you're, especially, like, when you're online, like, you're an online workforce and whatever. But, yeah, he was one of the guys I started Guyism with, and he's a great dude. World of Isaac on Twitter. Great follow in general. But a very funny guy, very nice guy, and just loves food. Loves food and loves Detroit. Let's go. Laporta's a dog. You hope, Jerry. Jerry and I, man, I hope you guys aren't thrown off by all the sexual tension between me and Jerry, but we are now vibing. Laporta is my dude, man. Laporta, like, if you're a Lions fan, Jerry, for real, like, I've talked about it. I think they were a little bit too pricey coming into the offseason where it was like Jameson Williams going in the 50s and Amon-Ra going where he did. But, like, man, that consolidated offense, like, you don't even need Jameson to be good, and they can be a really fun team this year. So I do like them. I do like them. Sniped twice. Oh no. Were you Goff? Were you Goff guy? Sorry. I'm having a hard time. I'm just trying to build my guys. I finally can sense a good draft going. So I'm trying to make it happen. Let's not let fools ruin this one. We got to get our clean stacks here. Kenny Pickett. I'm closing that stack off. So the team so far, Dak Prescott, Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb, DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, Tyler Lockett, JSN, Rashad White, Sam Laporta, and Kenny Pickett. We got ourselves a 2-3-5-2 build. We're not light at running back because we went so early. So, yeah, this build works. This might be my favorite team besides the Pickens-Watson one. Might be. God, you guys get a room. Thank you. Get this money, bro. Sammy, our guy Sammy, of course. Go Buffalo War Pigs. Our dude. Ever since you two touched tips. I think it's funny too. Like, Nico is a guy who's in chat sometimes, but clearly, like, he was watching before. And now it's like, yeah, just, hopped into chat to make fun of Jerry and I docking together over Dalvin Cook. No, but honestly, like, is going to, like, all of you guys in chat are great. Guys like Jerry, I like a lot because it's just like, okay, like we're kind of going at odds a little bit. And then you kind of, I think when you get past that point and you guys become like, you know, like pals, then it's just the sex is it's incredible. No, it's just like, I don't know. It makes me feel nice because like I do genuinely try to bring, as you guys hopefully know, I make fun of shit. I certainly mock other channels and whatever, one in particular, but like I try to bring positive vibes here and I just want to have fun doing this shit. So it's fun when it's like, oh, cool. It's like making a new friend. I'm reverse parasocial. I'm friends with you guys. You don't have to be friends with me. I'm friends with you guys. Tip to tip. Ben's in another Drafters Million. If you're going to join Ben over there, why don't you hit this promo code? Woo, woo, woo. Promo code SPLASH. $100 deposit match on Drafters. Drafters, same thing, full point PPR, but it is a total points thing for the whole season. And again, if you use promo code SPLASH100 on there as well, if you already have an account, they will match your deposit 20% up to $500. So you can get yourself $100 if you deposit $500. So that's a pretty good deal by Drafters that they were kind enough to throw our way. But go play with Ben. Go play with Ben and Tyler. Have some fun with the boys. Need 3 in weekly winners too. I'm just going to be a vessel for public service announcements. Go play some in weekly winners as well. Spags and Jerry going to an IA Nako. I don't even know what that is. It sounds sensual. Sounds like me and Jerry's relationship. Oh, there we go. Spurious News joined. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah, it's true, Zane. I don't think I've ever made fun of another channel. I like to keep things nice and quiet. All right, so we got Pickett. We got our boy. What do we do now? I guess we just... Do I just keep increasing the Dallas bet? Getting a little game stacky. A little too game stacky, perhaps. The Gallup's here. Russ makes no sense for me. Don't really need much else. So Gallup correlates. So 2-3-6-2. And we add Gallup to the mix. Should get a New Orleans guy. Oh, I know the New Orleans guy to get. Do you want to guess who I would like from New Orleans? Actually, there's a couple options on the board right now that wouldn't be that bad. Do we all mob Flock chat tonight? No, he's got enough going on. I don't want to be like toxic where we're fucking raiding chats and whatever. I appreciate the sentiment, but no. Oh, hour 8 Spags. I've done it. There we go. 4 more years. Thank you. Let me make my pick and I will update the banner accordingly. Feels good though. Feels like I accomplished something. All right, so we got a 2-3-6-2. Do we need any running backs here? Oh, fuck. All right, you know what? I have a couple outs. Tyjae Spears I'm going to take now. A little bit ahead of ADP, but I do need more running backs here. 2-4-6-2. Have the bet on Hopkins, so that's working pretty well. And yeah, I was thinking going to go Juwana Johnson here. He goes and sets all names are taken, who's in the chat as well. Our guy Gabe Davis in the chat, taking time off the Buffalo Bills practice. But instead, what I'm going to do is go with the other tight end from New Orleans if he's available. If you guys catch my drift, there's a certain tight end, wink, wink, from New Orleans, who I think makes sense in a 3 tight end build. That's right. It's A.T. Perry. Though A.T. Perry, low key, kind of draftable. Like if you're not drafting Michael Thomas and you think he's not going to be healthy, you should be grabbing A.T. Perry because A.T. Perry is going to be Michael Thomas, but younger and same dude, like big bodied dude, a little bit slighter, but he's probably the Michael Thomas if Michael Thomas is not Michael Thomas. And then, yep, Jimmy Graham. Broke out the tropical shirt. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's been 5 o'clock since 9 a.m. here, technically. So I've been wearing this Hawaiian shirt all day. But yeah, wore it today because it's very hot in the studio, and this is probably my most breathable shirt, as it should be, as a classic Hawaiian shirt. But yeah, I've changed hats. I've had AR jerseys on. We're doing that thing. A.T. Perry was that guy in CFB DFS last year. His numbers jumped off the page for me as well. Let me look up. Let me see. I think I have A.T. Perry on here, right? Yeah, A.T. Perry, 0.21 EPA per target, but he was pretty good outside, running out wide. So that's the thing that I was looking for in this class because they just didn't have any outside kind of boundary receivers. But A.T. Perry, 0.231 EPA per target, 7 targets per route running out wide. And he also was pretty good out of the slot. So that all bodes pretty well for A.T. Perry. Just 0.028 EPA, but like the point is that he could do it and be competent. I think A.T. Perry is like a guy. I really Wouldn't mind him. I think Michael Thomas, you think you're better off betting on Michael Thomas being good. But like if something goes wrong with Olave and Thomas, like A.T. Perry might immediately be a guy who could win leagues. It's just you're threading a thin needle there for sure. Get Tyler on cam. I got to leave soon. Oh, I forgot to update the banner too. Shit. We're in hour 8. I'm not going to misrepresent the work I've put in here. All right, hour 8. Singletary goes. That sucks. But it doesn't really matter, I guess, because I think I've stopped building that out anyway. Wouldn't mind a Houston bring back. Oh, I wouldn't mind a Houston bring back, and here we are. Oh, but you know what? No. Kendre Miller makes a lot more sense. This draft is the best DraftKings draft I have been privy to, I think, in a while here. So we get Kendre to go as the other side of Rachaad White, basically playing this as though that's going to be a dog shit game where there's more of a defensive matchup. So I like that for the Week 17 correlations there. So the team so far, Dak Prescott, Tony Pollard, Jahmyr Gibbs, CeeDee Lamb, DeAndre Hopkins, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, Tyler Lockett, JSN, Rachaad White, Sam Laporta, Kenny Pickett, Michael Gallup, Tyjae Spears, and Kendre Miller. And then there was what? And then there was Tank, I think. Tank will be our bring back for Tennessee, Houston. We are correlated. We are good. Miller over Vaughn. Wow, Mr. Shadow Dogs. I love when the bits overlap. You guys are killing it today. Shout out to the chat. You guys, honestly, you guys are my MVP. I hope I make the solo streams palatable for the most part, but you guys genuinely, you make this a lot easier than it could be. If it were just me talking to no one, the shit would suck. This is a ship team. Thank you. I like it. I like it a lot. Here to do a safety check. Hey, we're doing great here, Steve. Appreciate you, my bud. Steve, one of my OGs from the Stochastic days, who's been always kind enough to support my shit. So I will. Steve, you always have a special place in my heart as well. Perry is the reason I'm not drafting much Shaheed. Different roles. Shaheed's a slot guy who's going to go still run some deep routes. I think not quite going out wide because he just can't beat press coverage as well. So I think there's a little bit difference there. But Shaheed, if he loses the role, if the hamstring keeps him out a little bit longer, the thing with Shaheed though is we talk about the EPA, the expected points added metric. Shaheed was the best player in the league by that. Shaheed with actual results, 0.79 EPA per target, 44% receiving DVOA for Shaheed. So he beat expectation in normal situations more than anybody in football, basically across any position. So obviously it wasn't for a ton of routes, it was for 16 routes per game, 2.8 targets per game. But if that comes down, he's still probably in 0.4 EPA per target range, and that has some value. But I do think A.T. Perry is more the contingent value for Michael Thomas, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, because they could shift Michael Thomas into the slot and do that way. So I get it. Oh, thank you, bud. Now the Run Pure Sports team. Thank God. Yeah, needed to hear some takes about how unfair it was that Rudy Giuliani got arrested. That's where you go to Run Pure Sports for. You go for fucking at Madison Girls' big old titties, and you go for takes on Rudy Giuliani being pretty sick as a dude. Pretty cool. Lions 10-win season over under. What do you think, Spags? Going over. Haven't missed a game since 2007. Wow, and he's 29. That's crazy. Good for you riding through the bad years. Got to see Calvin Johnson though, so that's pretty sick. 10 wins. I'd go over 9.5. I think going over 10 to get to 11 would be a little bit tough, but I would go over 9.5 on them. I think they feel 10-70 to me. Maybe if they run hot, 11-6, 12-5. It just depends how the North is. Do the Vikings fully regress this year? Does Brian Flores being there on defense kind of prop them up in the ways they were bad last year? I'm not sure. I'm intrigued by this team. Who's drafting this one? Had to go 0 RB early, right? Oh, yeah. So it's our guy, Gabe Davis. So went very aggressive 0 RB, got 2 elite tight ends, then went on a nice running back run here where he's getting at least legit 0 RB guys. Deion Jackson's getting a little thin, but yeah, these 6, Charbonnet, Pirine, Roschon, Damian Harris, Deonta Foreman, Chuba Hubbard. Wouldn't take Deonta and Roschon together. I get why you might when you're just trying to fill out a 0 RB room. But still, nice run here to kind of make this work. It's hard when you take the 2 elite tight ends, but I think, yeah, that makes sense. Interesting team. All right, we're coming up next, 202 pick. I'm getting another wind of energy here. then we're going to hit one more draft and then we're done. So hopefully this will go quickly. What do I think of the punt tight end build in the 5 spot? Let me make my pick and I'll look at that. I don't even know what we need at this point. Honestly, we do kind of have enough of a bet on Tennessee that I'm just going to tack on Tannehill. Really not a thing I need, but he's there, and I think it works. Let's see, 5 spot. Because you got Waddle, so you're doing the Baltimore thing. Like all these guys, Kamara is starting to lose it a little bit for me. 2 QBs in the same game, a little bit tough for that one. And then you're getting Howell pretty early. I would be reluctant to take a QB that early if you're taking 2 QBs in the first 10 rounds. But I think overall, like, you got players I like, so no issue with that one. I need to look at the tight ends more, but I'm not there yet. Tennessee, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Pickett. We need another running back, but none of them are really dying here. Allen Robinson. Yes. Oh, this draft, everything is hitting for me. that click should not have worked. We will add Allen Robinson onto our Pittsburgh stack to make it a double or a triple rather. So there we go. 3-5-8-2. Yeah, I did take the 2 early running backs, so I should go heavier. Should go heavier at receiver. Rudy Giuliani, a true American hero for getting the company behind the opioid crisis off almost unscathed. He's America's mayor back in the 9/11 days when I was a delicate child in New York. But yeah. That and the hair dye thing. The hair dye thing is the most embarrassing thing. I mean, that's the one where like you don't uncover that one. You don't recover from that. Anyway, the league's punt tight ends. Let me see. So he's taking Noah Fant. Yeah, if you're taking Noah Fant, you also want to get Likely. I would take Noah Fant, Smythe. Looks like you got sniped on Cole Turner. But with Sam Howell, I would take Logan Thomas, honestly. But yeah, you gotta at least get 3 here. Honestly, this to me, with your draft capital, I think the league, I would probably go 4 tight ends here in a 20-round draft. On DraftKings, I would never do 4 tight ends. But on Underdog, I would never do 4 tight ends. On DraftKings, though, I think you can get away with 4 here. Just because that's like a little thin with Noah Fant. A little thin. Bijan just went number 1 in the drafters Millie. Again, there's sharp drafters on there, but weird shit does happen. Bijan, I think, is great. I think you can make the case that he should be the number 2 running back off the board on drafters behind Christian McCaffrey, but I would not take him at the 101. You got to take Justin Jefferson. Working now, but I've been here the whole time. Bummed I can't come on stream. Got to make a living. Great stuff as always, my man. Appreciate you, Rob. Thank you for all you do, being a part here of the community, and built a good team before too. So shout out to you, man. And thanks for hanging out. Again, no issues. People got to go. I get it, but we're riding here till 5. We're going to get one more draft in, and they'll be good to go. But if you guys can make your picks faster so we can make sure to get this draft in, that would be great. That would be great for me. Yeah, don't draft Kevin Hart. He's in a wheelchair because he ran a 40 against Stevan Ridley, who was the running back for the Patriots a couple years ago, and got completely dusted. And I think he tore his abdomen while trying to run the 40. So pretty brutal for him. Not great. Otten for the bring back. Maybe. Now that I didn't get Taysom went at a reasonable range here. I think Otten is certainly a play that could be in the hunt here. Trey Palmer, too, could be in the hunt, I think. Because we don't need 3 tight ends. Like, if the tight ends are Freiermuth and Laporta, yeah, maybe. Figure it out. I don't think Kevin Hart tore his asshole during brunch. I don't think, as far as I know. Durham Smythe, good pick. Good pick by the league. I do like that one. Kylan Granson getting drafted, as he should be. I think if you are drafting right now, based on the info we have, Kylan Granson ahead of Jelani Woods. Just been with the first team the entire time. The weird man crush on Otten. I think he's fine. Like, I think he's a fine enough player. I don't think there's anything special about him. Like, he's just a dude. So, like, if you have Mayer on the board, I would still take him over him. But I think Otten's in the Noah Fant tier. K. Dotton goes there. Oh, well, no K. Dotton. Goes to Brenton Allen. I'm honestly wondering, like, should I not do a fifth? I don't want to risk or a fifth draft, a last draft. No, we'll do it. We'll do it. All right, so I don't want to get Alex. I don't want to get Alex mad at me. I don't want him to be mad at me. I don't think I need the second tight end now that this has been bled pretty dry. So I am going to add our boy, Trey Palmer. Come on down, Trey. Trey Palmer, going to have a role to start the year, going to have even more of a role if they do start tanking at the end of the year. That is my ongoing logic for Trey Palmer that I'm happy to have. And then what we're going to do, here is the link. I'm going to enter another draft. Anybody who wishes to come on stream, I will try to cram as many of you in. I might have to cycle some people. I don't know. But there's the StreamYard link. You may come in when you please here. Try to have okay sound. Like anybody that's got fucking weird sound, I just got to take you off because it sounds there awful for everybody watching. But besides that, oh, fuck about the clock. Whatever we get, I don't even give a shit. It's going to take a QB from here, right? It's a 20th round. Desmond Ridder decorrelates with my other teams. So there we go. There's Desmond Ridder. All right, guys, let's enter our last draft here. I see my boy Tyler in the hopper, so we will get going. Put this one in. Best ball. Boom. You want to play with me? $10. This is the last one of the day. We are getting to our 8 hours. I am in the room, and we are good to go. And the private chat. Oh, there we go. Tyler's in the private chat. All right, Tyler. It's your time to shine. Here we go. All right, here we got Steve. What's going on, guys?
How's it going?
I am good. I'm excited to have some people to talk to, some real life human beings. Obviously, the chat's been crushing it. We got Tony Mark here. I'll keep it at 4. So let's start with Tyler. Tyler, you got the chest going. Give people the background. What made you such a horny pervert that is now an important part of our lives?
Well, you're gonna have to talk to God about that one because I was born horny. But just own it, be open about it, and also it's fucking funny. So who cares?
I appreciate it. And Steve, of course, this is Steve Leibovitz, right?
You got me.
How's it going, Steve? So, Steve, you're more of a DFS guy, right? You're newer to best ball, but you've been drafting some teams. So, how are you feeling about it so far?
Not bad. I've been doing just DK so far because that's where my biggest bankroll is right now. But, if you use the code SPLASHPLAY, I understand I can get into some other areas too.
Oh, just Splash. But yes, just Splash. But,
okay.
Hey, it's okay. You don't have to know the plugs your first time on camera with me. I appreciate it. But Steve's been an OG from the Stochastic days. So shout out to Steve. And then we got Mark here, our guy Tony Mark 01. Been a member of Splash Play for a minute now. How's it going, Mark? Of course. And we've bonded over Tony Hawk and other things. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thanks for having me on. I mean, this was a great stream experience the whole day. So I can speak for all of us, I think, all of us viewers. Thanks for doing this.
I appreciate it. No, I mean, honestly, as mentioned, this is fun for me. I'm glad to have you guys on. And you guys are going to be my co-pilots for this draft. And then if there's anybody else who's trying to get in, you can try to join the room. Willis is wishing he could hop on. But I feel like, Tyler, this is your time to shine. I know you're dying for the camera time. You're in the community. You're going to the spin classes. What's your hottest take? Like, what's your hottest take? Or what's your thing you disagree with me the most on so I can yell at you? Are you muted? Or am I just low?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay.
Being super mindful of my dogs. But yeah, no, we disagree hugely on George Pickens. I understand all the EPA stuff, but also I think he's just fancy Gabe Davis on a shittier team with a much worse armed quarterback. So, dubious on his upside, but I get it. Go route, go Burr.
All right, so let's talk about that. We have a pick coming up, so let's make this one collectively here. Running backs coming off the board pretty fast, but if McCaffrey were to fall, I'd take him at 6. But let's see what Dr. Brad does. He is a doctor, so he goes Diggs. So let's take McCaffrey here, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, McCaffrey at 6. Well, running back Piggy again. Let's play the GIF. All right, so Pickens, you're saying fancy Gabe Davis. Who's the Diggs then? Who's the Stephon Diggs?
There isn't. And Deontay is like shittier Diggs because he just gets open and gets targets. But again, like the whole offense is a worse version at like fancy. So they're just not going to score as much as the Bills. And I don't know, like he's the one I'm lowest on for second year wide receivers, just because his profile, like Matt Harmon with the perception. He's basically called Pickens like a much more expensive Alec Pierce. So if I wanted Alec Pierce, I'll just draft Alec Pierce with the guy who's going to throw more go balls. The volume's maybe slightly higher for Pickens, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not super into it just because I think that like Pickens isn't going to earn like the target share that we would hope him to do. So, and if they're going to score less touchdowns overall, like he's fine. I was way more into him in the 7th than like 5-6.
Yeah, which I agree with. I think the rise has been a little bit more based on the highlights and all that stuff. I will say this, though. Gabe Davis last year, 0.09 EPA per target. George Pickens, about 4x more at 0.38. So if we're going to compare these two on the one metric of how they do on every play compared to the average, Pickens is worlds ahead there. But you know what? Let's do this roundtable. Steve, you know my takes too. I'm going to ask you, and hopefully you're ready to go.
Yep.
What take of mine do you disagree with the most, or what one of, if you don't have one you disagree with the most, what do you have the most conviction in that you think I might disagree with?
On your side, I'm not on board with all the you're going to kill me, Anthony Richardson love.
Hold on, let's make this pick. That's going to be a rich fodder here. We got Pollard, we got Henry. You guys on board for Waddle?
I'm
you
a
don't like
Pollard
Waddle?
guy.
Is Waddle Gabe Davis too, Tyler?
Waddle's dealing with an oblique, and I think the offense may regress, and their line sucks. So Pollard has the chance to be RB1, but you know.
All right, Ty, you know what? Fine. I'm the will of the people here. This is a chat draft. I promise you guys to give you the lane to do it.
Look at these boobs. These are a running back powered boobs.
Unbelievable. I have to play the gift too, because otherwise I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't play the running back piggy. Please, Tyler, give us your best pig impression, because now you've forced us to do this.
There we go.
That was a legit pig. All right, Steve, you're not into AR. Why? What is the reason that you don't like AR?
You know, I just see it as right now, and it doesn't mean he can't develop, maybe even later in the season, but I see him as a less experienced Justin Fields when Justin Fields came in. I have a hard time seeing how he's going to be particularly successful throwing the ball. He's got a running upside to it, but I'm just having a hard time getting there on what his potential is for the year.
What if I were to tell you, Steve,
Tell
that
me.
Anthony Richardson, higher avoided tackle rate than every running back in the draft. Anthony Richardson, second best deep ball thrower in the draft. Anthony Richardson, second best thrower past 10 yards in the draft. Would that help assuage any of your concerns about a player who should theoretically be a world changer in the game of the NFL?
How big a
Don't
sample?
forget about the sack avoidance too.
Yeah, sack avoidance is pretty strong too. He was sacked only, where do I have that? Sacked
best in the class.
3.8% of the time.
How big a sample is that throwing?
That's all of last year. Let's make a pick, but let's just do this debate for the entire hour. We need receivers, so would you say DK Metcalf works here, guys? Or do you want to go Debo?
No, DK.
DK?
We took
All right.
CMC. Taking CMC and Debo is splitting our dick down the middle.
I agree. Okay, that works. So DK, done. All right, so yes, AR. So it's one sample here the last year. I just only looked the last season. I don't want to. I know people do a rolling sample across all years. I don't think the year before last, where he was kind of rotating in, is going to be the most informative. But AR, the whole thing you're buying in on is the freak athlete, the huge size, the fact that he can do these things in a pocket that, frankly, like 31 out of 32 QBs in the league can't do. Maybe 30. I think probably a better way to look at it. That's where the buy-in is. I agree overall that if he went to, I don't know, if he went to Dallas, I talk a lot about how I hate Dallas and I think their coaching staff is incompetent. I think with where he's going with Shane Steichen, you're talking about a guy who literally is the one who brought Jalen Hurts to the next level. Hurts is better in college, playing on a better team at Oklahoma and a better offense, but still something where I think that's the main thing is like, do these guys learn from somebody who's good? Do these guys get schemed to have success in the situation? And I think AR, now that we know he's starting week 1, he's going to have the rope to do it. So I don't know if this is going to sell you, Steve, but that's sort of the main thing to me is it's potentially a generational talent, a guy who, if he achieves 75% of the success that I would hope he can get, he's probably going in the 3rd round next year. And if that's the case, like you're buying the dip basically. And
it's not that I don't have any exposure to him. I certainly do. So, I see that that's possible. And I think the fact that, assuming Taylor's not in the Colts, I think that helps him also. I want to see what the Colts offense looks like once they roll that out and get a sense of how they're going to use him. I just, like I said, I get a little bit nervous about some of these. I can run a lot, but let's see how I'm going to pass in the NFL before getting too committed to him.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. A show and improve it guy, Steve is, and I get that. And I think there's a lot of people out there who are going to be on the same page as you, Steve, who I'm sure Pete probably feels the same as you do based on his takes throughout the year. And I think we're going to find out pretty fast. But I will say for me, bets on talent, bets on coaching, and guys that use certain traits. This is what got me on Josh Allen, which I think Steve may know is a stochastic bet. That I was the only person in the world to ever believe in Josh Allen. And then he was good. And everybody's like, yeah, I remember when I loved Josh Allen back in Wyoming. Like, fuck off. Mark, how about you? What's the take that you would disagree with the most of mine, or for yourself, something that you feel strongly about that you think I would disagree with?
Yeah, I think the only one that really sticks out that I've heard you say a couple times is actually, so Tyler brought up Pickens earlier. I think Deontay is going to have a pretty spectacular year. I think like he was getting schemed all the high value. Well, let's do the pick.
Yeah, let's make the pick. So did McLaurin go? Okay, Terry McLaurin's available. I wouldn't mind reaching for him here just to get that correlation with the best receiver for San Francisco. But Jeudy has a little bit of a dip if we want.
I think he'll fall to the injury stuff. So, and Judy's hamstring may be grade 2 or 3, so I'd rather avoid him. So, unfortunately, you're going to have to get Kirk.
I will look. I'm bending to the will. We'll take Jerry Jeudy here. His hamstring, though, I don't know if you heard, pretty hurt. So, I think if we don't get McLaurin, if he doesn't fall to where we want him, then we can still get Dotson. So I feel like that's the out. And if we have to reach for him, we'll do that. Which I don't mind, but I still think McLaurin is my guy. So you're more of a Deontay guy, Mark. So what's special to you about Deontay? And again, I have to point out, he was 81 out of 85 in DVOA. He was 85 out of 85 in defense adjusted yards above replacement. These are two stats Football Outsiders will hopefully have this year. But do you believe that stats like that are reflective of something else? Like, if I tell you that, how does it make you feel as a Deontay supporter?
Oh no, I mean I've heard you say that part too as well. I won't argue against the math of what the stats say. It's just that he has been such an integral piece of their team for so long, and when you have such a poor touchdown season, to have 0 when you're expected to get like 6 or 7, I just think they're gonna feed this guy and get him on the board like with touchdowns this year. So I don't mind. Like, obviously I'm a DraftKings only, being in the state I'm in. Like, I think he's a stronger play on DraftKings and full PPR than he is on any of the other formats. But I think the one thing I would say was, like, you had said arguments about basically like everyone's in on this guy, so I'm gonna be out. Basically, like when the crowd says all in Deontay, that's a concern for you. I'm a little more open to him being successful this year, I guess, is all I would say.
Okay, I think that's reasonable. I mean, I still think, like I've mentioned, I'm still above the field on Deontay on both sites, and I've took him, also at these elevated prices because I still believe in the Pittsburgh offense. And as I talked about, like, I think the main thing to me is you target a mid-tier QB. If that QB takes a leap with his receivers, then everything kind of comes upwardly. So that's still a thing with Deontay. I will say that I think the bet works, is that if everything's better, he should run better. I just think Pickens passes him as a wide receiver 1 this year. And there's only so many guys in the league that have like the athletic profile, the SEC pedigree and all that. But let's make a pick and then I'll get your guys' overall hottest takes. So we got McLaurin back. So we're cool with him?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. I do like to get the premium correlations if we can get them. We're not going to get one for Detroit. So I think let's get one for the Niners and see if we can get Purdy or Howell later. Tyler, what's your hottest take amongst everything? Like, what's the take that you have that you feel like other people that you see across industry content, whether it be here or elsewhere, what do you have that those people don't?
Balls, but
Are you saying that I don't have balls? Because I make my stance. We all have balls.
No, I'm kidding. Well, a month and a half ago, it was I refused to take any Tony above the 11th round. And I'm getting bailed out of that easily. But then on top of that, I'm just not taking much of JT at all. Like over 470 drafts since May, I have taken him like 5-6 times because I don't see a huge ceiling with AR because everyone banging the drum last year about like targets or upside and blah, 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 blah are now banging and no disrespect, Jacob Sanderson, but that his insane rushing efficiency could get him there. No, dude, he'll need to get touchdowns and catch touchdowns for like an elite upside, and you're not doing that with AR. And I don't know that you're doing that. I don't know if he gets traded to Miami or whatever, like because a majority of those targets are going to Tyreek and to Waddle. So I haven't been in on JT or Tony for the most part at all, on top of a couple other guys. But like those are probably the ones that stick out right now.
Okay, I think those are pretty reasonable takes. I've been a little bit lower on JT since the early run, and I do think the stuff around him is getting to a point of being borderline toxic. Steve, how about you? Is there a take that you have that you feel strongly about?
I am heavier probably on Seahawks than I planned on being, but I'm comfortable with that. I think Geno can repeat what he did, and he's got some more weapons this year than he had last year. I think JSN is going to make a difference. I think Charbonnet is going to be a difference maker for them also. So I have no problem with some Seahawks stacks.
Do you think there's any risk of Geno running bad? Because that's the thing to me that stood out with his numbers last year, where he was on fire. Like, it's hard to argue that, but it did start to come down to earth a little bit the back half of the year. This year, we'll have more weapons. You add Charbonnet, you do add a guy like JSN. That's going to certainly help the picture for Geno, if not all the receivers themselves. But is there a world where you fear that like Geno is just like the guy he was before and not the guy we saw last year?
There is a world that exists like that. And it's a world that exists for everybody, to be honest. But it's one of those things where you make your stand and you say, all right, I think given the cast that is around him, that he is more likely to come closer to or even exceed what he did last year rather than fall back.
Okay, that's fair. So we're on the clock here. We got Kittle falling a little bit, Lawrence falling a little bit, but he does nothing for us. Are we down to take Kittle here, or do you want to, I don't know, another receiver?
JSN would be my vote.
Yeah, I like Kittle or JSN.
Okay. Let's take JSN and let's see if there's anything that could happen with Kittle. I think if we had gotten Kittle and McCaffrey, I think that's an interesting Niner stack to go to. But JSN, the talent being there, I think looks pretty good, even though he would look great with George Pickens. I think we can all agree. Mark, how about you? Give me a hot take.
Yeah, so I have like two quick ones. So the first is that I think a really big way to have success in this is to just kind of build out big stacks of teams that people are just so certain are going to be bad. So, like, for instance, I'd never ever see like Tampa Bay stacks or Houston stacks, and especially like built out ones. So, like doubles with a running back or, stuff like that. And I really just think like there's a lot of opportunity there, especially if the field's not willing to do it. Like, we see enough times where just bad NFL teams have these random, like, they lose a game 42-32, and it's like, okay, like I'd love a bunch of those points of those 32 that they scored, and people just are so unwilling to do it, just with the thesis of like, oh yeah, like Houston's going to be awful. Like, I don't know, they are probably, but they could also just score a lot. So I'm willing to take that chance more often than the field.
I mean, I'm with you on that one. I certainly think they've imported guys. And, as I've talked about, like, I do believe a lot in the coaching staff and them bringing Niners principals over. And then CJ Stroud was, AR is my favorite QB because of what he does in terms of rushing and the deep throwing. But CJ Stroud is a pocket passer. Like, he should be the best pocket passer in this class and a guy who also creates value for everybody around him. So I think that's certainly a take. And it showed, like, to tie back to Steve's point, it showed with Seattle last year. We are on the clock, though, so let's make a pick. Kittle's still here. We got to snatch him, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I knew he'd come back.
Tyler is reading this room well. Like, we're pushing the injured guys down. We're getting kind of a classic DraftKings in that respect. Mark, have you drafted on DraftKings a lot? Like, how would you rate the experience on there if you have?
Yeah, I'm about, I think, 130 drafts in or so. Like 75 in this 10, and then a bunch of the singles and $3.20 maxes and stuff. It was much worse when there was no draft board. I'll say that. It was like the first 2 months or so. I forget when it came out, but it's like, sorry, who has what? Very difficult to tell.
Oh, I'm just pulling up chats.
Yeah, now this is better. I would say, yeah, like they're just such degenerate lobbies sometimes that have people doing things that make no sense whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
But if it doesn't harm you directly, then it just is going to stand to your benefit to build a super team. So just kind of, I've done the tilt thing too, like you have as well. But I just kind of let it go.
To introduce these guys again, we got Tyler here right underneath me. Nice, I'm sure he loves that. We've got Steve right underneath him, so we're doing the full lemon party with Steve. We got our guy Tony Mark down below, whose real name is Mark. But everybody, well, I guess Steve's not a member, but it's okay. Steve is my guy, so he gets in for free. He gets the VIP comp for this one.
Vertical is not really how you want the Squirt Squad.
That is true. It's a bit of a human centipede thing at that. That capacity.
The trickle down economics of the Squirt Squad are like vertically aligned.
So Tyler, I have to ask you, because like again, like, you stand out in the community. Obviously, you're doing the sex shows and stuff, but like, your vibes, like, I would say, are immaculate. But I think very horny, but also like, you're really one of the nicest guys that I think I've come across in my many years doing internet stuff. And I know, like, that can be a weird thing to say, I guess. But what fuels you? Like, what brings you joy in life besides just the pure horn dogging of it all?
I'm just a big community guy. I just like having fun, hanging out, and talking to people, connecting with people. And I can be toxic online, and I've grown out of calling people motherfuckers on Twitter because catch more flies with honey than vinegar. But that is true. But Bullock is young and he needs discipline.
Sure, you got to bully him to make him a stronger man.
It's the big brother vibes, and as a brother of 4, I know how it goes. You gotta tough love sometimes, but I don't know, man. I just like to have fun, and shit's better when everybody's having a good time. So shooting the shit, cracking wise, and also masking how sharp I am. You can't tell by my bankroll, but we're getting there.
That's a fair point. So, like, we got a pick coming up here. I don't want to debate it too much. I don't think Love Machine is in the chat. But all right. So we have the Denver with Jerry Jeudy. We took him out of discount. Do we think we get the correlation with Quentin Johnson, who just went? Never mind. All right. What do we do on this board, guys?
Let me see. What are we at?
This
How many receivers do we have?
We got a 2-4-1. So I would say one more receiver if we want. We could take Khalil Herbert too and flesh out the running back room.
I like Khalil.
Yeah.
Herbert's
good.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Unless you guys want to stand for Dalvin Cook.
As far as like player take guys go, I'm also big on him. So he's another one of those guys that I've heard a lot of FUD about, basically, that there's no way like he'll be the RB1 or like be really productive for most of the year. That's true. Like, the fact that there's 3 backs there is not great, but I really saw a path to him being quite good when he was the backup to David Montgomery for those couple years. And I think really now that it's like his job to have, like, I think we'll see some special things. And I think Bears are also one of those offenses that should ascend this year, especially in NFC North, which shout out to forgot his name already.
Jerry.
And Jerry.
How
But,
could
also,
you forget me? I've been
okay,
drafting
I don't-
teams all day. I've been talking about Dalvin Cook.
Yeah.
You can't remember Jerry, Detroit Lions fan, though, which really throws Spags' impression for a curveball because this is kind of more Steve's kind of people, right? The impression.
Yeah, one Lions fan to one Lions fan. I mean, the division is not good at defense, so really good for Khalil Herbert's opportunity.
That division gives it up easier than girls in college. So, I'm very excited for the points.
Khalil Herbert, I do have to say, he is one of the guys that, again, talking about adjusting your priors and whatever, Khalil Herbert last year was, when he was running the ball, a slightly negative EPA rusher, but a 17% rushing DVOA would put him close to Nick Chubb category, which gives me some fear of God in terms of my Roshan bags. I've been heavier on Roshan, heavier on Deonta Foreman, just because of the price of Khalil Herbert. And I do think now that he's come up and now we know he's the lead back, like it is a lead back in committee. They've said nothing different about that. But I have some worries about not having enough Khalil Herbert, because if he smashes and he somehow, also gets extended or something, he's probably like a 5th, 6th round pick next year. And if that's the case, like then he probably paid off pretty exponentially.
Especially with a coaching staff that can be a little old school.
Mm-hmm. So we're on the clock here. I think we got a 3-4-1, so we probably need a receiver, but there are some logical running backs. Or, what we could do? You see me?
No, I am Dimes or Gino over AR in this spot. Sorry, Spags.
Oh,
Dimes lets us stack receivers late. So to pull the Pete, let's backdoor our ass.
So this is something that Liam has talked about. I think it was Liam. Where are you pairing yourself with sharp drafters, or are you pairing yourself with idiot drafters? And if you take the running backs early, let's say at least 2, probably getting closer to idiot drafters. If you take Daniel Jones and try to set up the late stacks, you're in a group with like Herzig and and Pete and all these guys that are very sharp. So just something to think about here that I think would be pretty interesting. And also shout out to Neil in the chat. I got Neil Orfield, of course, the many-time Millie Maker winner, or not many time, at least once, but enough Millie Makers to count. And of course, host over at Stochastic. Wow, role reversal for me and Steven Leibovitz. Don't give in and take all the Patriots he wants. Steve, you've been pretty polite about the Patriots. How do you feel about the boys this year?
I haven't drafted a single Patriot.
Not even Ramondre?
I might have a little Ramondre, but like Mac and the wides, nope, not there.
Well, the only
brain, not heart,
Patriots. It's all Henry.
I actually wanted to ask
Ramondre.
you guys about a running back.
Mm-hmm.
One of the fantasy guys I was listening to this morning was steaming up Jaylen Warren, and we were talking about the Steelers before, and that made me think of that. You guys getting any exposure to Warren?
I mean, you guys can say I have the most bags of anybody, but Mark, how about you? How are you feeling about Jaylen Warren?
Yeah, I think my top Week 17 exposure is that Pittsburgh-Seattle game, and Jaylen Warren's a big piece of that because especially early in the draft window, he was super free. I want to say, you were saying in the 160s earlier. I think on DraftKings he was even lower than that a couple times. So I packed the bag a lot on that, and I think the main bet with him is just he has like a role, even if Najee does well. Like he's just going to have snaps. He's going to have production, catches especially, so PPR advantageous. And if Najee is fragile and is, not going to do well because he gets a million touches every year, like it's just, he has a path to being a 4th round pick or whatever next year if he's just the guy and Najee's done. So yeah.
Tyler, where are you in
draft enough of him?
Sorry, not to cut you off.
That's right.
Tyler, where are you in the great Jaylen Warren debate before our pick comes up?
Oh, plenty. I've been fading Najee unless he falls to the late 5th or 6th, and that's where I've mostly gotten him. And the rest of it, I am heavy on Gino, top 5 MVP candidate this year with, you mentioned his play decline, but that was right when the rookie tackles started playing poorly and struggling with injury. So the full off season and JSN, who should be back latest by like week 5, 6, good to go, wheels up. And then, he's been an easy bring back once I get all my Seattle stuff.
All right, so we're on the clock here. Nothing jumping out correlation-wise. We do have 4 receivers, so I would say Traylon Burks
Lazard
here.
or Zay.
Yeah, you could go Burks or Nico.
Look, we already have the all IR squad, so we need some healthy guys. So I would say, Jesus Christ,
a Patriot for Steve.
No. I get Burks.
Oh, it's Burks.
Get Burks.
It's Burks. So we are. So
Spags is
all
real
healthy.
this draft.
And I don't mind a little Tannehill late either.
God.
Well, look, we got a couple outs. It's fine. Apparently some news about Jerry Jeudy coming through, at least from Twitter doctors. I'm not sure if this is an official report, but for Jerry Jeudy, sounds like could be a grade 2, not a grade 3 hamstring strain. Expect at least a 6 to 8 timetable for return to play for practice. But if there's a significant tear that requires surgery, concern to be he misses the entire season. So that would not be great. And Zane before was victory lapping, making me take Jerry Jeudy. If this is what happens, Zane, because I listen to people, boy, it's going to make me so unbearable in 2024. How worried are you guys? Scale of 1 to 10. Let's do it fast. Tyler, how worried are you 1 to 10 Jerry Jeudy with that report, or that pseudo report at least?
I mean, it's a 6 or a 7 because grade 2 is out 4 to 6 weeks and season ending's pretty bad. So that's upper echelon shit.
Steve, how would much that make you worry as a guy that I think a little bit more risk averse? How much are you worried about Jerry Jeudy?
About the same, but it makes my Cortland Sutton exposure feel better.
All right, let's make a pick, and then we'll find out what Mark thinks about it. We got nothing cooking correlation-wise here. We need to get more receivers in to make up for the fact that Jerry Judy's out forever. Or do we just take Russ and lock up our second QB?
It's Zay Jones or Tyler Boyd.
Zay Jones or Tyler Boyd. Let's go Zay because we can get Carolina guys late for the week 17 correlation. So I'll do that. Mark, how about you? All right, where's your Jerry Jeudy bags at? And if they're heavy, how worried are you?
Yeah, I'm pretty worried. And he's my 4th, I believe, highest exposure in DraftKings. So I don't know. It's like an 8 or 9 for me. I just hope he, plays. Like, it'd be really bad if it was he doesn't return for 8 weeks and then also is not any good and can't run routes at all. So worried, yes, very worried.
Yeah, I don't love it. I don't know that I'm heavy enough where it matters that much. And if I am heavy on him because of the way that I draft, I think he's like a wide receiver 3 for me. So that probably gives me a little bit of a buffer. But if you are a person that does, has fallen into the, I'll say trap, but the love affair with early running backs this year, it does feel like if Jeudy is like your wide receiver 2, let alone your wide receiver 1, could be a tough position to have if you are pretty heavy on him.
I will say that the likelihood, though, is like 80% he's out 4 to 6 weeks. And we're, 2.5 weeks from week 1? So that's worst case puts him at week 4, week 5. So, like, not the end of the world for, like, the 80th percentile outcome.
Yeah, like his ADP would drop naturally because people hate injuries and you're going to miss a few weeks. But I think if you are building wide receiver heavy teams, like that doesn't hurt you as much. But you're probably looking at a Jameson Williams level fall. So maybe he goes 70s for the next week or so. But it's going to take a while, I guess. A guy can't fall to the 70s at this point, right? Like he would have to fall to like late 50s or something.
Yeah, so many folks are going to take him, especially if there's any news that it's moderate. Also, Meatwad, fuck you.
I got sniped on Jameson Williams.
It's an IR joke.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we could have had them all. That's true. And Mims, by the way, now going to 12th to Chubb's Poker. So Mims on the way up here. It's the 12th round. Boy, Mims is not proven anything. And he was one of my favorite guys coming in because he actually could play outside. As I've talked about, that was a thing that I thought was important in a class full of slots. And now it's like, which sounds like a thing Tyler would say.
A class full of slots.
Class full of slots. But I think that with Mims coming up, like Mims has got to prove something, right? Like Mims is going to go where Quentin Johnston goes if people get a week to get their druthers.
Yeah, so quick take. I think people are going to react to this news poorly. This is going to be like early season injury. And I think Sutton and Mims will go up too much when at the end of the day, we should just expect the offense to suck more the first 4 or 5 weeks. And if anything, this is wheels up for Pirine and Javonte early season where they lean on the running game because the receivers all suck and are hurt. So.
That's, I think, a fair point here. So what are we going to do with our team now that we have a guy who's injured and appropriately priced on our team? We do have a 1-3-6-1. So we have buried ourselves or dug out of our situation at receiver. We could still take Russ, though. Obviously, the targets are pretty diminished.
No, I think it's Mostert or I like Mostert.
Mostert
talking
or
about
A-Chain,
using-
guys? Anybody have a strong A-Chain lean? I could take Mostert.
I think
I like
Mostert.
Okay, done.
Yeah,
Mostert
I was
it
going to
is.
say we would have considered Higbee, but went the pick before us. And we could have locked the tight end room up and then had New York Giants and Rams correlation started. But unfortunately,
Yeah,
it was
that would
signed.
have made sense too. It's tough. Like we got to make these decisions fast because the DraftKings clock. I don't know if you guys have noticed. Not even giving me the full 30 seconds. It keeps me at 25 for whatever reason. So we got to decide quickly. Steve,
I am always ready to operate under 30 seconds, Spags.
thank you. I apologize for cutting you off on a premature ejaculation joke. Steve, you tell me. Okay, if you had to draft one Patriot, or if you thought one Patriot could actually be a world beater this year, I think you'd pick Ramondre, right? But who would it be if you had to say one, like somehow comes up and you follow the beat stuff? You're pretty close to the scene there. If you had to pick one, who would it be?
Crap, I hate you for asking that. Because I'd be, if I was betting on the over-under on wins, I'd be on the under on that. I guess it's going to be Juju, which is kind of a safe answer on that. I think Hunter Henry's dinged up again. Patriots' offensive line is a mess, so it's like it's hard to come up with an upside for any of their wides. They've done some more interesting things in practice with the practices they had with Green Bay last week. They did open up the offense a bit more, but I just don't have very high hopes for what's going to happen. What's going to happen there? So I just see Juju as kind of like the safest of that group there. Bourne's had a pretty good preseason. I've always liked him. The Patriots just don't seem to go to him when the regular season starts. So
I'm with you on the Juju thing. So I support that. I think it's a check down offense and he is Mr. Check Down. So running backs here, Zeke, we have Tyler Algier, Kenneth Gainwell, and these guys standing out.
Took one.
What about Hodgins for our Daniel Jones?
Hodgins, I feel like Hodgins is the most likely to get
We
signed.
could Algier. I like him.
I
heard
Everett.
Algier. I think Mark is on my wavelength. Hodgins, we can get Slayton late. We can still get Hyatt. I out of all those guys, Hodgins should not have the highest ADP out of those three receivers.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and
agree.
Jalen Hyatt went right before us, so he would have been the optimal.
Yeah, I would have been
pairing.
Hyatt, but yeah, I don't mind taking tight ends on good offenses, especially one with Kellen Moore that likes to use them in the red zone. So that would have been fine with me.
That's fair. Oh, yeah, we do have the Denver too. So yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if Everett will come back to us, but I could see why that would be logical. Bellinger is going to be more involved for the Giants than I would have thought initially, where like Waller, you're paying the big capital for, they're putting him outside and all that. But it seems like, again, this guy knows ball. 12 personnel going to be on the menu for the Giants quite a bit with Bellinger and Waller. And that also is probably not great for the slot guy. Like that probably does benefit, to your point, probably does benefit Hodgins and Slayton a little bit more because those two should be the ones outside every time.
I don't know. That's a sign that the offense is going to be varied, not stale, and score more points, which is rising tide lifts all boats, all ships, all slots, whatever you want to call them.
I'm going to ask Steve here. Steve, how do you feel about the addition of Zeke to the New England Patriots, where clearly they are going to a team that, maybe not the full confidence in Ramondre. Maybe Zeke is just a pure handcuff guy, but how do you feel about having Zeke in your town?
I think it's a handcuff guy because Kevin Harris and Pierre Strong just weren't doing much to prove anything. So made all the sense in the world to bring him in, and he can block on third down on blitzes and pick things up. He'll maybe snipe some goal line also. So I don't mind. I don't see him having a really big role at all. I don't see Stevenson having lost much draft position at all with Elliott coming in. So not worried. He's been a good soldier.
I think that's a reasonable way to look at it. I'll ask Mark here, how do you feel about me drafting Zeke overall twice in a row? Because I didn't love it, but I'm curious your thoughts. Like, is there a world where you can take Zeke if you have Bills and like you're just looking for a taste of New England and you didn't get Juju? Like, Zeke is draftable, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think he's live to fall in the end zone a decent amount, and exactly just the theory we were talking about. Like he's going to be on the field a decent amount just for third downs and pass protection and stuff. So like he's going to just find ancillary usage here and there and fall in the end zone sometimes. Like I think it's worth it at reasonable prices when you can get any sort of correlation with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
but
with
I
you.
don't mind it at all. Basically, when you taken him a couple times today, totally reasonable.
The only times I've taken him, but I have taken him today. So Hodgins fell here. I think we could take him now, right?
Yeah,
Who else is on the board? Captain Quick Fingers.
We got Ferguson, who would correlate with Dallas if we want to take our second tight end.
Let's
We do
push
still have
him.
outs at Giants receiver.
That's a good point. No, let's push him. Let's push him. See if we can get him on the wrap. Hodgins is fine. Let's double tap.
Okay, so I took Ferguson.
All right.
You just
I
want to
thought
do
you
what
were
you
saying
want
let's
to
take
do.
We might get
Ferguson.
Hodgins next round anyway.
I got to
good.
tell you guys, I've been drafting a shitload of teams on stream because Pete and I are now doing the head-to-heads. I don't draft with people anymore. I just draft my
I
teams.
can tell.
Readjusting. I also have to read the shout out to Bolik here. It's heading out. Fun stream. Love you, Spag Daddy and Co. Shout out to our guy Bobo, I'm sure. And then we got Pious Devil here. Spags, haven't checked it since this morning. How are you doing? I'm now hosting a show. Like I'm doing an actual show. It's not just me fucking filling the air. So I think, how do you guys feel like I'm doing? Rate me out of 10. How did the stream go today?
You're doing solid, Spags.
10 out of 10. Steve?
Strong showing.
10 out of 10. Mark?
I go 9.8.
Oh,
10 out of 10. Rounding up. There we go. Spags dictator. EMAC is here. Good God, is that Steven Leibovitz? What is he doing here today? Steve is like a luminary to the Stochastic guys. And to Steve's credit, and Steve, I'll say it to you. Like you have been one of the kindest guys I know from my time at Stochastic. Josh Downs goes in the 14th was a fucking dumb shit move. Steve, what got you into Stochastic? What got you into DFS?
well, one, EMAC just likes to see someone older than him on a screen, so that probably helps. What got me, you know what? It was probably deeply with the pandemic, and we're all sitting around on our asses. It's like, oh, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I've always been a kind of a heavy sports guy. I did play a lot of DraftKings FanDuel going into that, and I think I just kind of stumbled into, at the time, Awesemo by accident. And really enjoyed the content. Learned a shitload from everybody about the entire process, and getting a little bit sharper at things, and have just kind of stayed along for the ride. At that point, there wasn't much of any best ball 4 or 5 years ago there, so just seeing new content come out to get involved with has been great, and the folks there like EMAC, Neil, if he's still there, other folks have been really helpful and gracious with the knowledge and time that they spend putting out content.
Yeah, I would fully give that cosign too. As I mentioned, Stochastic will always be family to me, but definitely one where I think what Steve said is very prescient there. 1562. We need a second QB. What are we doing here?
Stafford probably has the most upside from week 1.
Okay, so I feel like Tyler, you have again your Colts personality here. You're the guy here with all the stroke. Again, make your sex jokes all you please. You've driven us to a build here where we are thin at QB. Like,
I've driven us here. Jerry Jeudy.
I wanted to take Anthony Richardson rounds ago, and we would have been safe.
Jesus Christ. Here's the thing. We're going to backstack with Slayton, Tutu, Puka, deal with it. Kyron, easy peasy. Because of your rogue picks, you've made this uglier than it needed to be.
I think that's fair, inaccurate, but fair. It's right for you to have your viewpoint. I don't want to invalidate your thoughts. Mark, how do you feel about, how do we spin out of this tailspin here? Do we just we're stacking week 17 Rams Giants, which is unique, but I got to tell you, man, there's going to be a lot of people who stream content out there who have fucking just Rams Giants stacks out the ass. So that's because of how Tyler thinks. What would you do, Mark, in this
Get
spot?
out of here.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't really enjoy having like the QBs going against each other in week 17. That's not my preferred way to build it out. But I think there is something to the idea of usually, well, I mean, not on DraftKings, I guess, but a lot of the like well-built teams that have like have Stafford or have Jones, like they wouldn't take them unless they had the bigger pieces. You know, you had the tight end and wide receivers and Cup and whatnot. So I think just there is some lever that we can pull by just having back stacked, right? Like it's just a skinny with Slayton or skinny with, you know, late double with Tutu and Puka or something like that. Like there are outs to that being, you know, those are the receivers that actually go off in that week, and we find, you know, massive scorers elsewhere in the lineup. That I think is a valid reason to try. I kind of like when I can go for one of these backstacked, you know, unusual with a elite QB build that is just, I think you always gave the analogy of when the cards are on the table, you know, like you'll probably lose to this combo if you have your team built in a certain way. Like that's true. Like we're probably hurting against other Giants Rams stacks, but there's outs to it. I don't, you know, it's different and it's special. It could be special, I'll say.
No, and I think what you were talking about earlier of tethering yourself to lesser popular teams or worse teams, like I do think that's kind of what we've done here. I think we could backdoor Carolina too if we want to get different. I guess we already are backdooring Stafford. I know, but Tyler's already full shift here, full rod because of the backdooring references multiple times. Should we go Bryce, given that we have Zay, or should we try to just start getting Rams in or Giants?
Rams and Giants time.
Okay, so should we just get Slayton?
Let me get him on the wrap. Who else? Is there anyone higher ADP?
Nobody, I don't think. I guess Paris Campbell would be higher, but I don't have a lot of faith.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what do we got?
Here's who's on the board, so nobody that good. And
Slayton's fine.
All right, let's do Slayton then. So I'll accept that. So we are at a 2-5-7-2 build. We could tack on Bryce Slade if we want. We could tack on Desmond Ridder if he's still floating around.
Bryce has been falling a lot ever since the preseason went poorly and his receivers keep getting hurt. So I'm not worried about, like, he's going almost undrafted on Underdog. And DK is way more conservative and, you know, big cuck energy. So I'm not really worried about anyone sniping him if we want him. Yeah,
I think that's fair. That's a late one to build out. Still have Terrace Marshall there. Still, I think we might have Chuba there. Yeah, I think Chuba's still around, so we're okay. Steve, what's been your favorite team that you've built around so far? Because you've done like 10 or so drafts, right? You haven't done crazy amounts?
Yeah, I got a lot of Bengals. I was lucky enough to get some early spots and grab Jamar early. I think I mentioned to you on Twitter about having gotten sniped on Burrows after I had. It's like, I got Jamar, I got T. Higgins. I'll set somebody grab Burrow pretty early with, you know, completely uncorrelated there. So, but in general, I think that's where I'm heaviest. You know, you're talking about people are scared off about folks getting hurt. I don't know if that's affecting Burrow's position much, but I'm all in on that.
All right, we're coming up here. And yes, of course, Steve learned firsthand, unfortunately, that you're going to get sniped. Do we want to tack Taysom on here? Free Taysom? No.
Free Taysom. Now, look, you've had your Taysom today. Relax.
Who should we take then? There's not a lot that's on the first.
I don't mind taking Parker to help out early season with JSN and Jeudy.
Okay.
Yeah,
that works.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think now that we know that Jerry Jeudy died today, it's bad news, everybody.
We knew that when you clicked him and I said he's hurt, we have to take Kirk, you bastard.
I thought you were saying take him hurt because like we're getting him at a discount. I thought you were like, hey, let's get the tag.
Jesus Christ.
No, like I usually do, like if guys fall, especially on DraftKings, you get that immediate like Walmart discount sale like right away from these guys if they get hurt in
Yeah, and I
practice or
figured
whatever.
we'd get either McLaurin or Jeudy on the wrap because of that, and then we take the
Yeah, we
healthier
got
guy.
McLaurin at a nice value. This is a unique team. I'm always going to grab a Q tag. I'm not going to hate that. Mark, how about you? What's been your favorite build that you've had? It seems like you're inherently going more unique, and I think to your guys' credit too. Like I do build Jimmy Garoppolo stacks, so I'm not absolved of any guilt of like building late stacks or anything. But Mark, I'm curious because it does seem like you're building more contrarian. Like, what's your favorite kind of build? You mentioned Seattle, Pittsburgh, but is that it?
No, really. I mean, whenever I get into a draft, I just have a little image up of every team's week 15, 16, 17 matchups. And basically I let just ADP pick like usually my first 1, 2, or 3 picks. And then I just basically go, okay, I'm gonna build out, making sure like hopefully every pick I make after this has some connection to what I've done previously. So I don't know, like I sent you a team earlier, so by the way, go ahead and join Splash Play. You get the privilege of sending teams to Spags and getting some review. But I really enjoy like when I could just build a mini correlation of week 17 across like my first 6 or 8 picks, and then it just opens up I can go in every direction stacking those pieces as well. Stacking those pieces, I can stack their week 15s and 16s. Well, I mean, yeah, add on the correlations for it. It gives me a framework of where to look in the ADP for when I'm coming up, and it's just I don't know. I'm also a kind of person that's like if I've had this combination a few times, so like I was taking Cup and Olavi a lot in rounds 1 and 2 because that was lining up and their week 15 or 16, 17 correlation. Basically, I just every time that comes up, I go down past that and say, what's the next different thing I can do to make a variation on that? And I might reach a couple half round or so in ADP to do it, but just I like having a shell and then making each shell different each time. Hopefully gives me the most shots at finding a winner.
Interesting. I like that approach. Tyler, I know you've got some well-informed takes that you've been hashing out. So is there like a hidden gem to what you've been doing in your approach that you would give to the people who've hung on for 8 hours with me? Give them something good.
I mean, it was clowned on in Pete's video about like player takes, but I think, and that's what I was gonna retort back to you with we're fighting against the sharp drafters. Well, first of all, we're fighting against every drafter. Second of all, I have player takes that I vastly disagree with on the hive mind. So like everyone's scooping up as much Waddle as possible, and I'm a little cool on it because I think the offensive line is a little sketchy, and Tua is very, very, very sensitive to pressure, and he looked really bad outside of the concussion stuff with like defensive adjustments. And how will they adjust to that? Let's look at the board, Spags.
Yeah. So here,
so like
we got Paris Campbell.
Jesus Christ, no. I'm fine because Dime's thing is also he can do like he did in the playoffs and like rush for $1 billion. So I would say if you're going to do a quarterback, I prefer Tanny to Bryce in a vacuum. And we have
okay.
Burks.
Let's do Tannehill. Bryce already went, so we'll take Tannehill for our little bet on Burks.
Because newsflash, everybody's playing. Talk about the hive mind. The Davis Maddox of the world want to go Henry go Burr against the Texans, but the Texans did just draft a top 3 defensive tackle and bring in one of the best defensive coaches in D'Amico Ryans. And I guarantee you the one thing they're going to try to do is stop the run. So I love playing that game through the passing game because I also looked at last year and the Tennessee Titans secondary sucks, but their defensive line and their rushing defense is really strong. Dameon Pierce did nada twice last year against them. So I like Houston, Tennessee as one of those teams trying to do something, and it's all passing attack crap with Tanny, especially Tanny late season. He can run in a couple touchdowns, throw into Burks. So like there are ways to play this year like chaos benefits us. And because you force us into Burks, I'm totally fine with that narrative.
No, I think that's a fair way to look at it. I know Tennessee, if I recall last year from the showdown videos in particular, Tennessee, I think, ended up as like the worst deep ball off or defense in the league. Like they couldn't defend anything deep. So like theoretically, we're not going to get Nico here, but like a Nico could benefit. And then that could also open up a shootout kind of thing. But I do think, with Houston bringing in a lot of San Francisco principals, like that defense is one of the best defenses in the league. Like that, Dallas, the Eagles, like those are the three in the NFC that you really have to worry about. So if they get even a fractionally amount as good there, even if they get close to the middle of the pack, you're probably seeing things shut down a little bit more. You're probably seeing the run in particular stopped. But let's make our pick here. We got two more. So we need one more giant. Do we take Paris here? I don't love him, but this is a value.
Yep.
Yeah, Paris and then Puka or too late?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We'll make it easy here. So I'm going to do the quick plugs. Actually, you guys give your plugs. I'll give my solo one at the end. But Tyler, you are the Emo Cowboy. What's your Twitter handle? Where can people follow you to get all your takes?
I am at the emo_cowboy. I'm on Underdog all the time, and I'm thinking about firing up streams. But in the meantime, I will keep somehow crashing other people's streams to bring you vibes and horn dog jokes.
Steve, how about you? Of course, you are in the Stochastic community pretty regularly, but is there anywhere you want people? You're also very active politically, which I appreciate. Steve, very, very much one of the good guys. But what do you want to plug here, if anything?
Thank you for that. I'm, just about anywhere you can find me, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, whatever. Stephen L57 is a place to grab me. So, thanks, Chris. It's nice hanging out.
And Mark here, give me a plug. I mean, you've already made your stake. And to be clear, we're going to put it out publicly. Mark said that if he wins anything big, that he's going to bankroll me and Pete. So that's the plug for Mark. But Mark, what's your plug?
No plug. Just everyone subscribe to Splash Play. Hop in the Deposit Kingdom Discord, Splash Play channel in there. That you can find all of us in there and chat about funny stuff and read what Tyler says and that's good time for all. So yeah, hop in there if you aren't already. So that's the only thing I'd say.
Yeah, Mark, one of the good guys. Again, very glad to get to know these guys more. Steve more through our other stuff, but Tyler and Mark definitely more so through the Splash Play part of the Deposit Kingdom Discord, of course, which has a lot of stuff for everybody. Go check the link in the description for that. And the final decision we have to make, guys. We have Puka here. We have Tutu. Puka's ADP apparently is 100 points higher according to DraftKings, which doesn't feel right. But Puka or Tutu, what's your guys' decision?
I think given the state of our receiver roster, we need upside swings, and I'll take Puka doing that, especially because he's been getting steam as like Cooper Kupp's coach in college. Kupp's been talking to him for like the last 2 years, and McVay loves him. And McVay is a shanty guy of like, if he loves him, you're getting on the field. So, God damn it! You sons of bitches! Fuck you!
I really did not think Puka would get drafted here, but
damn
funny
it!
Yeah, do you have a take on Puka versus Tutu? Spags?
Yeah, I'm more team Puka. I think Tutu knows the offense better, which they've said. So if we could talk ourselves into it, he knows all the roles on the field. So he's going to get a role if there's any opportunity to do so. So he will take Tutu, but I am also team Puka.
Man, I was going to say Kyron there over fucking Tutu at that point.
All right, I got to do the outro, guys. Any final words? Anything else you want to say? Feel free to chime in.
No, man, been a good time. Congrats on the 8 hours. It was a good time, and I know you haven't lasted that long since the honeymoon. So, props.
All right, thank you guys. I actually don't know how to make you guys leave, so let's see.
Thanks,
all right, guys, appreciate you all. Thank you to Tyler. Thank you to Steve. Thank you to Mark. These guys have been great. Thank you to each and every one of you who hung out today. This has been an ordeal. This has been a hassle, but it's been great fun for me. So thank you for being a part of this in chat. Of course, let's whore myself out one more time. Again, hit that Drafters link down below or that Drafters promo code SPLASH on Drafters. $100 deposit match if you are a new subscriber on there, or a new sub on there. If you are also a recurring person depositing, you can use the promo code SPLASH100 to get yourself a 20% deposit bonus on $500. So a great deal. And of course, play on Underdog as well. Use the promo code SPLASH. If you play on DraftKings, do it for 8 hours on stream and you might have some fun doing it. But thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. And of course, make sure to subscribe, hit the like button, leave a comment. If for some reason you watched 8 hours and 10 minutes of streaming, please do that. But thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun. Appreciate you all. And I'm going to hit that outro. See you guys tomorrow for Spag Stacks. Bye. Bye.